We will go live in a while and then we begin.
Okay, so I am the first one to speak.
Yes, I will first introduce the session and then I will introduce you and
Invite.
then invite you to speak.
Yes, yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. I will stay with you till 12 o'clock. Then I have to rush to National School of Drama for a meeting, and then I have another meeting. So I have a full day till 10 o'clock at
Sure,
night.
sure, sir. Yes, we are live. Hello,
Yes.
hello everyone. I welcome all of you to the second day of this intriguing seminar that we have started yesterday, titled Temporal and Spatial Dynamics, Comparative Explorations Through a Myriad of Indian Perspectives, presented by Chidakash Kalalay Center of Art and Divinity, under the aegis of Tagore National Fellowship Scheme of Ministry of Culture with Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, as the nodal institution. We are thankful to all the officials and all those who are working behind the screen to make this possible. Thank you so much. We already had a real wonderful session and we expect to have many more conversations, dialogues, and to only enrich ourselves through these process. But before we begin, I would like to say a prayer. As in India, we always begin with a prayer. विश्वबीज प्ररोहार्थम मूलाधारतया स्थितम धर्तृशक्तिमयं वंदे धरणिरूपमीश्वरम्, from whom the seed of this universe has come, who has provided the energy for us to dwell, who has created this earth for us to sustain, this space to live in. We bow to that supreme consciousness. Samsara Natya Janana Dhatra Bija Latajushim Jalamurti Shivam Patyuhu Sarasa Paryupasmahe, who has created this play of this universe, this Jagat Sansara Natya, who keeps all of us filled with rasa so that we may experience rasa. We bow to that supreme unconditioned consciousness from whom we have emanated, that Jalamurti Shiva. Today, we have an array of speakers, academicians, practitioners alike, and we expect to gain a lot from this. Just to give you a quick recap, last day we talked about the importance of Loka and Adhyatma and Veda, three pramanas, how they create a sense of space. How do we keep on transacting between the empirical time and the cosmic time? How do we elevate? And what is the proceeds of creation? What is the sambit that we feel, an artist feel, the pulse within, to maneuver space and time, to create a new space and time on stage? We have also found this uh, with the creation of a new artistic language as well. Today, we will dwell further and we will begin with the stage that we are on. So we will begin with Bharat Gupta ji, then we will move on to Chandradasan ji, and we'll try to understand how various time space, the time space of performance, the time space which is created on stage, the time space of narrative, and the text that we transmit through performance, and the time space within the mind of the perceiver. How do we dwell with that in order to understand or to attain a holistic understanding of time space? Now, I shall, I would like to welcome the keynote speaker for the day, the esteemed speaker who requires no introduction, Dr. Bharat Gupta ji. Still, I would like to introduce him with few humble words. Dr. Bharat Gupta ji is a former associate professor in English at Delhi University and currently a trustee and executive member of Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts and the vice chairman of the National School of Drama, New Delhi. He is also a fellow of Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi. A esteemed intellectual, Dr. Bharat Gupta expounds on Shastra of Dharma, Natya, and Kama. A sitar and surbahar player and a musicologist, he is the author of the widely known book Dramatic Concepts, Greek and Indian, which shows closeness of two ancient theatres. He initiated a construction of a classical Nagar-style Rama Mandir in Ashok Vihar, Delhi, which was completed after 43 years of struggle. He created 1500 hours of videos on the above subjects available on his YouTube channel. And he is a benevolent person, and to us, he is a guru, as he is the guru of PLG. He opened up a new world in front of us of musicology where we were stuck in case of Shruti's understanding Bharata's system. He was the one who guided us through. I welcome Dr. Bharat Gupta ji and request him to begin his speech.
Namaste to everybody. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. I am going to speak in my very limited time on a very expensive subject, the treatment of space and time in ancient Greek and ancient Indian theater. So, all of you, and you know extensively how we deal with space and time, Desh and Kala, in our tradition. But I would like to use my time more for talking about the Greek today, primarily for the reason that there are too many misunderstandings about the Greek tradition. We are taught right from the school very early that the Greek tradition is the so called Western tradition. It is something non Indian or entirely different. And the concept of what is theater or drama is radically different from the Indian. This is what we are taught. But through my studies, which now are almost 50 years old, I have come to the conclusion that ancient Indian theater and ancient Greek theater were much closer to each other than what we think. As a matter of fact, they belong to a common stream of thought, which which can be called Indo-European or pre-modern or ancient or whatever word you use for it. But the reality is something entirely different. Now, I would like to first of all say that I'm not going to talk about the literary texts of ancient Greek drama, which we mostly read. In India, we were introduced to Greek theater by the Europeans. The Europeans looked upon it from their point of view, from their limited knowledge. And you know that in Europe, theater did not exist. Uh, as a matter of fact, the tradition of even ancient Greek theater was totally destroyed by the Christians in the third century. And so, not even in Greece, any practical theater was left. Only some kind of shreds of it were left here and there. So, theater was revived in Europe in late 16th century, around 1590 or so, in England by Christopher Marlowe, Shakespeare, Ben Jonson. And these people had only a bookish knowledge, totally a bookish knowledge of ancient Greeks. And so they read the plays and they imagined how the plays were done. And then they wrote their uh, tragedies, comedies, and satires. But the actual performance in Greece was very different. Now, I'm going to show you a series of slides about the ancient Greek site of Delphi. Now, Delphi was one of the most holy sites in Greece, is still in ancient Greece. This is where the great temple of Apollo existed. And this is where the theater of Delphi existed. And this is where the plays were done. In modern times, when modern Greece revived its theater around 1925, 1925, it started from Delphi because it was the proper place to start. Now, I am going to give you a picture of what was actually the performance basis of Greek theater. How were these great plays of Aeschylus and uh, Sophocles and Euripides were translated into performance? We only read them as a text, the Pathya we read. But how were they actually performed and where were they performed? The once you see really how the performance was done in a particular place, then you would understand what was actual Greek theater. Because as you all know, I hardly need to tell you that theater is a living art, and the written text or the script is a very small part of it, although it's the crucial part. So now let us come to the first slide, which was just being showed, number one on Delphi. Yeah, that's it. So this is, I'm standing here with a friend. I think this is 1995 or something like that. This is the place where we come to when we arrive at the Delphi, and then we start walking towards the temple and the theater. Slide two, please. Number two, next. Right. And this is, as you can see, a place inside a valley, and all around are mountains. So, number three, uh, number four. Now, we have come up to the actual site, and this is the road which is going up to the theater. And this is exactly how it was in the ancient times. This is when the pilgrims walked up. Now, at this point, let me tell you that Greek theater was not an entertainment theater or a commercial theater, it was a religious theater. And in my book, Dramatic Concepts, Greek and Indian, where I make a comparison of the two ancient theaters, I have used a particular word to describe ancient Greek theater. It's a Greek word. I have used the word aeropraxis. Eros means sacred, and praxis means action. So ancient Greek drama was a sacred action because it was part of a worship of a god. And this is the place where they had the temple of Apollo. So people went up this path. Next slide, please. Next, please. And they, well, this is an overview of a temple nearby. Can you skip this? Next, please. This is another view of the valley. You see, this is where the location is, and this is just as it was 2,500 years ago. It's a place exactly maintained. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, just give you an idea of where exactly was the temple of Apollo and the holy site located, and the theater by the side of the temple. Next, please. Yeah. Now this is where I'm standing. This is, it almost looks like my previous lifetime now. It's a different person. So I'm standing here at the beginning of the path. Next. And as we go up, we see this particular structure. This is a very important structure or an image. And if you can see, it looks like the, the protrusion of a human navel. The Greek word for it is omphalos. Omphalos means the navel. Why is it placed here? Because there was a sacred belief among the ancient Greeks that Delphi, the place, Delphos or Delphi, was the Navi or the navel of the world. Now, you all know that this particular simile, navel, means the place in the human body from where all kinds of nerves emanate. And that is, navel is the center from where all kinds of activities, nervous activity is controlled. So this is the connection between the body and the mind, the psyche and the soma, the body and the mind. And that is why every human action is psychosomatiki, that is psycho body. That is, it is something which is related to our nerves, our thinking, our feeling. You see, mind means feeling as well, bhava, and our action. So that's why they have the navel right in the beginning of the path, and it was worshipped in the ancient times as a sacred object. It's called the Omphalos. This is the only place where it has survived in Greece. Next, please. So you go up the town and you can see that there is a colonnade. Now, in ancient Greece, all roofs have disappeared from ancient times because in ancient Greek architecture, roofs were made of wood. They were not made of stone. So that's why you have only the pillars. So the pilgrims went up this path. They came and they rested here. And they went up this path to the temple. Next, please. Yes, a closer view of the colonnade or the stoa, as they call it. Next. Now, this structure at the end of the path, and you have the stairs which go higher, this particular structure is the treasury of the temple, thesauros. Thesauros means a place where there is treasure. In modern English, a dictionary is called thesaurus because it's a treasure. Next. Yeah, this is the front view of the thesaurus or the treasure house of the temple. All the chadhava and the gold and jewel and everything was kept here. And even if there were wars, people did not touch the temple because the temple was holy. They only looted the money. Next. Next. Now, this, as we go up, this is the first view of the temple of Apollo, the sun temple. And this was a massive temple, as you can see from the pillars. which are there. Just a few pillars out of maybe a couple hundred pillars are left now. So, next, please. So the pilgrims came here, and then they had the darshan, or they went into the temple. But the night before, they came and rested in the colonnade. So uh, they went through many cleansing exercises, or exercises which they took to make themselves pure before they could enter the temple or the sacred precinct of Delphi. And after that, they came to the temple. Next. So this is a closer view uh, of the pillars. So you can understand that this was a very huge temple. These are the main pillars of the main walls, which of course have disappeared. Next. Now, this is what we get a elevated view of the temple, and as you can see that this is the place where maybe can you see the cursor I am trying to move? Uh, is my cursor making? No, you can't see the cursor, so I'll not use it. Well, this is the temple, and you can see that there is a space here which was the space where the main image of Apollo was installed. So this is what we may call in our language the Garbhagriha. The ancient Greek temple and the ancient Hindu temple were identical in the sense that there was a Garbhagriha, and in front of them there was a mandapa in which people uh, gathered, and after the mandap there was another small place where people could come and sit. So these are still the fundamental space division of the ancient Greek temple, and it is the same with the ancient Hindu temple. So I'll not go into a comparison or any such thing today. We don't have time. We can have a separate lecture on that. But this is the temple of Apollo. Next, please. All right, another picture. You can see this is right in the mountain, and quite a few Greek temples were made in mountain, like Delphi here, Dodoni, and many others. Next. Now, as you go up from the temple, you come to the theater house. You can see that the theater, the amphitheater, theatron, is close to the temple. Why is it close to the temple? Because theater was performed in ancient Greece only when there was a temple festival. It was not done otherwise. So, performance in this theater would be done at the time when there would be the uh, annual festival of Apollo. So, this is the connection, that performance was done as part of the religious ritual. And people came, they cleansed themselves, did exercises in in the colonnade or the stoa, as I showed you. They stayed there for one day, they took various cures and other things, and they did a purification. So this concept of purification or catharsis is a religious concept and a medicinal concept, and that's how it is related to purgation of your emotions, which is mentioned by Aristotle. So all these things are deeply interconnected, and we must see ancient Greek theater in that connection. So now from here you can see that theater is located in a very vast area of a mountain. And what is the significance of that? I shall tell you shortly. Next. So, when we enter the theater, what do we see here? We see here, first of all, this round thing, which was called orchestra. Now, orchestra actually in Greek means a dancing floor. In modern English, orchestra means something else. Today, it means a collection of instruments. Many people playing instruments together. So you have the Philharmonic Orchestra or this or that. But in Greek, this is ancient Greek, this is what an orchestra meant. This is a dancing floor. Now, by the side of this dancing floor, you can see that there is a strip. A little bit of it survives. This was the stage. This is where the actors stood, the three or the four actors, or the two or the single actor stood here. Now, on the right and the left, you have a passage. It is from this passage that the actors and the chorus they entered. When you see this whole thing physically, then you will not take much time in understanding that the performing area, which is accorded, which is given, designated for dancing, is much bigger than the area which is given for the actors to stand and perform and speak. So in ancient Greek tragedy and comedy there would be a little more, but in tragedy particularly, there would be 3 to 4 actors only, and they would stand on the stage there. The stage was in ancient Greek called the place from where you speak the dialogue. So the dialogue was spoken only from the stage. The stage, as I said, is called the place from where you speak the words or the logos. And that is why the stage was called Loghion, or the place from where you speak. Then you have, as I explained to you, orchestra, or the place where you dance, the dancing floor. So the chorus, which consists of total number of 35 to 45 people, it varied. The number of people who danced was much more than the people who spoke. In other words, the role of dancing, singing, and making gestures while dancing was much bigger in terms of quantity. I'm talking here in terms of quantity, a performance content, if you can say that, prayog bhaga, how much is performed. So the performance, total performance, was more of music and dance than speech. If you recall ancient Greek tragedy, then the chorus entered from the right and another portion from the left, and they stood. And all Greek plays, when you read them, are a dialogue between the actor who stood on the stage and the chorus. Now, the chorus did not speak as it speaks today. If you go even to London or Paris or New York, and if you see an ancient Greek tragedy there in a proscenium stage, then what you would see is 5 people standing together representing the chorus, and they are just singing or speaking or enunciating the lines which are meant to be the lines or the words for the chorus together. So a modern Greek production, even in Greece, modern Greece, is not really what the ancient Greek production was like. They treated space and time entirely differently, and they treated it through music and movement. That is dance. Because in dance, you have movement, and dance and music are constantly governed by tal. And tal is what marks the kala or the time. And in our Indian tradition, tal is defined as the maker of time, because tal means tal pratishtha karane. The definition of tal is that it is something that relates us to time, and that is in which everything is located. Tal. Tal means it is the basis. So time is the basis of everything. Everything is located in time. Even space is located in time. Creation is located in time. The yugas are located in time. So the concept of dance and music is the treatment of time in ancient Greek and ancient Indian theater. By our modern standards, both these theaters would appear to be musical theater or music theater, not modern theater. Now, the Greek theater was more of music and dance. And you can see that the orchestra stood there. Uh, those of you who have read the Greek plays would know that even the actor, when he stood on the stage, did not just speak the dialogue as we speak in conversation, the words today, but it was always also done in poetry. All ancient Greek plays were in poetry. They were not in prose. There was no prose at all in an ancient Greek play. Nobody used prose. It was all poetry. The dialogue spoken by the actor was in poetry, and it was enunciated or half sung. It was not just spoken. And then, in reply to that, the chorus would sing. And what the chorus would sing is called the song or the ode, ODE. Now, while they sang an ode, they would dance. And that is why dancing would mean a particular movement. So when they would dance, making circles and moving in the right hand, that movement or that song would be called strophe. You see, the dialogue is answered by a movement called strophe. And when they will move in the opposite direction, it will be called antistrophe. So the dialogue, the exchange between the actor and the dancing chorus was the content of Greek play. Every Greek play, whether comedy or tragedy, was an interchange between what the actor spoke from the logion, from the stage, and the reply that the chorus gave to the actor. So this was Greek tragedy. And the actor did not dance all the time. There would be times when he would dance. I'll come to what the actor did and how he treated time and space. The chorus was constantly dancing and expressing their view, their thought, their ideas, their emotion through the uh, method of dance and music, because they would be singing also. That's why it was called the ode. Ode means odi in Greek. Odi means song. So singing. So there would be this, and the whole play was divided into a dialogue, strophe, antistrophe, and epodi, or the last song. And this is how one act of a play would consist of, and how two or three acts were done. So as you can see that here, the concept of expression is never through the spoken word only. You see, the theater which emerged in Europe from, let us say, Christopher Marlowe and then Shakespeare and Ben Jonson, and in France later on with other great playwrights, this was the theater of the spoken word. Just as you speak in life, similarly, you enunciate certain things and you speak certain things. So if you pick up a play by uh, the great playwright Shakespeare, you would find that there is no music in it. There are some songs at times in a comedy, even in a tragedy like Lear, but there are no songs in many plays like Macbeth or uh, Titus or various other tragedies written by Shakespeare. There was very little music, no music. Europe divided performance into spoken word and dance. So for dance, they created ballet. For dance, they created entirely different form, and theater was the spoken word. The ancient Greek theater was a combination of spoken word or sung word or dance word and dancing by the performer. So it was a total theater, and the same was true of Indian theater. So fundamentally, this is what the two theaters did. Now, next slide, please. Now, this slide shows the location of the theater in the mountains. Here, I'd like to point out to you the significance of making an ancient theater or amphitheater in a place like this. Imagine when somebody is sitting, and you can see that he or she would be sitting on the steps and looking at the actors dancing, the chorus dancing, and the actors speaking the dialogue. He would be or she would be seeing not just the performance, but behind the performance, the spectator would be seeing this huge range of mountains and the skies. So, nature, physically, cosmos, Jagat, Srishti is present as the backdrop or as the scene. You know, the word scene or skini did not exist in Greek theater. It was introduced in the Roman theater later on. Here, there is no, there's no wall behind the actors or the performance area. What you see is the vast universe. So, literally, the spectator in the ancient Greek amphitheater would see that the drama of humans is just a small little thing in this vast cosmos. So, see the treatment of space, how space is dealt with here. That whatever we do as human beings in art, in representation, in tragedy, comedy, satiricon, or whatever on the stage is something very small, is something very insignificant because in terms of space, we are too little. So the amphitheater, when it is placed in this kind of a location, also defines the human location in the universe. And you have a similar definition in Indian dramaturgy. Yat prinde tat brahmande. That there is this human body which is representing the Brahmand. Whatever is in my pind or in my body is in the Brahmand. But the Brahmand is very big. Now, the Greeks, they tried to show you the Brahmand by making a huge backdrop of nature. And every ancient Greek amphitheater has this kind of a backdrop. No matter where you go, you will have this. I have photographed about 26 theaters in ancient Greece, and all of them have a similar impact. Either there would be a sea, or there would be clouds, or mountain. It was something which would represent nature or the universe physically. So this is the symbolic representation of the universe in Greek theater. And that is why every amphitheater is placed this way. Next slide, please. Now, this makes the whole thing more clear. You have in one corner the theater, the temple next to it, as you can see, and then you can see the vast valley. Your vision while you're watching the play would all the time be watching the mountain, because ancient plays were done in daylight. They were done from morning 9:30, 10, around that time till evening. And ancient plays were not done in very pleasant weather. They were done according to the date of the festival of that god. So it's not like modern times that plays are done in summer for the tourist. No, they were part of a religious festival, and the religious festival would be according to the muhurta or the right calendar, according to which the festival for that god or goddess was fixed. So, again, the concept of space and time, the space and time is not chosen because it is pleasant for human beings to watch a play or to do a tirtha. So most of the great performances in ancient time in the festival of Dionysos or Dionysus, they were done in February. And February was a very bad time. It's still a bad time in Greece. In February, it is winter and it is raining. So ancient Greeks would see their plays very often when it was raining, and they would sit and watch the plays while it was raining. Can you imagine the concept they had of theater and why they did this theater in rain? Today, you want perfect air conditioning and you want perfect comfort in your performance theater, in your theater hall, as a performer and as a audience. We want conditions which are comfortable to watch. But these people were not concerned with comfort. They were concerned with the muhurta, with the right time when they could do this religious action of watching a play and doing a play. Next, please. So, just another shot. This shows how big the audience could be, because they would be sitting right till the end. I think this theater would perhaps accommodate about 3,000 people. It's a small theater, so even in this, 3 to 4,000 people would be able to watch the play. And in ancient Greece, men, women, children, prisoners, foreigners, all were welcome and all had to watch a play. It was almost like a religious injunction. Next, please. So another view of the orchestra and the closeness to the temple and the next, please. Next, yeah, yes, go ahead. Next. Now, this is a closer view of the orchestra and the staircases or the stairs on which the audience would sit. So here, please notice that at the near the last step there is one particular seat. I i don't think my cursor will, yeah, you showed this, yeah, right, this is it. Now this is a particular special seat. Why was this seat made? Only one seat. Who sat on it? Not the king, all right, not the local chieftain or the important person. The person who sat in this was the god Dionysus, the god of theater. So it was believed that whenever there would be a performance, Dionysus would come and he would take a seat. So the gods are watching theater. This is a common Indian belief. जो भी लीला होती है उसको देवता भी देखते हैं. अगर भगवान की लीला हो रही है तो देवता देखेंगे, कृष्ण लीला को देखेंगे, शंकर भगवान देखने आएंगे. So the Greeks believed in exactly the same thing, that Dionysus would come and sit here. And every Greek amphitheater has a seat for Dionysus. Next, please. Next. Yeah, next. Now, this is a shot of the Colosseum, or the place where sports were held. So, for every Greek site, holy site, three things were essential: the temple, the theater, and the area for sport, the Colosseum, what was called the Colosseum by the Romans later on. And this is a very different kind of a structure in which people sat on one side, and there was huge space for chariot racing, for athletics, and everything. So, three things were part of the festival of a god, and theater was located in it. This was essential function. Next, please. Yeah, a closer view of the Colosseum, or the place where they had sports. The sports were also sacred. And you know that whosoever participated in that sport could not wear any clothes, because they had to be before the gods as they are, naked. That is why this place was called Gymnasium. Gymnasium means the place of the naked, the place of the gymnoi, the place who are the people who are naked. So why are you naked? Because you want to perform before the gods in your original self without hiding anything. So this was also a religious injunction, and sports were also religious, and they were also held only at the festival time, not from a commercial attitude. Next. Yeah, this is it. I think
Yeah,
this
this
is,
is it.
yeah. So I have given you a idea of what actually were the fundamental concepts of Greek performance. I am not talking here in terms of what is tragedy, what is comedy, that's a very different thing. But in terms of performance, it is something which is located in a theater which represents the small arena of human activity that is there for a small, which is a small space in the vast space, and it is a small time in the eternal time. So this was the cosmic view of the Greek plays, and I hope I have been able to convince you of something. Your concept of Greek tragedy, comedy, etc., must have changed. For greater detail as to what are the great similarities between ancient Indian theatre and how the time and space is treated through the body. I don't have time to express the angic part of it, either the Greek angic or what was called the chironomia, the play of hands, the symbols used, or the Indian one. So, thank you very much. I think I have taken a little more than my allotted time. Uh, I don't think you are allowing any questions because that will make the presentation longer. Or if there are any question, one or two, I could take them.
Thank you, Bharat Gupta ji. It was really illuminating, I must say, and all of us enjoyed thoroughly. Um, TLG would like to say something, I believe. TL, you're on mute. We have one question, though, in between,
Yeah.
which actually arrived in the middle of your session, and I believe you have answered that quite a bit. This question is from Siddhartha ji. So Dr. Siddhartha asks how the idea of time and space are used differently in Greek and Indian theory of drama, and what are the basic differences in the use of stage space?
Now, you see, there are many differences in the actual presentation. There are there are many differences between the actual presentation. That is the technique, but the fundamental concepts are almost identical. I mean, if you read my book, you will see that it is taken in the same manner as to what is the human condition. Human beings come, they disappear, they have their aspirations, they the concept of who leads society, hero, a huge number of things which are a part of a very, very common view. And I have shown that some of the fundamental values are entirely identical. Civilizational values, for instance, power of the word, for instance, giving sharan to the supplicant and risking even your own life to protect somebody. So there is a huge number of things. In treatment, actual presentation, there are, of course, differences which you know. For instance, the Greeks used the mask, but they used the mask to express emotions in a tremendous diversity, and it was a theater was uh, which was located in expression of emotion, what we call bhavabhivyanjana. You see, expressing yourself, your bhava. And the word bhava, as you know, is bhavati iti bhava or bhavayati iti bhava. That which happens is bhava, that which communicates and expands is bhava. Now it's the same idea that that you stand in a corner of a stage, and through your mask and your speech, you expand yourself right up to the last row. The content of theater is emotional expression, because experience of emotion which is inspired by the actor in the audience alters the state of consciousness of the audience. It is curative. That is why you have the whole concept of catharsis, purification of the emotion. And similarly, in the Indian context, you have the sattvodrek. The sattva arises. And because there is sattva which expands, there is rasa. Because rasa is located in sattva. On in our tradition also, Bhattanayak made this point that it is Sattvodreka which makes what he called what he called uh, bhavakatva, and how bhavakatva becomes bhojakatva. So you have an entirely identical idea that how catharsis, which created purity, gave you a actual pleasure which is appropriate to tragedy. And the pleasure in the Greek terms was called hedoni or edoni. So purification led to pleasure. Sattvodrek leads to rasa. I mean, the, the similarities are mind boggling. They're so mind boggling. It is that we have been conditioned to think of Greek theater as something of a very different kind, which is located in a conflict, which is located in a tragedy or unhappy ending. I don't have time today to tell you that Greek tragedy was not unhappy ending. Only the first part was unhappy ending. All Greek tragedy consisted of three plays: the first, second, and the third. The first play, there was death, ending, or unhappiness. The second play, there was a struggle. And in the third play, there was a reconciliation. So a Greek play ended in reconciliation or peace. The cycle of fortune, rise and fall of the fortune, became complete. Uh, it is only in Europe that they wrote the first play and called it tragedy. And today, the whole world thinks that tragedy means unhappy ending play, and the Greeks believed in unhappy ending plays, whereas the Hindus or the Indians believed in a reconciliation, or unhappy ending, and therefore they are different and we are different. The truth is exactly the opposite. I have
Guptaji,
given all these details in my book.
Guptaji, can I ask you one
Yes,
thing? So,
please.
uh,
Please,
uh,
sir.
in those festivals, did all the three plays performed continuously or one play? So, for example, Oedipus, the first
Yeah,
part,
yeah. No,
Indian
no,
year, or
no. No,
yeah.
no. Every day, in one single day, when let us say Ischylos was given the day, then he would present his trilogy, trilogia, three plays. Everybody had to represent a. When they said that give us a tragedy, and tragedy does not mean unhappy. It means trigadoi, that is three songs, odia, trigodia, tragos odia, the tragos odia. I'm sorry, it's not three, it is tra. Tragos, tragos odia. Tragos means the goat, the song of the goat. The meaning of the word tragedy is song of the goat. And because goat represents a Dionysus, the actor, the human being, the sacrificial person, the yagyakarta, if we can, use that word. It is the song of that person. And it was three plays, always. Not a single play was never performed. There was no concept of a single play. It's only the Europeans who started doing the single play. You see, the Europeans learned about the Greeks through texts. Aristotle's Peripethiki around poetry, the on poetics as it is called, and that is when Sir Philip Sidney wrote his book called In Defense of Poesy. So he gave a virtual translation of the ideas of Aristotle. And Christopher Marlowe, Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, they all followed that. They had no concept of how ancient tragedy was really performed, what was performed, who did it, how they did it. They could not have had any idea. There was no tradition. The tradition, Greek tradition, died out. The Christians destroyed it. Just as just as Islam destroyed urban theater in North India, virtually whole of India, but especially North India, Islam did not allow any performance. Similarly, Christians did not allow any performance. They called it the act of devil. You see, they are the people who killed the theater completely. And so there was no living tradition of performance in so called West. And therefore, the Europeans had no choice but to read the ancient text and try to do what they can. Now, you know, as a performer, that when you try to do just by reading something, then you can do a few things, but the bulk of things would disappear. The bulk of things are only transmitted down by tradition. And in India, we were able to have that tradition because we performed theater outside the cities. We continue to do that. So people went into ashramas, they went into temples, wherever the temples were available, they went. So that's why we had Kudiyatam and various things starting from 12th century. When it was not permitted, theater was not permitted in the cities, they performed outside in the villages. They performed in the temples or in the ashramas. That's how our tradition was saved. But the Christians did not allow it to be saved anywhere.
We hate to intrude into this intriguing conversation that we are having.
I know it's time to go to the next paper.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much for understanding. It was thoroughly intriguing. We could not even take our attention away. Thank you so much. And I'm afraid we won't be able to take any more questions today, as they say, the show must go on. And so we move on to thank you, Bharat Gupta ji, from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. Namaste.
I
Um,
must thank everybody, Pial, his team, and all the learned people who are watching. And I hope we'll continue with this conversation in some other forum. So, namaskar to everybody. My pranam to everybody.
Namaskar. Thank you, sir.
Definitely. Um, so we can see that the ideation, the notion of time and space, they cannot live in an estranged way. They cannot live in segregation. So one actually requires a tradition to actually grasp the completeness of it, the holistic idea. Now we move on to our next speaker. We have the Samvedan Paksha to share from the experience of dwelling. We have Chandradasanji. I welcome Chandradasanji. Namaskaram. To introduce him in a very short way, if my word permits, Dr. Chandradasan is the founder and artistic director of Lokadharmi Center for Theatre in Kochi. He's a designer, director, dramaturg, actor, playwright, performance writer, editor, and translator. His productions include adaptations of the classical, Western, and Indian plays, Shakespeare, contemporary plays, improvised and devised productions. He received senior fellowship from the Department of Culture, Meta for Best Play, Kerala Sangeet Natak Akademi Award, Best Playwright Award by Kerala Bala Sahitya Institute, etc., and many more. So we can continue to speak about him, but we would let him speak. He will be focusing on to the nitty-gritties of his understanding of time and space in Indian theatre, and he would refer to the texts and the adaptation and how the time and space in narration, as in the text, and when transmitted to performance, various ways, societal space, various ideation of space, and he would also refer to, if I believe correctly, Karnabharam and Shakuntalam. So I would let him speak. Sir, if you please do the honor. Chandradasanji.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, fine. So I feel that I'm very much privileged to speak after Bharat Gupta ji, one of the scholars whom I adore. That's the right word. In my study about the tradition of Indian theatre and the Greek theatre, the Indian and the West, that book, The Dramatic Concepts, I have used it a lot. It's just in front of me. And after, say, I think it's 20, 25 years that I met him last, before I was to go to Greece to perform a play there. And I think after 1 or 2 meetings also was there. So I'm a little embarrassed also to speak after him about the intricacies of the time and space as we find in Indian theatre, because he's a much advanced scholar than myself. And also thanks to Pial and Deep for just getting me here. Deep has made it in the right way. His perception of ideas, that's my perception of ideas. So it's typically mine, it's personally mine, it's personal. But this personal is not personal. It comes from the practicing part of it. So I am a practicing theatre person. So my understanding of tradition, or my understanding of Natyashastra, or my understanding of rasa theory, everything has its roots. It has to be connected with the reality of the performance, the reality of the contemporary performance. I am to say that when I am performing now and today in India or anywhere, it's that time, that locale, that societal changes, that cultural milieu that decides the performance. Even if I am adapting to the tradition, Natyashastra, whatever is it, it has to be seated here. It has to be linked here. And it has to connect from that ideological, supreme, divine space to the mundane living space of the actor and the audience and the time. So my understanding or trying to read it is going to that. So I'm not going to the deeper aspects. I think I take 30 minutes or less, or even if I do not complete it, I will stop it there. I don't know whether I could completely speak what I wanted to. But I'm speaking only about the time and space in the Indian perspective of performance. And here the time and space are not separate, but just mentioned it or hinted it that they are mutually supplementing. They are inclusive to one another. So when I speak about time, it's also about space. When I speak about space, it's also about time. Now, coming back to the reality of theater practice. So when you're doing a theater, what is the first challenge? The first challenge and the most important feature of a production is how the director or the actor or the group deals with the time and space, including the playwright. How the playwriting is dealing with the time and the space of the performance. But when if I say in the Western notion, or the more classical Western notion, they're worried about the physical space. Where does the play takes place? And what is the time of the duration of the performance, etc. So it's the physicality of the time and the physicality of the space that is considered in the Western perspective. But when you look into the Indian or the Asian perspective, I would love to, whenever I say Indian, please understand it as Asian also. So in the Asian perspective, it's not just the physical thing. It's only one part of it. It has deeper meanings, deeper layers, and even the scale will be totally different. The scale of the time, we can say that the tala, the rhythm, this 1, 2, 3, everything, it's the scale. But that scale will not be the ultimate scale to measure or to engage a performance. It may change, it may stretch, it may compress, it may be going front and back. It can have different versions of it. So that's one thing in Asian things. So here, what I think that I have to consider not just the physical space. Even in the physical space, there are many versions of it, many aspects of it. One is the physical space of the performance. Where does the performance takes place? The performance takes place in this auditorium, in this time. So that it's the physical space. Plus, what is the fictional space? Where does the play takes place? What is the fiction? And that's there. And then it is actually the translation of that fictional space into this real space. That's a process. But in that, it is not just that. It has to be based on a cultural space. So it's a cultural space that links the fictional to the physical, to the real. So the real and the fictional has to be connected, and a new space has to be created, which is not exactly the real auditorium or the fictional space. So what, as an audience, when I'm sitting in front of a play, I am not seeing the fictional space. I am not seeing the physical space. It's something else. It's a transformation of that. So in Asian theater, this word is very important, transformation. It's the theater of transformations. Transformations at many levels, at almost everywhere. Every aspect of performance, every aspect of aesthetics needs to be based on the understanding of this kind of transformation. So what I'm saying that, so the spaces merge together and create a new idea of a space which is beyond the reality, beyond the real. And time also is like that. And the time becomes a little more complicated because there's a real time. I am performing today. The reality of today is different from the reality of yesterday. In my conscious as an audience, as a performer, when I am doing this performance today, there's a lot of things happening today, the exact moment. 10 years before, 20 years before, it's much different. That time is different. So that actual time of the performance is there. The physicality of the actual time, that's all. When there is rain, as Bharat Gupta just said, if it is raining, if it's thunder, if it's something else going to happen tomorrow. So that nature of the time, the present time changes. So it's the time of the performance. And then the time of the story, the fiction, when this story took place, what happened? So when is it? That's two. And there's a third one. It's if it is not written by me, so if I am doing Medea, or if I am doing Shakuntalam, or if I am doing Karnabharam, so I am using that text. That text is written at a particular point of time. I am very sure that when Euripides writes the play at BC Media, I think I'm right in the Bharat may say better. So when Euripides wrote the play somewhere in BC 430 or 431, so he wrote it then. So when you're writing this play, that time, that social relationships, what all happening them, have influenced him in deciding how this play has to be written, what is to be written, how the story has to be interpreted, how it has to be elaborated. So the time of the playwright, when did he write it, where did he wrote it, is also very important. And then comes the fictional time. The time of the playwright is not a fictional time. The fictional time is the time when the story took place. When Yazan met Medea, when Dushyant met Shakuntala. It may not be a real time. It may be a hypothetical time. It may be a mythical time. It may be many, many years before. So that time is there. So the time of the story, the time of the playwriting, and the time of the performance. So these three versions are to be connected in understanding or in recreating the performance. So these three are very important. As I said before, the cultural milieu, the cultural backdrop is the thing that connects everything. So the actuality and the performative nature of the time and space merges together. It's not a physical realm. It transcends eras, it transcends spaces, it transcends time, and the specificities of time and space merges into something else to create a new time, a new space where the aesthetics, where this exchanges happening. And as I said, it's not just a physicality. In the Western classics, after say Aristotle, Racine gave the thing that the unity of time, space, etc., which are very much known. So they are concerned about the unity of time. Means it's the duration of the time and the duration of the performance. The durations, they should match. It should not be longer. It should be happening in 24 hours, and the space should be somewhere at the same place. It should not go here and there. It has to be the space. The unity of space dictates that the action of the play should take place in a single location, or at the very least within a limited and closely related set of locations. So this restriction is intended to enhance the coherence of the plot and to prevent unnecessary distractions or complications. So to make the performance easier. So this kind of an aesthetics of unity of time and unity of space is advocated in the Western theater, which is not at all valid for Indian theater. Indian theater do not look for the unity of time, and the time need not to be in a linear fashion as we understand in the Western realistic theater. It can be cyclic. It is cyclic. It can be, it is cyclic. So it's not a linear fraction. It can be treated cyclically. It can be compressed. It can be stressed. And it's a craft of the poet, and the performer decides it. To explain it a little, so we can think about the play Karnapharam. I'm not going to elaborate much. Sorry, I have to drink a little of water because I'm just out of a hospital bed, just discharged. So it's there. So what I'm saying that, take the play Karnapharam. What is the duration of the play? What is the actual time? It's a few minutes maximum. In the beginning of the play, Karna tells Shalya that, take my chariot to Arjuna. And the charioteer goes. The chariot goes. It reaches somewhere near Arjuna towards the end of the play. Even towards the end of the play, it says, take my chariot to Arjuna. And he's speaking to Arjuna that I am going to do this, etc. So it's the time of this travel from one space in Kurukshetra to somewhere near Arjuna. And Krishna is the charioteer. The horses are so fast, it may not make much time. But in between this actual time, what is the time that is included in the fiction? It goes back to the Parasurama, that curse. It goes back to meeting Kunti. And it goes back to Indra coming and taking his Kavacha and Kuntala. So these things are narrated or explained. So within this one time frame, other time frames, other fictional spaces, other stories come in and play. So to perform this play from one point to other, it's just like the thought process of Karna. It's a stream of consciousness, as the Western new novels, so like James Joyce might have used. It's a stream of consciousness of Karna. So the rhythm of the time depends on that. But there's a physical rhythm of the movement of the chariot. The movement of the chariot is a physical rhythm that may punctuate, but emotionally, it is these memories. So these memories coming in, and they are suggested. So when this play, it's 6 pages or 7 pages in the written text, in my production, it is more than 1 hour. So 5 minutes of real action changed to 1 hour of action. So it's stressed. It's stressed. It is taken here, it is taken there, it is going back, forth, etc. The time we can play with. Or Indian theater, in text and performance, plays with the time, compresses it, stretches it, and Karnapharam is one of the most important examples. And about the spaces also, it's the same thing. You can say that, where is the space of Karna? It's the battlefield of Kurukshetra. It goes back to meeting Kunti 3-4 days or a few days before. It goes back to the ashram of Parashurama, where he was the student. It goes to that time and space when Indra came and took off this Kavacha and Kundala. So spaces are being thing. So what I'm trying to say that, so this is the basic concept of Indian theater. But to deal with this, the classical theater and the folk theater, the folk traditions and the classical traditions of India's have different approaches. We have a myriad of approaches in dealing with this aspect. Classical theater, the dealing with the classical theater is much more being talked about. Natya Shastra and the time and the space and how to deal with, how to construct the tempo, means the performance space, the Natya, etc. has been, we are talking about much about it. But the folk theater does it in a much more totally different way. And that too, not in a single scale. It is not a monolithic approach. So the Indian culture or in the Indian tradition is not monolithic. It is not single. It's plural. It is not one rigid entity. It's not one. It is many. This plurality is the essence of Indianness, as I understand it. So the concept of India and Indian theater has to cover a broader spectrum and is not limited to any one definition. For example, I can say that the approach, the aesthetics and approach, practice, craft, everything in Kathakali will be totally different from Yashagana. It looks same, but when it goes the border, it changes. Take it to Nautanki, an unparliamentary word which cannot be used in parliament. Nautanki, it's totally different. Tamasha, Bhanpater, go to Ramleela, Chow, Jatra, all these forms, they deal the time, space, and the performance. And the connection between the audience and the performance itself. That's the most important thing. How does this gets connected to the audience? The performance gets connected to the audience. Everything else is for that. So all these are dealing with in totally different ways. So, and there are very small performances, minuscule performances. Somebody say minor traditions, which I don't like. So these minuscule performances which are existing only in one village. It doesn't being practiced in another village, just like the Mudiyatam in the Kuttanad area of Kerala. So they are much energetic and they have its own system of addressing all these things. So this variety, this vividness in the folk and the classical traditions create the thing. Can you tell me how much time can I take? Much more?
You have 3 to 4 minutes left. You
can
utilize.
So then I'll just add one more point and finish it off. See, I'll just just give me 5 minutes. I'll just take 2 minutes each to explain what exactly this does. About the classical tradition, we have lots of things. I'm not going to the architecture, the rhythm, but the basic essence is the rasa theory, the sentiment. Yesterday, somebody was speaking about the rasa. So what is rasa? We are speaking about how we are enjoying Bibalsa or we are enjoying Karuna. How does it take place? And to one particular, this rasa theory has been interpreted by different scholars for different purposes. Loretta, Shankuka, Bhattacharya, Abhinavagupta, all. They are coming from different sects of beliefs. So they did it for their own belief, etc. That's what I think. But this one, Bhattanayaka and Abhinavagupta, they suggested one thing. It is a Satharanikarana, universalization. So it's a Satharani means whose rasa are you seeing? It's not the characters, it is not the actors, it's not personal. Satharanikarana makes it that no, that a rasa which is created is not personal, it is transpersonal or universal. See, both the spectator and the actor are freed from the limits of time, space, and the individual and the self, and reach a generalized or a universal state where you are into the feel of that rasa, into that sentiment in the absolute way. So it is, if the Vibhalsa is not personal, if the Srinkara is not personal, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect anybody, but I am into that thing. So this transpersonal movement is the essence of Indian theater. That's also in the classical theater. So it's corresponding to the emotions present in the memory of the self. So even if I am saying I am the spectator, I am watching this, I am watching a scene of Bivalsa, and I am transported, fine. But where does it come from? It comes from my own understanding of literature, my own understanding of life, my own understanding of self, and my own understanding of history, and my own understanding of what happened. It may be conscious or unconscious or subconscious. It may be encoded into the genetic essence of mind. So it's in the collective memory of the people. I'm not a single audience. There are many. So my memory is there. The memory of the next person is there. The memory of everybody is there. Just like Jung said, it's a collective unconsciousness. Collective unconscious. It's a collective memory of the race, of the people. That is why we say that no, Ramlila cannot be reproduced in Cochin to have the same result. We can have the performance here, but the result that happens there is totally different from that of here. So it's racial, ethnicity, genetic, personal, historical, social memories. And also it is connected to the daily reality in which I live. That's also very important. So this connection between the mundane reality to the other is the essence of the meaning of the performance. If it is not connected with me and my mundane reality, then it becomes invalid. So it becomes valid and touching, and it goes into the core of myself when it's connected with that. Paradas given that. We know that now Satyaka is the most important emotion. And he has elaborated how to perform all the other three, but not Satyaka. But he has asked one question. So he has just said that, no, if you are going to perform Karuna, if tears has to come down, you should have experienced that in your life. The actor should have that experience of Karuna in his life, and the tears comes down. So it's connected to the present day life, not to the other thing. So that you have to go to this connection between the mundane and the performed to have this. And that's about the classical, and I'll just say 2 minutes for the folk also. And as I said, there are a lot of different folk traditions, but one particular tradition I am to speak is the forms with trans, or you are transposed to something else. Just like I'm coming from Kerala, the Theyyam or Mudiyattu, all these performances where the performer is calling a deity, calling a dead spirit to his body. So he is inviting it and getting into his body, and he is completely transformed to the body. It's not acting, he's not performing, he's getting transformed into that deity, in a possession, in a trance. So many of these folk forms are doing that. The folk forms, the time and space. What is the time? I'm doing it in an open air space. It's a small courtyard or a temple yard. It's a real space. And then the space of the story is, it's about the dead person who might have lived, say, once upon a time. And that happened to him. And I am going to reinvoke him into this time. So that dead spirit, the spirit has to come. So the dead and the living meet. Where does the dead and living meet? The performer who is living meets the dead. So they become one. They perform. And the audience also is lifted to that. You are not living in the mundane. You are lifted to that thing. You go and talk to the God. You talk to Theyyam and say that I have this problem. Then he will bless you and say that do this and you'll get it corrected. So the mundane is connected to this divine. So you can see that at that time, which is a space, it is no space, or it is some ethereal space where the dead meets, the living, the mundane meets, the divine, and you forget about earthing, you forget about a temple, you forget about us. Bharat said, you see the temple there, but now in this trance performances, you forget about temple, you forget your personality, you forget about yourself, you get united to somewhere else, and the performance actually happens there. But then you have to be transported back to the mundane life. That's also included in the system. So these are the different approaches in the tradition of Indian theater to deal with time and space. I know that now I have just rushed through it. I didn't get time to express how I could use these elements in my performances. So when I'm doing Medea, how to deal with these time cases. When I'm doing Karnavaram, how I'm going to do it? What are the things which I get? The mass, the movement, the music, the color, the light, the fire, the water. So all these other elements create this atmosphere for this unison to happen. And it's much more important is that know how do I connect my real life with the performance and create a feeling and to communicate something relevant, contemporary. Even if I am performing Medea or even if I am performing Shagundalam or Kannavaram, I have to communicate something contemporary to the audience. And this has to be done very energetically, very forcefully, and this understanding of the tradition will help me. So I think I have to stop here because at that time we can elaborate much and discuss a lot about it. I don't know whether I could make anything sensible.
Thank you, Chandradasanji. It was showers of ideas and clarification, and it all rejuvenated our ideation. So now I open the session to questions. If anybody would like
Namaste,
to.
namaste. Beautifully have spoken. I love the plurality. Okay. Definitely, it's a very beautifully you explained, you know. It is not one type because I was at Kerala Kalamandalam 7 years. I studied the diploma. So, you know, the Kathakali space-time is very different. Kudiyattam space-time is very different. Mutiyattu space-time is very different. And that is our diverse culture. Okay. So we cannot be fixed like that way. This is like this or it was like this. So very well explained, sir. Very well explained. Okay. And thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Very well explained. Anyone can ask any question. Deep, just, you know.
Yes, if anybody would like to
Handle it.
place a question, may I ask?
Yeah.
May I ask one question?
Yeah, sure,
Yes,
sure,
please.
sure, Satyana.
I'm very happy to see Chandra Dasan, whom I met last year in Kerala. You know, one little question I have, can you please make some little differentiation between such traditions as mentioned by Piyal, like Kathakali or Kudiyatam, and Teyam mentioned by you? Because for me, it looks like quite essential. You see, there is a still differentiation between theaters that could be shown in proscenium, such like a Kathakali, it's traveling all the world. And you know, Daivaradhane or Kaliyatam of North Kerala or Mudiyattu of Central Kerala, which still supposed to be a rituals, you know. So what is your feeling? Where is the border? How can you, in your daily life, in your theatrical experience, differentiate between those traditions which are already well known and easily, you know, could be transmitted into the international theatrical festivals, and those who are still has some quite of restrictions, you know, because I will be talking about Daivaradhana, so it's very relevant to my study and interesting to see your experience as per your feeling.
Yeah, what I think what you asked is about to distinction between these different forms. See, Kudiyatam is totally different because no, it's the I didn't elaborate. It's about the Pagarnatam. Means the same actor can come and perform, and he can start acting as one character, then switch to the other character, and switch to the third character, and he can go from one story to another story to another story. So it's like branching and sub-branching and sub-branching. The central core of the play, the central story is remained like that. So when I am going to meet Subhadra, I am Arjuna, I am going to meet Subhadra. But this Arjuna has done something else somewhere. So the actor has multiple roles here. The actor is the character, he is the narrator, he is the performer, he is the critic, he is the commentator. So he can have different roles. He can shift from one to the other. It's again this, just like the space can be shifted. And when this narration shifts, changes, the space also changes. So this kind of a pagarnatam means getting from one role to the other role. It happens in Kudiyatam. In Kathakali, it is there, but it's in a smaller scale. Pagarnatam is not there as much as in Kudiyatam. So Kudiyatam does it in a very extended, very elaborate scale. And this is, as we all know, that this is the one living tradition of Sanskrit theatre, which is not exact Sanskrit theatre. It's an improvisation by the Kerala artists on the Natya Shastra and the Sanskrit tradition. So that's one thing. This kind of transformation within transformation, branching, sub-branching, plotting. And where is the main story? The main story, if you have 6 hours of performance, the main story may be taking 30 minutes or 40 minutes. We'll be speaking about other things, but all these things are relevant, added to the nuances of the main story. So you understand the main story, you interpret the main story like that. But in Theyyam and Mudiyattu, it is the goddess Kali. In Mudiyattu, the goddess Kali is coming and visiting the audience, visiting her people, her devotees. So she comes and get possessed. And in the fight between Kali and Dariga, it goes to that epic, mythical time where the actual fight takes place. And people say that, no, this artist has told me that they get possessed. They forget that they're performing. They may really kill this person. And there were instances where the actor playing Dariga has been really killed by Kali. So that has been happening. But the performance has a mechanism to prevent that. The performance itself has a mechanism to separate them, forcefully take Kali, make her seated, take the crown off, take the headgear out of it, so that this actor comes back to the normal, divine, mundane life. And there's another character, Kuli. This Kuli is imitating Kali. And the Kuli doesn't belong to the mythical story. This Kuli says that I am the daughter of Kali. And she calls Amme, mother. But she speaks about very real thing that happened in that village yesterday. They're speaking about the film, they'll be singing about the advertisements, how to wash, which soap powder you have to use, etc. So those connections, and they'll be interacting with the audience in a very clownish way. It's a clown character. But this character, as I said before, so she is connecting the mythical performance with the mundane. So she, living in this mundane day-to-day life, goes to the other level, moves with Kali, and at the positions where the real possession takes place, she interferes, and the gravity of the situation, the gravity of possession can come down. So the form has the mechanism to counter the danger of possession. Theyyam is also almost something similar. It may be a god or a hero who might have been killed years before, who have been cheated, a lady who might have been killed. So people who have undergone injustice has created problems in the village, like diseases, all those troubles. So to make the village normal, you have to appease her or him. So you say that, no, we will perform you once in a year. So come on that day. So we'll give whatever you want. So on that day, so this person who is acting as Kadibanur Veeran, this Theyyam, is trying to invoke that character, invite him from somewhere in the middle, somewhere in the atmosphere, come and get on to me. And now, and he totally changes. His speech changes, language changes, tone changes. He's speaking in some other tone and not very day-to-day or a daily tone. Extra daily is the word used by Eugenio Barber to explain that. Extra daily performance happens. And then people go to this god. Now he is the god. Theyyam means god. And I say, my daughter is not having a wedding. What to do that? Okay, next year when I come, the wedding will be done. You go and do this. Be peaceful. Never mind. Okay, you may take 2 more years. So he gives a verdict, which people believe or whatever is it. So anyway, this happens in a specific kind of performance atmosphere or the time and spaces. Since I'm much more focused on the time and space of this asset, it changes. So this thing. So where is this mythical character? It's on his body, but it's in the whole atmosphere. So when I was trying to do Medea, I told my actresses that no, you are now performing Medea. You are not Medea. But see that this real character, Medea, very, very dangerous, very fearful character, has asked you to do her role. So you are doing a bona fide follower of her, and she is watching you from the atmosphere. So you have to perform so that you are acting for her, not for the audience. So you have to create that energy. You have to be lifted from the mundane actor position to a demi-goddess thing, a kind of semi-god, just like that happens in Tayyam. So you have to live to that thing, and you have to speak to the goddess silently, asking that, am I right? Am I getting you? So try to get that energy, perform for her who is in the atmosphere, in the air. And if you go to that height, so there's a lifting from your mundane life to the semi-goddess line. And in that condition, you can kill your child so that people will not blame you. If an ordinary mother, ordinary character kills a child for whatever reason, to do vengeance to your husband, people will not accept it. People will not accept it. But if a goddess does it, if Kali does it, people will say that no, it is right, because she has done it to teach us a lesson. So my problem was that no, I have to get sympathy with Medea, not with Jason. So I have to see that people should not blame Medea in this murder. So I cannot ask this actor to do it in a mundane thing. So this transition is from a tribal girl to a priest, a loving girl in love, goes there, family life, and then she has to re-invoke what she has left, the sun goddess within her. And she is an ancestor, her grand father is the sun. It is written in the text. So the sun is inside her. Invoke that. So invoke the sun from within and speak to Medea in the atmosphere. And that's the process of uplifting yourself from the ordinary to the extraordinary, and you can do this act. So this kind of things, approaches can be there in our tradition, can be used for performance. I think I'm taking much time, but
thank you very much. It's very important that you say, because it even gives a new dimension, of this idea of space and time, including the technique, the actor's technique. So it enriches us. Thank you very much. It's very important what you said.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandradasanji. When we kept him in the Samvedan Paksha, he epitomizes that, we can see. Because in the end, what we have is, if I can use the word collective unconsciousness or samskara in Indian thing, that is there at the back of our mind, and we have traditions, we have teachings, but in the end, it's the swa samvedan that comes from within, the way you perceive, and it's your own creative zeal, your own pratibha, through which you can connect with the audience. Because in the end, and as you say, that we do it to teach, to illuminate people and ourselves. And also with, he said, no space, we can very well, last thing to add, can see how wonderfully Bharata introduces the dance of Shiva, and Kapila Vatsanji says that this is introduction of no space. And we can see mundane is uplifted, divine is brought down, a new space is created. Thank you so much, Chandradasanji. That was wonderful to have you. Now we need to move on. We have a prolific speaker with us next, Harshavi Dehejiya ji. I welcome him, Harshaji. Dr. Harsha P. Dehejiya has a double doctorate, one in medicine and the other in ancient culture, both from Mumbai University. He is a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians of London and Canada. He is a practicing physician and professor of Indian philosophy in the College of Humanities of Carleton University. He had about 35 books, 3 documentary films, and we really need people like Harshavi Dehejiya ji to make bridges between traditions, practice, and scientific notions. And we welcome Today, he shall shed light on his presentation titled Desha and Kala in Indian Art, what we had been discussing yesterday, art, Indian art as a consummate artistry, and this tapestry he would show. Tejiaji, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'm trying to make sure that I have the PowerPoint and my own. So am I, you can't see me, can you?
Yes, you are audible. Your video is there. You need to share the screen, please.
What do I do? Can you?
Yes, go to that green share button that you find on Zoom.
Screen share. No.
Yeah, then you present your entire screen.
I don't see the screen share button for some reason.
It's right there at the bottom of your Zoom page.
No, I can. I normally know where it is, but I don't for some reason. It's a green button,
Yeah.
but I don't find it.
Share screen.
So here's my. So maybe you don't need to see me. Let's continue with the PowerPoint, shall we?
Yes, please. But you need to share the screen in order for the others to see the presentation.
No, I understand, but I don't see that button. Normally I do, but for some strange reason I don't now. Chat and Acrobat and this and this.
It is right next to the chat. You can see.
I don't see the chat button either.
It's next to the chat. Participant, share screen, chat, record. At the bottom, right at the bottom.
Yeah, share screen now. Now are we doing? Oh, great. So now I've lost the PowerPoint.
No,
there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Go full screen, please.
Perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm afraid I've had only 2 weeks to gather my thoughts and make this small presentation. So by no means this is a perfected paper or a proper paper, just some rambling thoughts on the concepts of time and space. To begin with, I want to say that the concept of space and time for us in India are seen in everyday gestures and expressions. How often do we say, this happened in my past birth, or this is going to happen in my future birth? So in simple conversations of unlettered, unacademic people, we're expanding time from just limited time to vastness of time. Also, through our gestures, how often we point to the sky saying, God will decide or the heavens will decide and so on. So very quickly we go from the earth to the sky just with ordinary gestures. So the concept of space and time, the vastness of space and the vastness of time is already built into us. You use the word universal unconscious. We are born with that. And we very, very easily refer to past birth and future birth and the sky and the heaven and so on. Now, we also in our everyday behavior or everyday religious observances, when we do arghya, we are again connecting to the sun. When we venerate a tree with our dreams and wishes and aspirations, we are again recognizing that it is the tree that connects the earth to the sky. The whole concept of Kalpa Vriksha, the whole concept of the upside down tree from the Gita, this all comes together even in simple expressions of ordinary people. When we use simple motifs in our art, we are again referring to the vastness of space and the circularity of time and so on. So here is a very simple woman who is doing Rangoli. But look at the tree. The tree has a fence around it, a border around it. Again, bringing home a certain idea that you cannot venerate, you cannot experience the infinite through the infinite. You have to reduce the infinite to the finite before you can even understand it, leave aside venerate it. So here, again, unknowingly, somebody has put a lovely border around this tree, and the woman is venerating the tree with Rangoli. Again, the whole concept that the infinite has to be reduced to the finite, but again, we are venerating the infinite through the finite. Again, motifs like the wish-fulfilling tree. Every part of India produces its own variety of the wish-fulfilling tree. This is a Gond wish-fulfilling tree, the Kalpa Vriksha, the Kalpataru. Again, in recognizing, in painting, in visually expressing the wish-fulfilling tree, we are again connecting the earth to the sky, again bringing in the vastness of our universe. The remaining of the earth, we raise our arms to the sky. We look at the tree, how it goes from the earth to the sky. So therefore, again, a reminder that it is not the earth just that we live on, but that the heavens are very much a part of our life and living. The various circular patterns that we make. This is a Varli painting. And look at how circular patterns are made, again reminding us of the circularity of time, of the circularity of the universe. Things move in circle. So that while we function in linear time, our ordinary quotidian life moves in linear time, but at the back of our mind is always the circular time. It never leaves us. And therefore we make little motifs like this, always reminding us that things can be circular. Things change from time to time. Little motifs like the Rajhans, which is such a beautiful motif on various objects like the bell, the lamp, and so on. The Rajhans, what does he do? He flies in the vastness of the sky, but even as he flies in the vastness of the sky, he's carrying in his mouth the lotus stalk, the mridul, which is connected to the earth. So again, from the earth to the sky, constant reminder that while we live on earth, the sky, the heavens, the vastness, whichever way you want to look upon the sky, source of rain, source of cloud, source of light, the abode of heavens, the vastness, so many different ways in which we can conceive of the sky. And again, the Rajhans reminds us in its own simple way. And these are motifs that ordinary people do. They're not professors, they're not academics, they're not trained artists. These motifs are part of our universal unconscious. The unlettered woman will do these motifs on her village hut. When we come to the recognition of time and space in our texts, one of the first texts that comes to mind is the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda. The first two verses of the Purusha Sukta are foundational in our understanding of space and time. The first verse says the Purusha has 1,000 heads and 1,000 eyes and so on, but then says he is all this, but much more than this. So you're limiting the Purusha to an anthropomorphic figure, but then again reminding us, reminding each other, reminding our own selves that you cannot limit the Purusha to just an anthropomorphic figure. He is all this, 1,000 heads, but even beyond it. The vastness of space is brought to our attention in the first stanza of the Purusha Sukta. In the second stanza of the Purusha Sukta, we have the concept of time. It says Purusha lives now, but he lived in the past, he'll live in the future, and he's timeless. Again, two very beautiful foundational verses in the Purusha Sukta of the Rig Veda, very early in our tradition. Now, the two dancers who bring to our attention the concept of space and time, of course, the first answer has to be Nataraja. The Nataraja is a perfect example of time and timelessness, of space and infinity. Look at his right foot stamping on the apasmara. He wears the nupur, he stamps time, he stamps out ignorance. Look at his left foot. The left foot is raised. It is unconnected with time. From time to timelessness is what the Nataraja demonstrates. Look at his head, carries the moon in his head, and his foot is on the earth, on the apasmara. Again, from the earth to the sky, from time to timelessness, from birth to death. Again, the Nataraja, classic image, one of the most beautiful Indian images, which shows the concept of space and time in one figure. If the Nataraja does that in his own way, Natvar or Krishna also, in a very different way, shows the concept of space and time. And that comes through in the Rasa Leela. In the Rasa Leela, though not in this particular painting, Krishna stands in the middle and the gopis circle around. So what's happening here? It's a perfect example of the sun and the earth around the sun, the movement, the very beautiful movement of the earth around the sun is shown in the Rasa Leela. Again, Natvar in his own way, Nataraja in their own way, showing concept of space and time. The infinity of space, again through a very beautiful myth, the Lingodbhava Shiva. As you know, Shiva emerges from the Linga, and Vishnu and Brahma are venerating Shiva, and Shiva, therefore, to test them, asks Vishnu to go to the bottom of the pillar, which he does, and meets the Kurma there and brings a flower and a message from the bottom of the pillar. But Brahma has been asked to go to the top of the pillar, and he cheats. He says, I brought a flower from the top of the pillar. Shiva then says that there is no top of the pillar. The pillar is endless, and therefore, of course, punishes Brahma. But the concept here is not the punishment of Brahma, but the fact that the Linga, the Lingodbhava Shiva, brings to our attention the endlessness of space. So again, for every myth, every story, every motif, every gesture, every expression, in our own way, the simple person, the unlettered person, the professor, the trained artist, the dancer, the painter, the author, everybody, they are, in whatever they do, they're tied to the concept of the circularity of time and the endlessness and the vastness of space. And then we talk about the third eye. When we talk about the third eye, we are not talking about the third eye of Shiva, but the third eye of the Buddha. The half-closed eyes, the inward look. It is the inward look and not the outward look. When the look is outward, it is just as, it's just the mundane look, the everyday look that we look at the world and look at things that happen in the world. But when we close our eyes, we experience the third eye, as it were. And it is the third eye that lets us bring together the sacred and the secular, the finite and the infinite, the time-bound and the eternal. Because we have to bring them together. We live in finite time, but we must experience infinity or eternal time. We live in limited space, but we have to experience the infinite space. So it is the third eye, the inward eye, that lets us do that. And therefore, unless we experience, we go inward, we are unable to synthesize these different concepts of time. Now, the earth and the sky, when it comes to miniature painting, in all Krishna paintings, and this is one of many, many examples, they always show the Yamuna river at the bottom, but while the action is taking place in the middle, They always, always show the sky. No Krishna painting, no miniature painting of Krishna will be devoid of the sky. And in showing the sky and the river in one piece, as it were, in one eye shot, again, they're emphasizing the vastness of our universe. When you're talking about the sky, you bring so many things into our domain. You bring in the gods, the goddesses, the nakshatras, the sun, the moon, that nothing happens for us on earth unless it's in concordance with the planets, with the nakshatras, with the sun and the moon. So many different things come into being through the sky. With the moon comes the phases of the moon. With the sun come the different seasons. So each time, just the simple sky to the sensitive mind will bring in concepts of various aspects of space. Now, when it comes to time which is still or time which is moving, again, Indian artists as opposed to the Mughal artists. The Mughal artists are excellent in showing the beauty of a single movement, single one moment. They will show a moment in the court of Akbar, for instance, with great detail, with great proficiency, but they are only interested in that moment, that one single moment. We, the Indian artist, is not interested in a single moment, but is interested in multiple moments at the same time. Here we see Krishna at one spot, but it is quite common for the artist to show Krishna at another spot. So you see Krishnas in different parts of the picture, different moments coming all together in one view. So we are not limiting our mind to one single moment, but multiple moments are in for us to see and enjoy and experience. In Ragmala paintings, which I don't have here, like Rag Purya Dhanashri, when you have a Ragmala painting, you see the woman pining for her beloved, but in the same painting, in another corner, you will see the beloved coming on a horse. Two different moments, two different points in space, all brought together. So the space and time, the finite and the infinite, the limited and the eternal, all coming together in one picture, in just one view. Now, again, when it comes to architecture, it is in architecture that we see time and space coming together in a very beautiful way. You know that when the first man wanted to build his own home, Brahma says, are you going to convert infinity into the finite space of your home? And that is not so good. So Brahma resides in the Vastu Purusha Mandala, as you know, the square of 89 grids, and says, I will be at the bottom of your home to protect you, because you are defiling space. The whole infinity of space, you're bringing it into a finite space in your home. And therefore, please don't do that. And if you do that, I will protect it. And when you build your home, make sure that there are signs and suggestions of infinity in your home, like doors and windows, like different corners of the house being kept for different deities. The same thing about a temple. In a temple, you see space and time in a very beautiful way. As you come from the foyer of the temple into the Rangamandapa, into the Garbhagraha, and there you have the Vimana of the temple. So you're going from ordinary space to infinite space. You come into a temple, you walk in a straight line, you go to the Garbhagraha, you come out and you do a parikrama, and then you go back into linear space. Beautiful example of how linear time and then circular time back into linear time. The two must go together for us to be Purna. You cannot be Purna unless you bring the finite and the infinite, the limited and the vast, all together in one, if you like, awareness or consciousness. That is the genius of the Indian mind, that they bring these two things together. Another example where the end is also the beginning, the Godhuli Vela, which is so much a part of Krishna Leela, that Krishna Leelas begin in the morning in Vrindavan. It ends at the Godhuli Vela, only to start again the next day, the circularity of time. And then, of course, very beautiful example of the Vatapatra Shai. The world ends, there's water and darkness everywhere. Sage Markandeya comes and is bewildered to see just water and emptiness. And he sees Krishna on a banyan leaf, enters the body of Krishna and comes out. And Krishna assures him that time will never end, the world will never end. Krishna is always there to make sure that time and space will never end. So this in brief, my friends, are some of my thoughts. By no means a complete paper, but I put down a few thoughts with a few images to show that from the ordinary person to the artist, from a very basic housewife to somebody who is an academic or a theater person or a singer. I haven't spoken about music, but again, in music, the question of time, the idea of time, the linear time and the circular time comes in so beautifully. I haven't spoken about Baramasa, the different seasons, how in different seasons you see the movement of and the circularity of time. So, in essence, the vastness of space, the circularity of time, the word Sanatan, the word Brahman, basic words that we use every day, these are nothing else but expressions of infinity and vastness, which is the signature of the human mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harshji. That was wonderful and quite succinct, I must say. Now I would like to open the session for everyone. And Harshji, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Yeah, I'll do that if I know how to do it.
You need to just go to your Zoom and you might find there's a button saying stop sharing. The next one. Yeah, share screen meeting. There you can click it. See, just at the bottom. Yes.
Thank you.
Now I would like to open the session. If anybody would have any question, may ask.
Namaste, Harsha ji.
Ji, namaskar,
This is
Sunil.
Sunil Sankara. Namaste. It
Ji,
was
ji.
a truly beautiful presentation as always. I have a question which is which may be a little abstract, but in the so beautifully you showed us so many images of the cyclicality and in so many marvelous ways. But in terms of at its core, when in Indian art or Bharati art, we think of cyclicality. Is there any colors which you find come back again? And the reason as this is because rasa is connected to colors, and in the Natya Shastra, there's this connection between color and emotion. So I was curious, in your experience, because you have seen such a vast collection of artwork, is there something that connects in terms of the thread of a repetitive color also with this idea of cyclicality?
I cannot connect color with time quickly, but there is no question that the concept of vastness and the blue color of Krishna are obviously connected. There is no question that the Ghanashyam of Krishna is an expression of his vastness, of his being a part of the rain clouds of Ashad and so on. So yes, very much so with space. With time, I can't seem to connect color.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, it's such a vast subject. One can spend hours on talking about the beautiful expressions of space and time, from the very ordinary housewife to the most accomplished artist.
Yes, Harshaji, we look forward to your paper for the proceeding that we are going to publish. Of course, there you can write elaboratively as we want. So we know the concept of samvatsar, as he mentions, that it's embedded in our life, that time moves in circular way. And so also Meenakshi Mukherjee makes a wonderful observation that in India, especially in ordinary household, we tend to remember things in a circular way. That what happened in the past monsoon, what happened before two floods. So this sort of sense of time is there. And of course, as he mentions, to make the turn worseness into limitation in order to perceive things. What great example from my own personal experience I can say is about Natya. We can see Natya Shastra that from rasa, from the vastness, Bharata brings it down to ranga. And so wonderfully, Abhinav Gupta also makes it bringing down through 36 tattvas and finally brings into the limitation. So the limited see, the scope that we see in order to connect to the vastness. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I
It's
just want to add one more little ordinary expression which I never understood as a child. Every time I visited my grandfather, he would say in Gujarati, he says, come, sit. Then he would say, ek hato harsh, meaning in English, once upon a time there was Harsh, Harsh being my name. I would never understand that, but all he was really trying to do through that very simple expression is I am not just a part of this life. I was in another life before, I will be in another life later on. Simple expressions, but with profound meaning. Thank you.
and so we have Vyanjana in our system. Wonderful. Let us move on. We have Sri Hari V. Gokarnakar as our next speaker. To introduce him in a few words, he has served as the assistant professor at Amrita Darshanam International Center for Spiritual Studies, Amrita School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Chennai campus, India. He holds a doctorate in Chanda Shastra from Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune in 2019. He has completed his MPhil. He has worked prolifically with performers. He is determined to bring ahead the traditions and the Shastric connection. We can see his work on Natya Shastra that is also published. His thesis is comprehensive study of few meters from the view of poetics. And today he is also going to illuminate on the topic of Chanda with us. I welcome him to present his paper, Significance of Chanda Shastra in Performing Arts. Sri Hariji, over to you.
Namo Namaha. Thank you so much. I guess there is some glitch for the video setting, but I will definitely share the screen.
Perfectly audible though.
Yeah, I'm audible. Yeah, thank you so much. I hope this screen is visible. Yes, thank you so much. So let me start the topic directly. First of all, I am thankful to all the organizers, PRG, CFG, that they have invited me to share my views on this topic, that is significance of chandas in performing arts. So basically, when we talk about performing arts, this title is divided into two sections. There is performing arts and chandas. So when we speak about performing arts, definitely refer to Kama Sutra, and where Vatsayana mentions, hello, yeah, Vatsayana mentions different forms of art, 64 types of arts, in which first three are Geetam, Vadyam, Nrityam, and one of them is Nataka, Akhyayika, Pradarshana. So when we talk about Geetam, there are lots of presentations where the song itself is performed. Somewhere there are musical representations, somewhere there are dance, in which Geetam and Vadyam is included. Some performances are based on Nataka or Natya or story narration also is there. So when we basically speak about Natya, in Natya, Geetam is a very significant element. In Natya Shastra, it is rightly said, Yatha Varnadrute Chitram Shobhate Na Niveshan Evam Vina Ganam Natyam Ragam Na Gacchati. So without a song, the performance or the Natya, that will not look beautiful. Further, this Geetam, how it is signified, that it is presented at the beginning, then Vadya is following the Geeta, and then the Nritya. So when it is a complete performance of Geeta, Vadya and Anga, that is called as a Prayoga. So when we talk about the performing art, so the Prayoga is a very common term which we use. And that's why we call it as Prayogika Kala or Geeta Kala, Natya Kala, like that. Now let us move towards how this Geetam is significant. In Natya Shastra, Geetam is called as Nibaddham Kavyam. And Bharata Muni says that what is Nibaddham Padam? Nibaddhakshara Sanyuktam Yaticheda Samanvitam Pramana Niyatatmakam, that is Nibaddham Padam. So three adjectives are used. One is this Akshara, that should be Nibaddha, specific number of syllables should be there. Then there should be Yati, there should be proper number of quarters, and it should be Pramana Niyatatmaka, that is Shravyam. Pramana is Shrotriyati, according to Abhinavagupta. So, Pramanena Niyataha Atma, Yasmin, Tat Padam. Kidrusham Padam, Nibaddham Padam. So, Geetam is nothing but Nibaddham Kavyam. And in Sahitya Darpana, Vishwanatha says that Chando Baddhamidam Padyam. So, Pada and Padyam, they are the same. It is Nibaddham Padam and Padyam. Here, the role of Chandas come. So, what do you mean by Chandas? The Chandas is such an important element. In Natya Shastra, it is rightly mentioned that Chando Hino na Shabdosti. And this Chando Jnanam is one of the art form according to Vatsyayana. So if we have the knowledge of Chandas, it is always better, or we can express in a better way through Geeta, Vadya, Nritya as well as Natya. Not only this, but we have the other 14 art forms also in which we can get expertise. So in total, if you count, these are 16. But when we consider Vadyam as a single element, then Udaka Vadyam and Veena Damaruka Vadyam, that come under Vadyam. So when we talk about Prahelika or Pratimala or Durvachaka Yoga, even Pustaka Vachan, there also, if we don't know how to recite the shloka, then it is sometimes it becomes very awkward moment, and we just read it as a Gadya form. Samasya Puranam, Manasika Vyakriya, Abhidhana Kosha, like this. This is the list of performing arts. So what exactly Chandas? Let's have a little information. Those who are very new to this topic, we'll have a brief idea, and then we'll come to the practical issues or problems which we face during the performance. So Chandas is basically a Vedangam, as you all know, the Shiksha Kalpa Vyakaranam, and it is called as the feet of the Veda Purusha. So by this, you will understand how it is connected with a dance form. So Chanda Padau tu Vedasya. And these are the examples of Chandas which we find in Vedas. Gayatri, Anushtup, or Jagati, these some of the names are very commonly known to us. So this is the verse which describes the significance of Chandas in Natya Shastra. What Nirukta says? Nirukta says that Chandas means that by which something is covered. Chandansi Chadana. So what is covered? The idea, various ideas of a poet, according to the situation, according to the requirement. that is covered in a very systematic manner. That's why it is called as Chandas. And the very important thing is Alhadanam. Chadi Alhadane Diptaucha. So from the root Chadi, that the verb is Chandate, so by which we get the happiness, we get the enlightenment. So if any information is written in the Gadya form, and if the same is written in the Padya form, then the enlightenment is more faster in Padya. The joy is more in Padya. According to Sarvanukramani, it is said that yad akshar parimanam tat chanda. So wherever there is a letters, number of syllables is the measure or measurement, that is called a chanda. For example, if you have 14 syllables in your composition, or maybe 32 syllables, or maybe 48 syllables, then it has a specific name, and that is Gayatri, etc. So just to give an example, we all know a simple mantra, Ekadantaya vidmahe vakratundaya dhimahi tanno danti prachodayat. So this is the meter of this mantra is Gayatri. Then vakratundaya dhimahe, or let's say vakratunda mahakaya surya koti samaprabha. This normal shloka which we recite, that is in Anushtup. Or na tato na mata na bandhura na data. If you count the number of syllables, they are 48 in Bhavanyashtakam. So that comes under Jagati family. Okay. So this is what we call it as Chandas. So when we have any composition, if I'm going to write some composition, or if I select some composition, and if I have these many syllables, then definitely we understand that yes, this is from this particular family, Pankti family or Trishtup family. And accordingly, we give the tune to it. There is one more concept in this. It's called as Vruttam. What is Vruttam? Vruttam is very commonly known as classical meter. Then what is Chandas? Chandas is considered as the Vedic meter. So in Vedic literature, all these are which are available, they are called as Chandas. So Gayatri Chandas, Brihati Chandas, Jagati Chandas. Okay. But when we speak about Bhujanga Prayatam or Shardula Vikritism or Vasant Tilakta, these are called as Vruttam. Then what is the difference? That also we'll see, and then we'll come directly to the example. So before moving further, the main difference of Chandas and Vruttam is this. Vruttam is always having a particular pattern of Laghu and Guru syllables. So I'm not going to go in detail of this Laghu and what is Laghu and Guru. You must be knowing this. But when any composition is having a specific order in all four quarters, if you have a specific order, then we can call it as Vruttam. This is the basic common difference. In Chandas, number of quarters are not fixed, but in Vruttam, it is compulsory we should have four. So, for example, any verse if you take, Natato na mata na bandhunata, there you will find four quarters. But if you see Jagati shloka from Rigveda, there you may find four syllables, you may find four quarters, or somewhere some more quarters also. Anushtup normally has four quarters, but in Vedic meter Anushtup, you will find three quarters also. So in Pankti, we have five quarters. So number of quarters is not fixed in Chandas, but in Vruttam, fixed, that is four. Number of syllables, now we have seen Gayatri has 24, but sometimes we get 23 also. The very famous Gayatri mantra, which we recite, Tat Savituruvarenyam Bhargo Devasya, it is not having 24 syllables. It has 23. But that is also fine because some specific titles are created. Or technical words are created. For example, Nichrut. If it is -1, then it is called as Nichrut Gayatri Chandana. But in case of Vruttam, if number of syllables are less, then that is considered as a Vrutta dosha. If Anushtup has, instead of 32, if it has 31, it is a Vrutta dosha. Or if it is 33, that is also Vrutta dosha. But that doesn't take place in Vedic Chandasa. Rhythm is generated by swaras, udatta, anudatta, swarita, okay, by which the rhythm is created. So if I want to add some mantra in my performance, I cannot give a regular tune to it. Okay, which we usually have experienced with this Gayatri mantra. The Gayatri mantra, if I want to perform on stage, it is expected that it should be pronounced in a proper manner, because this is from um, any specific mantra from Rigveda. If you want to take, then we have to use those proper swaras only: Udatta, Anudatta, and Swarita. In case of Vrutam, rhythm is generated by these Lagu and Guru syllables. Tarara, 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 tarara. Na tato, na mata, na bandhur, na data. So here the rhythm is created by Lagu and Guru, short and long vowel, in a very simple way if I say. Then the next difference, which is very important, is the quality of syllables in Vrittam is same in all four quarters. So that's why the way we say the first line, na tato, na mata, the same way we say the second, third, and fourth also. But in chandases, it may not be similar. And the last important thing is we should know chandas, that is Chandodnyanam is required for the preservation of Vedic text. Whereas in case of Vrittam, we should know because we need to create new, right? So there are lots of classical meters in which people have tried to compose various songs. That is true, but still there are n number of meters waiting for these poets to compose in them. So if you say, I mean, how many total number of classical meters are available, there are innumerable. Just to give an example, in the family of Atidhriti, there are 19 syllables in each quarter, right? And we have only one example, which is commonly known as Shardula Vikriditam, right? So, but if you see the Laghu and Guru patterns, how many patterns are available? They are more than 5,38,000. And out of these patterns, we are using one or two, right? So, lot of opportunity or chance is there to create a new composition in new meter. Okay. So now let us have some examples. This is a very common example on which people are doing Kathak performances or Bharatanatyam. So this is the first verse of Kalidasa from Meghadutam. Kaschit Kanta Viraha Guruna Swadhikarat Pramatta. If we scan this, those who have the knowledge of Chandas, right, what they will do? They will try to scan this, okay, and the scanning is like this. Fine. They get the name of the meter is Mandakranta, and they know the Lakshana of Mandakranta as Mandakrantam Buddhi Rasanagir Mopano Tauga Yukmam. Okay. Now I'm just trying to tell you that there are two types of people who have the knowledge of Chandas, and some people they have not studied it, but they are trying to compose by their own. Okay, so those who have studied Chandas, they also uh, uh, do some mistakes, and how that is happening. That I'm just giving you an example. So they know this is Mandakranta. They know that there is a Yati after fourth letter, then Rasa means sixth letter, and then seventh letter. So 4, 6, and 7, there is a Yati. And that's why the way of pronouncing this shloka is Kaschit Kanta Viraha Guruna Swadhikarat Pramattaha. Now, you all know that we cannot stop here after fourth letter, because it is a compound. Okay. So, if you break it, then the total meaning will be changed. So the singer has to take care that he has to say the entire word in a proper way. Kaschit Kanta Viraha Guruna. There you can take a pause after 7. Swadhikarat Pramattaha. In the same way, the third line, Yakshash Chakre, there is a pause. Janaka Tanaya, ideally there should be a pause, but the composition is such that we are not supposed to take it. So otherwise the meaning will not be the correct. Janakatanaya Snana Punyodakeshu. So in one breath, we have to sing this, the second section entirely. Janakatanaya Snana Punyodakeshu. In case of last, okay, the last charana, Nigdachaya Tarushu Vasatim, there we can take a pause and then Ramagiri Ashrameshu. So if we don't, sing this in a right way, and if we just only stick to the rules, then there will be a issue of breaking the rule of compound. Okay, so Kaschit Kanta Viraguruna, like Kanta Viraguruna is a samasa. Shapena is Sandhi, but Astangamita Mahima is a samasa. Then all these are the examples of samasa. So here we need to take care that not only this knowledge of meter is required, but knowledge of samasa, knowledge of sandhi is also significant. Okay. Let us have another example of sandhi, where usually the people do mistake. This is a very common shloka. I have purposely took the simple shloka so that you will understand what exactly happens when we sing or when we perform. So if this verse I want to perform on stage, the singer is ready, the dancer is ready, the performance is started, and the singer also sings in a very beautiful way. But what happens? Okay, uh, that I will tell you. This is the knowledge which is known to the dancer, or let's say to the singer, that this is Shardula Vikreditam, and after 12th letter he can take a pause, or after 7th letter, like Ya Kunde Indu Tushar Dhavala, there we can take a pause, and then in the last we can take a pause. So what happens? The issue is in the third line. The third line, if we sing like this, Ya Brahma Chita Shankara Prabhuti, and here we are taking a pause, then we are breaking the rule of Sandhi. Okay, so we need to say it as a full sentence in one breath. Okay, so this is one thing. Now let us focus on these words. Okay, so during singing, the singer sings like Ya Shubhra Vastra Vruta or Ya Shweta Padmasana. There is no issue. But when the second line is start, Ya Veena Varadanda Mandikatra, this part. So there, if he sings like Ya Veena Vara, Ya Veena Vara, so what happens? That comes before Vara automatically while singing. Ya Veena Vara. So there is not required. Right? So we need to be very, very careful while singing. That akara should be maintained. Ya Veena Varadanda Manditakara. Like that. Hmm? Even now, this akara is not required in Veena Vara, but this akara is required in Brahmachyuta. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen? Ya Brahmachyuta Shankara. So, is not heard, and the Chuta meaning is different. Total, I mean, so that's why a singer has to be very careful. If possible, then he can take that akara like Ya Brahma Chuta is captured while singing. Shankara Prabhutibhir Devai Sada Vandita. So while singing, this Visarga's Ucharan is also is very important, because if you say Visarga like Aha or Devaihi, then it will break the rhythm. So we need to know how to recite the shloka. We need to follow the rules of Visarga, like Devai Sada Vandita. So it will fit in the meter. Samam Patu Saraswati Bhagavati Nishesha Jadya. Here, we can take, and then we get meaning apaha. Nishesha Jadya apaha. Like that. Okay. So the singer has to take care about these few elements, so that the meaning should not be changed, and the writer, he can explain to the singer that you should take in a proper manner. Take the words or pronounce the words or sing the words in a proper way. Now, this is the third example. Till now, which we have seen, these two examples, these are falling under Akshara Gana Vritta. Okay, so this is Akshara Gana Vritta. The previous one is also Akshara Gana Vritta. Now, this is the example of Matra Vritta. So let me read this. How it goes. सिंधुर वदन मदन सम सुंदर लंब उदर शशि पाशांकित कर सिंधुर चर्चित शुंड दंड अरु मलय जलेपन भाल पटल पर वीन भजत सुनिनादित गंभीर मंद्र मध्य अरुतार मधुर सुर मृदंग वादन विविध भांति अति ललित अलंकृत नृत्य मनोहर. Such a beautiful composition. Okay. Now, if we scan this, then we get 16 matras in each line. Okay. So it is going in the family of Padakulagam. Okay. But what happened actually? So this rhythm is such a beautiful that the poet writes in that rhythm itself. Okay. And when this happens, where we are not scanning the letters, we are not scanning the meter on the rhythm we are writing. Okay. Then some mistakes happen. Okay. And here we get one small error in the word Gambhira. Okay. So this ikara is dirgha, but we pronounce it as rasva. Veena bhajata suninadata gambhira, like that. So I'm just trying to tell you that if you want to write something in a meter, then and if you stick to this composition, then it will not come under classical meter, or it is not a classic composition. Okay, it will be considered as which is came oozed out from your mind, or that I mean this one very beautiful quotation of Williams Wordsworth is, poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. So this is the spontaneous overflow of these feelings, and the words are before you. They are jotted down on the paper, and if you see the Rigveda, all the mantras which are seen in the trance, they are written as it is. Okay, they are not scanned, or their lagu guru is not seen. So if in that way some composition is is coming out, and you're writing on the paper and you're sticking on that, then we can call it as Adhunika Chandas, not a Vedic Chandas. Okay. So, but if we trying to fit this in some classical meter, then we need to do some correction, or else it will be called as an error according to classical meters rule. Let's take the fourth example. घोर होत घर आए कहाँ बीती सारी रात इन सौतन संग प्रीत रंग रलिया की निमित. Now, this composition, if we see, there is a typical pattern. Lalalal, see how it is. Lalalal, lalalal, tararar, 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 tararar. Like that, it is going. Naina alasaratanare, kare hot kajarare, mahavara ke range hath, beeti rain kinesat. So the pattern is having 10 matras, and various different lagu and guru patterns are used. So one is like the third letter is guru. Somewhere instead of guru letter, two lagu letters are used. But what happened exactly in this? The pattern has no issue. Matras having no problem. Now the problem is with the words. Okay. The ikara, ukara, these are changed. You can see in the second line, sari. Hor hota. So actually, hor okara is dirgha, but in the pattern it is pronounced as a short letter. Hor hota, like that. Even in naina, nai is a guru letter, but it is pronounced as laghu. Even akara is also laghu. So it is a very significant thing that okay, you're following some pattern, but while selecting the words, we need to be very careful. Or else we can just stick it to the composition by calling it as Adhunik Chandas. So that's why in Natya Shastra, Bharatamuni suggests that before presenting the final output, okay, when we have few scholars, there one person, one prashnika should be chandovid, the one who having the knowledge of chandas, and then he can do some corrections or he can suggest some few things, and the final output will be the best. Okay, so what is required if I want to write some song or some geetam or some padam? Then Kavya Shastra, even Kavya Alankar by Bhamaha, they have suggested that we should have knowledge of words, abhidha, lakshana, vyanjana. This all we should know. We should know itihasa. We should know various kala forms, right? Even Mamata has given the series of requirement. So that is known. But in today's era, along with this, what things are required? That is very important. And people are writing this. If any poet, if he wants to write, first thing he needs to know that on which character he is writing. If he is Rama, then the composition will be different. The presentation, the expression will be different. If he is Ravana, the presentation will be different. Ravana may be somewhere in some situation having some, Shanta, it will be different. And if Rama, in case of war, there which kind of words will be used or which kind of meter should be used. So it is very significant or important that what kind of character we are selecting, which situation, what is the story, and how much is the time period. If the time is less and if that situation we want to wind it up at the earliest, then we can select the smallest meter, that is Anushto. But if we want some time to create that situation or create an impact of that situation, then we need to select the quite larger meter. For example, in Avignana Shakuntalam, in the fourth act, when Kanuva Rishi is um uh, giving Upadesha to Shakuntala, their time is required, and that's why Shardula Vikriditam, such a big meter, is used, um, which gives us lot of information as well as guidance to Shakuntala. So, meter, which kind of meter we can select, that is decided by these four uh, points. Then syllables, whether it is hard consonants or soft consonants, conjunct letters or simple letters, that also we need to think. Then which words we are going to use, that also is important. So I'll give you one example with the another section of translation, uh, translating some composition. So if we have something already in Sanskrit, and if your ballet is in Hindi or Marathi, then definitely we do the translation. So let's take this example. Yahi Madhav, Yahi Keshava, Makuru Kaitavavadam, Tam Anusara Sarasiruhalochana, Yatava Harati Vishadam. Okay. So if I want to, translate this in Hindi, then I need to be very careful. Not as far as the classical meter is concerned, but the rhythm which is followed. Yahi Madhava, Yahi Keshava. So there, wherever Guru syllables are there, I can use two lagu syllables. That's not the issue. But the main thing here you can see that in this entire verse, we don't find any conjunct letter. Okay, there is no conjunct letter because the maybe the affection or the love is continuous, right? So if I want to translate this, then while translating also we can try to maintain this simplicity or beauty. And how we can do that? Okay. जाओ माधव जाओ केशव मुझसे झूठ न कहना जाओ उस और नीरज लोचन जो दुख हर ले तेरा. So here we are trying to keep those words or select those words where there will not be any conjunct letter. We would have used at the end, instead of tera, we would have used tumhara. Jo dukha harale tumhara. But in tumhara, it's a half letter and Krishna is not half, he's full. the Purushottam. So we need to select, that's why Tera word is used. So with this, I conclude that when we talk about the chandas in performing art, we need to be very careful while selecting the meter, selecting the word. Grammar should not be, the rules should not be violated, and even the rules of chandas, that also should not be violated. Then we can say that yes, this is a completely classic performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srihariji. That was quite illustrious presentation. And we already had talked about Veda Praman yesterday, Piyalda mentioned, and today we get to see that what is the requirement of training, and we can get to see how it translates. So before opening the session to everyone, just one observation which I could relate to is that when we speak, it creates pattern in space. That can also be seen in case of a sound pattern with the sand experiment that they have tried a lot of times on the sound plate. So, and that creates vibration in the mental space, and in that mental space, character is transmitted. So this is why the Shravya is so important along with Drishya, and so it creates a new space. That was wonderful. Now I would like to open the space and discussion. If anybody would like to ask anything, please share it with Srihariji.
If I may be permitted to ask a question.
Yes, of course.
Yes, please.
Namaste, Srihari sir. So I have a kind of a chicken and egg question. What came first? Because of course, like Deep so beautifully said about Chanda, and that giving an idea of the cyclical rhythms that we have today are in a sense, all our tal thekas are in a sense Chanda, which we take in cycle. So what do you feel came first, the idea of tal or Chanda, or both sort of developed together in their context to each other?
See, as far as this question is like this, uh, Tal and Chandas. Chandas is basically related to, which my topic is related to composition. Okay. And Tal is related to, you're talking about dance, right?
In
So,
general, like
yeah.
a lot of stories, for example, when the Maheshwar Sutranis are created, we
Yeah.
say from the Damru Vyakarana is coming, the Tal is coming. So I'm asking a very sort of a little larger question because you work with a lot of dancers. And so if from that perspective, the concept of Tal, the structure of Tal and the Chanda, do you feel they are sort of homologous series in that sense in your study?
Yes, actually, when I'm working with one of my students, and she's, her topic is Chandas and Tal. There, what I have found, that the like 16 matra tal or 18 matra tal, okay, what they are taking it, that matras are nothing but these syllables, lagu syllables. Okay. So if it is 16 matra, that means 16 lagu syllables. Okay. Or if it is 18 matra, that is 18 lagu syllables. Or somewhere if it is uh, uh, number of syllables are less. Okay. Like instead of 16, if there are 14, okay, then what they are, there is some khali. They are leaving that particular letter, or they are stretching that letter and making that 16. Okay. So during that journey, what I have found out that this is going hand in hand. Chandas and Tal. This is going hand in hand. Just like you have mentioned that Maheshwara Sutra, he just they played the damru, and to that the words, the letters they came out. Ayun, Rul. So they are together, right? So it may not be. I mean, it will take a lot of time to study in detail. But till my journey, what I have seen, observed, they are going hand in hand.
Sunil Bhai, sorry, don't mind. Shall I interrupted you?
Yes, please. No, 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 no. My
Oh, you
point is
finished?
over.
No,
Yeah,
sorry. Because see, Sunil Bhai, this your answer is there in Natya Shastra itself, because the Natya Shastra, the two tala, Chaturasra and Tisra, if you see, the Chaturasra tala, Chat Chat. Okay, so Chat and Chat, those who are Guru Varna. So means it is Ditva, and this Ditvata is actually the Pramana for Chaturasrata. And if you take the Chacha Puta, Cha is a Guru Varna, Cha is a Lagu Varna. So already this Tisra. So Natya Shastra, this Tala and Chanda is merged together. So that's why I see in Chanda Shastra, what he explained very nicely, Sri Hari ji, I don't have any words, how you explain. So Matra Chanda and the Vedic Chandra, okay, the Vritta Chandra and the Vedic Chandra. So see in the Natya Shastra Tala, there is a Guru, Lagu and Pluta. Pluta actually is the Swara. Okay, Pluta is the Swara. So the Natya Shastra Tala is the Swara and the meter is intertwined, interwoven. So your answer is there. Now, recently, I'm worked, but that, when I will write, my paper, it is when Natya Shastra, jo Vakkarana. Okay, the Vakkarana is, not like the today's Tala pattern. It is like you are singing and you are following a meter, and there is Chaturasra or Tisra. Okay, I think Sri Hari ji is explained nicely, and your answer is there itself in Natya Shastra. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sri Hari ji. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you so
great.
much, Priya
Thank
Dada.
you.
Thank you, Sri sir.
Deep, you are mute somehow.
Sorry, yeah. So thank you, Sri Hari ji. And as Pialda said, it was quite illustrious. We could
Unmute karo.
visualize also. Let us, so as we see that Chanda also pervades the entire cosmos, everything moves in a regulation, and that also gets transmitted. Talking about worldview, now we have our next speaker who would be talking about a particular worldview and how time and space is treated in there. So I welcome Srimati Bimbavati Devi ji. She's our next speaker. Bimbadi, if you're there. Bimbavati Devi is the daughter of legendary maestros of Manipuri dance, Guru Bipin Singh and Guru Srimati Kalavati Devi, and she was initiated by them into the world of Manipuri at a very tender age. She has also learned Pung playing and the basics of Thangta, the martial art of Manipur. She is now engaged in various experimental choreographies based on the various aspects of Manipuri dance. She has performed in prestigious festivals and events all over India and abroad. She also is a recipient of Ustad Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar conferred by Sangeet Natak Akademi, New Delhi, Samskriti Puraskar, and many more, alongside national fellowships from Ministry of Culture and the doctoral degree from Manipur University. I welcome Bimbavati Devi ji to perform her paper titled Spatio-Temporal Consciousness in Meitei Spirituality. Bimbadi, if you do the honor. Bimbadi, can you hear us? I believe there's a network glitch. Yes, he's trying to join again. Yes. Bimbadi, you are back again. I welcome you to present your paper. Bimbadi, are you there? Okay,
ল্যাপটপ থেকে
yes, Bimbadi, you are audible now.
এবারে ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ now I can sorry for the inconvenience.
All right.
Firstly, namaskar, Kurumjari. My heartfelt thanks to Chidakash Kalalay, Shripal Bhattacharya, Deep, and of course, Sangeet Natak Academy for organizing this extremely enriching and beautiful seminar. And of course, I'm honored, humbled to be a part of this spectacle. So my topic today, I'll be sharing. Can I share the screen? Yeah. So is everything okay? Okay. So my topic for today is spatio-temporal consciousness in Meitei spirituality. Meiteis are the communities who stay in Manipur. We are the Meiteis in the valley of Manipur. So the Meiteis, who are the dominant ethnic community in the valley of Manipur, are followers of diverse religious cult due to a prolonged history of settlement and migration from the neighboring lands. And we follow two religions simultaneously. One is the Sanamahism, or the ancient religion, which is based on the worship of spirits, ancestors, elements of nature, the sylvan deities. And the other one is Vaishnavism, to be very specific, the Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And elements of these two religious cults have blended very tunefully and have given birth to the inimitable cultural and the religious practices of Manipur. And today I will highlight very few main points of the Meitei spirituality, the way time and the transcendental time and space is envisioned in Meitei spirituality. And the the concept of cosmic time and space, when portrayed through a specific kind of aesthetic practice, these again have been said by all the stalwarts who have presented their papers before today, especially Harshaji. And so again, I'm repeating, the concept of cosmic time and space, when they are portrayed through a specific kind of aesthetic practice, we need a practical or a physical space which is designed according to the religious belief. Whether it is the Laibung or the space where Lairaba is performed, which is envisaged as the universe, or it is the Ras Mandala where the Nata Sankirtana or the Ras Leela is performed, which is envisaged as the holy ground of Vrindavan. And all these spaces are pedestrian spaces unless they are transcended to the sacred through specific rituals and rites. So I will move first to the body metaphor. We see here the land of Manipur, whose ancient name is Kanglai Pak. And this Kanglai Pak, we call it, the ancient name is Kanglai Pak, and Kangla is the navel of Manipur, of Kanglai Pak. The entire land of Manipur is compared to the sacred body of the supreme creator, who is known as Taibangpan Mapu Sidaba. So from north to south, the various parts of the land have been divided according to have been associated with the various parts of Taibangpan Mapu Sidaba. For example, and geomorphologically, it is believed that this Kanglai Park was the first piece of dry land which emerged from the void, from the cosmic void, or to be very specific, from the embryonic waters of the cosmos. And the parts that have been divided are, for example, the Kaubru Hill is the head, the Khongampat Lake is the heart, Kangla, the capital, is the navel, which is the source of energy. Again, this is the source of energy because the kings ruled. These were the ruling place of the kings, where they provided nourishment to the people and to the land. So Kangla is the navel. Then we have the Loktak Lake, which is the pelvic zone or the reproductive organ. The Sugnu Nungthong, which is the anus or the rectum. The Langol Hill is the right hand. The Thanjing Hill, the right leg. Nomajing Hill, the left hand. Wangbrain Hill, the left leg. And the different rivers like Imphal, Iril, Nambul, Pongba, Thaubal, these are the arteries and veins of Taibangpan Mapu Sidaba. This is the sacred geography of Kanglai Park. Then they also considered the human body as the sacred space where the 5 commanding deities of the ancient Meitei religion reside. For example, the cerebral cortex, we have the Kaubru. In the navel, we have Apanba. In the heart, we have Marjing. And in the navel, we have Thangjing. And in the below the navel, there is Thangjing, etc. And the body thus encapsulates the larger divine cosmos. And this concept of cosmic body metaphor is found in all aspects of life, rituals, cultural practices of Manipur. The concept of cosmic and physical space in Manipuri dance, the notion of metaphysical body landscape and space from the perspective of a plethora of performing traditions of Manipur got defined it in multifarious ways, the entwining thread remaining the same. The movements merge into each other like waves of an ocean, and they trace the path of the divine serpent, which is Pakhangba, where we see the snake bites its own tail, which represents the endless cycle of creation. So the body, the torso, the hand, the feet, the light-footed movement, they all move in a pattern of 8. We have the Kujeng Leibi, or we have the movement of Lai Haralba, or the movement of the torso, or even when we walk on the ground, whether it is a proscenium or a libum, when we walk on the ground, everything, it traces the path of this divine serpent. Now I move on to Lai Rauba, which is the festival. The festival which revolves around the ancient religion, how time and space have been conceived, that transcendental time and space have been conceived in this religion. So in Manipuri, in Meitei philosophy, not Manipuri, in Meitei philosophy, there is the concept of illusion or Maya does not exist. Everything is real. Nothing is illusory. Everything is real, which is created by the supreme creator or Taibung Pam Mapu Sidaba. Everything was in darkness, and Taibung Pan Mapu Sidaba, the supreme creator, is beyond time and space. And this belief it comes from time, is time immemorial. And from this darkness, there emanated a very divine light, which is called Yai. And from this Yai, the living creatures were created. And the living creatures rejoice celebrate their lives on this earth, and enact the process of creation through various rites and rituals, especially in the festival of Lai Harauba, which is a fertility cult again. So right from beckoning the deities on the earth from the water body and sending them back to their celestial abodes in a mythical imaginary boat, each and every space and time in the ritualistic performances signify activities related to the creation of the cosmos, the living beings, the natural processes of procreation and sustenance. In the ritual of here we see Laibung, or the place where the Lairaba is held. So this is just a pedestrian place, unless, as I said, it is transcended to the sacred through various rites and rituals. We have this ritual called Laibo La Thaba, in which the three layers of plantain leaves or banana leaves are kept one on top of the other, which signify the 3 elements of air, water, and fire. And after this ritual, this space is conceived as the universe, is imagined as the universe where the process of creation by the Supreme Creator is enacted. And this is, of course, this is called the Laibung. And in the ritual of Augri Hangel, there is a rope which is held by equal. There are innumerable rituals. The Lairabak goes on for 9 to 11 to 13 days. And so I'm just specifying a few rituals. For example, towards the end of the Lairaba, there's a ritual called Augri Hangel, where the ropes are held by equal number of participants, and it signifies a massing of the universe. And in Lairaba, the Ritualistic dances have profound philosophical intonation, and they describe the concept of cosmology. And they, again, as I said, they trace the path of the divine serpent, and this coil is known as papal. The coil of the serpent is known as papal. And mm, Papal, and the way the Maibis walk along, dance or walk along this path is known as Lyrain Mathek. This Lyrain Mathek is the very core of all the dance and the performing art forms of all the dances and the performing art forms of Manipur. The Lyrain Mathek, a small portion of Lyrain Mathek by the Maibis. Again, in another ritual called Chongkhong Litpa, the men, they hold a piece of white fabric at their shoulder length, and the Maibis, or the ritual functionaries, they dash under the canopy and they trace the path of the papal. This path, this line cannot be disrupted, or else the flow of energy will be disrupted. And people believe that if it is disrupted, then something ominous might happen. So I'll show you a small portion or video of Lyrain Mathek and Chongkhong Litpa. It is a small a documentary that had been done by Sangeet Natak Akademi, a small portion from there. This is Chongkhong Litpa. As I said, a white cloth is held by 4 men, and the Maibis, they dash underneath. And this dance also has got sexual intonation, implication, and they also trace the path of the papal or the divine serpent.
The sound is not audible.
Sorry. How do I go? Sound. Okay. So,
When you share, you need to click onto the share sound button.
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry. Is it audible now? Now you can hear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So there we see the Maibis, they move in the pattern of 8 that signify infinity along the path of the papal. And in this last dance, which is also known as Phibul Jagoi, it is also known as Chongkhong Litpa. Phibul Jagoi, because they hold they dance with a ball which is made of cloth, and they sort of dash underneath the canopy. The ball is thrown on that white fabric, and this dance has got this signify the physical union between the principal father and the mother. Now I'll show you another video. This video has been done by this document. It is a portion of a documentary by Sangeet Natak Akademi, which was directed by Shri Aribam Shyam Sharma. Now another video of the Lyrain Mathek, or the path of the papal, by the Maibis. that was Paton Jagoi, in which the Maibis, as I said, they trace the path. In fact, in all the dances of Lairaba, again from Lairaba, then Thangta, the movement of the body, the movement of the feet, the hands, everything moves in a pattern of 8 that signify infinity, the endless cycle of creation. Then I move on, and then, of course, we have the Maibis. Maibis, I won't say they are the priestesses. Some of them say they are priestesses, but Maibis, they are not priestesses. They are ritual functionaries, because Maibis can be women and men. If a man becomes a Maibi, he is known as a Nupa Maibi. And they have the spiritual power, this power of being the medium between the metaphysical and the physical world. They are herbalists, they are carriers of the ancient Meitei tradition of the religion. And the main thing is they have the religious power, the spiritual power of being the medium between the metaphysical and the physical world. And because of this spiritual power, they again enjoy that freedom and a very authoritative space, a very influential space in a society which is a very patriarchal society, where women do not have any space in the religious realm. So it is because of this spiritual power that the Maibis have, that they enjoy this freedom, this space in the society. Now I move on to Thangta. I have divided this religious space and time, the sacred space and time. I have divided into the pre-Vaishnavite and the Vaishnavite performing traditions. In the pre-Vaishnavite, it is the Lairaba and Thangta, and Vaishnavite, I'll come to that later. Thangta, of course, everyone knows that it is the martial art tradition of Manipur, but it is not just the religious, it is not just the physical combats. They have very deep, profound spiritual intonation. And again, in Thangta also, Kujeng Leibi is the very core of the movements of Thangta. The swords and the shields also move in the same manner, which encircle the body, which symbolize infinity. And another very ritualistic, mystical, esoteric aspect of Thangta is the Thengo, in which the process of creation by the Supreme Creator is enacted. It is very sealed from the habitation. It is not taught to to practitioners before the age of 40, because it is done for the prosperity of the land and the people. It is not because after 40 people tend to have a meditative mind, and it is done in very secluded places, away from the habitation, and not in front of people. But I got a chance to view this video, which is a very old video, and Thengo has been done by very renowned exponent Pandit N. Khelchandra. So, and Thengo is, of course, they have various steps like jumps, leaps, spins, and through those steps they sort of draw again the pattern of the papal. So as it is, the patterns on the floor is on the various sacred emblems of the papal. Through various jumps, leaps, spins, they make that sacred the circle of the sacred entwining of the papal. And any if any wrongdoings, if anything goes wrong while doing this particular Thengu, is considered to be very ominous, and there might be a divine wrath. So again, the place where the Thengu is performed is sanctified through very complex rituals. And a small video of Thengu
will not be complete without the knowledge of the sacred Thengu. This art is imparted only to a student who is over 40 years of age, and also one who can control his mind. Thengu is the ritual of summoning the spirits of the eternal world to balance the equilibrium of the universe with the esoteric martial movement from which the language of the sword and spear originates. It is belief that the Tengo is performed on the coils of Pakhangba, the eternal serpent god, and thus violation of set norms of Tengo was considered as sacrilege.
And again, Tengo is performed only by men. Women are not allowed to perform Tengo, and it is not even taught to women. Now, of course, things are changing, but traditionally, Tengo is not supposed to be performed by women. It is performed by senior practitioners in front of monarchs in religious festivals. Then we have, now I move on to
will not be
to the Vaishnavite traditions. Vaishnavism became the state religion of Manipur from 15th century onwards. That again has a very prolonged history. So first I have the Nata Sankirtana or the Natapala, which is the community prayer which was introduced during the reign of Rajarshi Bhagyachandra and which flourished during the reign of Chandrakirti. And each and every performer in Natapala, they are compared to people who are associated with Gaudiya Vaishnavism. And from the very beginning till the end, there are different types of talas and rhythm patterns that are used. And through these different patterns, the birth of a human being till the process of till he attains salvation is entirely described. So through again, I would like to say that word, through a circumambulating process, the entire process of salvation the creation and the process of the journey of the journey of salvation is figuratively described in this Natapala. First, I would like to start with the people who are there. Like, for example, the Mandap Mapu, the person who resides over the Natapala, he is imagined to be Nityananda, the saint or the disciple of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And there are mandatory mandatory introductory rituals, then after which this entire ceremony of Natapala is handed over to the performers. And as I said, all the performers are associated with people who are there in Gauriya, the principal persons of Gauriya Vaishnavism like Srivas, Advaita, Nityananda, Gadadhar, etc. And after first we have the Jayadhvani, the blissful exclamation, then starts the Raga Hauba. Raga Hauba consists of the Pung Raga and the Ishai Raga. Pung Raga is a composition of bowls through which the image of Lord Gaurachandra is made. For example, they start with Tein, Tein, Ta, Ta, Tang. And through this syllable, it is imagined that the image of Lord Gauranga is made, and this syllable Tein, Tein, Ta, Ta, Tang signifies Gaur Nityai. Then they come to, and this raga, this Pung raga is also it also signifies symbolically. It also signifies the very motionless state of an embryo when the seed is first sowed. Then after this comes sanchara. There are different types of sanchara. I'll give you one example. The Kartik sanchara, the dhin trakatein ta tin atakitang ta trakatein ta tin atakitang tin atakitang tin atakita ta kitta tin tagin tagin tin tagin tagin tin tagin tagin ta trakatein taginatang ta ta tinatang kitta tang. Again, through this, it symbolically signifies the movement, the germinating of the seed, and so movement is allowed. It has to be remembered that during Raga Hova, no one can move because it is the motionless state of the embryo when the seed is first sowed. During Sanchara, the seed germinates and movement is allowed. And then after this, there is the Stintal, which is again the the Jugal Roop of Lord Radha and Krishna, the emotion that Lord Gauranga, the emotion of Lord Gauranga when he had first seen the Jugal Roop of Radha and Krishna. Then there is Rajmil, which actually means Rajmilan. These are all different talas that I'm saying. Rajmil, which signifies Rajmilan, the union of Jivatma and Paramatma, Lord Krishna with the Sakhis. And when they move anti-clockwise, it means pilgrimage of Vrindavan. When they move clockwise, it means pilgrimage of Navadvip. Then they have Tanchap, which is of 8 beats, which is the resting phase. Then it is Menkup of 6 beats, which means Samriddhaman union, Samriddhaman, which means intensified union. I hope I'm running so fast. Yeah. So now, then after this, we come to, and all these, and because of all the rites and rituals, this entire space is envisaged as the holy ground of Vrindavan. And the cycle of human life is metaphysically represented through the span of different time measures or talas. The diverse talas signify each stage of the journey towards salvation. Then we move on to Rasleela. I'm moving so fast because time is so less. Then Rasleela, the last part of my paper presentation. Rasleela, perhaps Manipur is the only place in which the idols of Lord Krishna and Radha are brought from inside the sanctorum of Govindaji, Sri Sri Govindaji Mandir, and they are placed in the middle of the Rasa Mandala, which is again envisaged as Vrindavan. Nowhere in India, I do not know much, but nowhere in India, I don't think pujas are held outside the Garbhagriha, outside the Sanctum Sanctorum. For Ratha Yatra, etc., for Noka Vihar or Ratha Yatra, the idols are, of course, they are brought out from the inner chambers, but placing them in the center of the Rasa Mandala, it is, I think, done only in Manipur, and that too during Ras Leela. And this mandala again is before the Ras Mandala, the gopis, they undergo the ritual of confession and inner purification, which is called Gopi Puja. It is only after this Gopi Puja that this sacred body becomes sacred, and their corporeal presence is acknowledged, and they can be a part of Ras Leela. And it has to be remembered that otherwise, the lead roles in Ras, for example, the Ras Thali, the lead roles cannot be played by women in Ras Leela. I'm not talking about the performers. For example, the Ras Thali, who's the director and the main pung player of Ras Leela, has to be a man. But since the gopis, they go through a process of Gopi Puja, their corporeal presence is acknowledged. And the Ras Mandala, again, is similar to the concept of the Tibetan mandalas, the Tibetan tankas. It is a circular structure which is used for spiritual and metaphysical practices. The circle is the cosmos. It is the circle described in the context of a square. The circle is the cosmos, and the square is the man-made structure. There's the bindu, the epicenter, which implies the nucleus or the source of energy. And this is the place where the idol of Lord Krishna and Radha are placed. And there are 12 pillars in the mandala, and these 12 pillars, the Vaishnava devotees have compared them to the Dwadash Gopal, or the 12 companions of Lord Krishna. We see here there is a wooden dais in the center of the mandala, which is known as a Bhadra Chakra, or the wheel of lotus, the Kama Chakra, the wheel of passion, and the Brahma Chakra, the wheel of the creator. And this wheel rotates clockwise. And this wheel, this circular stage is the state of consciousness. There are 4 gates, and these gates are the passages of a self from the physical to the spirit. And the gopis, they perform a circumambulating dance around this dais, around this Bhadra Chakra, and this Bhadra Chakra also rotates. It's like a revolving stage. The gopis cannot face their back to the idol. And after the performance of the Ras Leela, the ground is considered to be so sacred that people take this Godhuli, it is called Godhuli, or it is also called Lai Nirmala. Well, they take the dust and the flowers, and they are used in the bed, at the deathbed of a Vaishnava during the funeral, after the person dies. So a small portion, I'm going so fast, I hope I'm being able to explain. A small portion of Nata Sankirtana and Ras Leela. So with that, I come to the end of the sacred spaces that in Meitei spirituality, pre-Vaishnavite and Vaishnavite, I went really fast, and I do not know whether I dropped out some points because I had to finish in 20 minutes. And very concisely, I try to explain from the body metaphor, the sacred geography, the sacred geography, the sacred geometry of Thanta and Lairauba, the Paphul, and then Nata Sankirtana and Ras Leela, the post-Vaishnavite traditions.
Thank
I
you.
went very fast. I was very nervous that I will not be able to finish.
But the trajectory was absolutely vivid and lucid. So we could grasp it so very well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I would like to open this discussion session. If anybody would like to ask or share anything.
May I ask the question?
Yes, please.
Very happy to welcome Bimbavati, and so nice to meet you, at least online, after quite some time, because we met in Calcutta several years ago.
Yeah.
A wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. I enjoyed very much. And I also did some study of Sana Mahism, and published some articles. So I will be happy to share my, ideas with you. A little question about, there's 2 different things, like traditional Meitei beliefs and religion, which comes today under Sanamahism pattern, and Vaishnavism. So what kind of, but they create little bit different spaces and times. So still they possess different structures. So what do you see? What kind of maybe conflicts or some confluences comes in that meeting? So when the Vaishnavism arrives, so it offered a little bit different understanding of a universe, of a time creation. So what is your idea? Could you just...
I somehow feel, as a practitioner, when I'm talking about the Tibetan, the mandala, and talking about the mandala, where the navel, where the epicenter is the source of energy, and the dais is the state of consciousness. It is again same to the concept of the navel of Kangla, the navel where the sacred geography, where Kangla, Kangla is the capital of Kangla Pak, Manipur, where Kangla is compared to the navel of the Supreme Creator, from which is the source of energy. So the concept is all the same. It is just that through the religious beliefs, how you are structuring it. When we are saying it is, we trace the line of infinity, the path of the Paphal, the same movement is applicable in all the dances, in all the performing art forms of Manipur, whether it is pre-Vaishnavite or Vaishnavite, because that is the very core of our performing traditions.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I somehow feel that, of course, and when Vaishnavism started, flourishing in Manipur, of course, now again with revivalism, things have started changing and people have started coming up with different elucidations. I somehow have a feeling that people have chosen only those aspects of Vaishnavism which match with the concept of Sanamahism. That will, because for in that case, that will be easier for the people to decipher and to imbibe that religious belief.
Mhm. 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 Thank you.
Um, I have a question for you, Bimbavati ji. I'm Renu Sharma.
Yes, yes.
So the question is the present day costume of Manipuri, what we saw also. So that itself reminds me of infinity, the ghagra. It just goes, you don't know when it's going to stop. It's got a mind of its own. It just goes round and round. And that small thing, the whatever. Please
Poloi.
explain about
Poloi.
it. Yes. So it's beautiful to just see it, and it signifies infinity in a very different way also. That's
Yeah,
what.
if you think of the costume in a very philosophical way, it was designed. It is said that it is Bhagyachandra, Rajarshi Bhagyachandra has seen this costume in his dreams, and later it was executed by his queens.
Okay. Hmm. So that itself lends to the topic that you are coming up.
And one thing that I would again like to explain, make clear, that whatever I said about Ras Mandala, etc., that is the dais in the center. It is all keeping in mind the mandala of Shri Shri Govindaji, from where Ras Leela had, started. So not all the mandaps, they don't have the Bhadra Chakra, etc. So it is the main place, the cultural, artistic, religious hub of all the Vaishnavite performing traditions, the Sri Sri Govindaji temple.
So that means, thank you so much.
Very well explained. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaji.
I really ran fast.
Philosophy, anthropology, everything.
Yes.
Very well explained. Very well explained.
Thank you so much, Pialji and Sangeet Natak Academy, Deep, everyone, for this beautiful opportunity. I'm so humbled and honored to be a part of all this, the great stalwarts. And since people do not know, there's not much about the Meitei philosophy. I won't say classical Manipuri dance.
Yes.
Right? It's so different from the Vedic philosophy, the Hindu philosophy, where there is nothing called Maya. Everything is real, and
yes,
everything
this is
is
very
real.
important.
There's nothing called Maya. It is where everything is real, and that was everything was created by the Supreme Creator, and we enjoy that life on this earth through the various rites and rituals. That is the main concept of Lai Harauba.
Yes.
And so that space is conceived as imagined as the universe. Again, for that we have to do certain rites and rituals.
So to thread it together with whatever we are trying to arrive at, actually, as the topic of the seminar goes, that where lies the similarities which define Indianness, as PLG says, that the plurality. Also, Shishir Kumar Das finds that there are differences, but there lies one common thread, sutra, that connects
the
together.
entwining thread is the same. It is the same.
Yes.
It is the same.
And everything is moving in a circle. The cyclic pattern. Yeah,
the circle and eight. Eight is a infinite time and space.
Infinite time and space.
Time and space.
And that is the core of our. There is no sharp break in any of the Manipuri performing tradition, whether it is Thangta, whether it is the Khujeng Laibi, or whether it is the body, or whether it is the hands of Lai Harauba. Nothing. There is no sharp break. And even when we finish a punglol or a bowl, punglol means a bowl, it is it again, even after the again, it, after after a very spectacular finish, again they sort of slow down the rhythm. Religiously, they say that if it is through the concept of spiritual philosophy, they say that we should not portray, we should not show our ego to the deity. So we have to slow down gradually. We cannot finish the movement like tadigina tom, tadigina tom, tadigina tom. We cannot do that.
Yes. It's very important.
We cannot do that in Manipuri.
Yes.
Now, of
And
course,
also Deep can explain here what Bimba, already told that, there is a no break. Abhinavagupta mentioned atrutita. Deep can explain it nicely when Abhinavagupta is explaining what is Kriya. Okay, so the Kriya, there should not be a break. It's a continuous flow, the flow of the energy. Okay, and that creates a 8 or a circle. Okay, so
and so through the Manipuri philosophy, they said that the Vaishnava devotees say that we cannot show our ego to the deity, so we have to slow down. We cannot finish with a break. That means you're establishing yourself. You cannot do that.
Excellent, Bimba. Excellent.
Thank
Excellent.
you. Thank you so much.
Now you submit your paper. It's very beautiful. Very excellent.
The paper is very elaborate. The paper is very
I love,
bad.
the anthropology and the philosophy and the performing tradition, Guru Parampara, everything is together.
Thank you
very
so
well.
Much. Thank you so much.
Thanks goes to you. Thanks goes to you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, what do I have to do? Okay.
Deep will guide you.
Okay. He has a question probably.
Just check. Who?
Any other
Sunilji has a question probably. No?
Sunil?
Not a question. I just wanted to applaud this beautiful discussion and lovely videos that we saw. It was truly enriching. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone. Now we move on, as we have seen.
Especially the end, what you spoke about ego, and after that virtuosity, bringing it down. I think that is something that is largely missing out of a lot of art today, that we take it to a climax and we want to stay there, but bringing it back into this silence that you have spoken so beautifully, very inspiring.
Yes.
To add to it, actually, in Indian tradition, Indian system, Indian notion of time and space, there is no sharp ascension that you move towards climax. We have a wonderful paper coming up next on 21st, where Kamalakshi Devi will be talking about this, that in India, it's always about the center. So also in case of a particular repertoire, or in case of Natya, it's not the end, the conclusion that matters, but it is the center and the process around which you revolve. So the show must go on and we need to move on. As we have seen that consecration of spaces, exploration of spaces also creates line. And with that, we will come to another Samvedan Paksha. We have with us Sudarshan Chakravarti, whom I believe will be presenting a very tactile presentation that we will be able to touch and perceive the way he explores space and time. To introduce him quite quickly, he's the choreographer and artistic director of Sapphire Creations Dance Company. He's a pioneer of a dynamic experimental form resulting from individual and ensemble mind-body improvisations. His innovative form raises sensitive contemporary issues. He has led the troupe as director-choreographer to performances in India and abroad in countless countries. I should not be mentioning all of them because it's an endless list. He has been everywhere so prolifically. And he has learned Kathakali under Guru Govindan Kutti, Thangta, modern dance, jazz under French phase Nina Gleason, mind-body centering. And now he's keen to explore the traditional notion of space to interpret through his Samvedan into his language. And let us all understand his language. I invite him to present his paper, Understanding the Micro and Macro Triggers of Bodies in relation to Rekha Ganitam and Hastakarana. Darshanda, over to you.
Namaskar. I hope my voice is clear for everyone. First of all, I congratulate Piyal Bhattacharya, Deep, and the Sangeet Natak Academy for bringing so many different ideas and expressions, and perhaps a forum where we hardly meet. So this conversation is also important, not just for each other, but also for our dancers and for everyone who's involved in arts. And I'm also a little nervous because I feel after Bimbavati's spectacular presentation, I'm trying to show what I did. Actually, my presentation is more in the light of the investigation we had in Sapphire in finding the geometry of the space of the body, and also of the space within the body and outside. And the recent work that I did with 13 Riddhastas of Natyashastra. I present this paper on behalf of Safari Creations Dance Company as a team, and the topic, you could change. The topic is understanding the micro and macro triggers of bodies in relation to Rekha Ganitam Hasta Karanas. Change. Dance, as a profound celebration of life, seamlessly integrates the discipline of geometry, known as Rekha Ganitam. The intricate relationship between the dancer's body and space unfolds a captivating narrative, where the dancer becomes a sculptor of space, utilizing kinetic energy, the Gati Shakti, to carve through the dimensions and discovering stillness through potential energy, or the Sthiti Shakti, and where the energy is transformed from one to the other, never becoming zero. Even a body in stillness holds something which will burst out later in the next stage, but never becomes zero. Next. Within the enchanting realm of the kinosphere, the sphere of kinetic energy around us, the dancer engages in a perpetual dialogue with shapes and forms, navigating through spaces and dynamics with an astute understanding of these inherent energies. The concept of space extends beyond the physical environment. It transforms into an energetic field where the artist exists as an interatomic entity, embodying both the tangible, that is the body, and the intangible, the spatial components. The Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man is an appropriate picture that actually demonstrates a lot about the dancer's center, space, angles, curve, and sphere. I feel this image signifies infinity, as it stands as a tremendous visual for the infinite explorations of human body that have a relationship to space. And as we always feel about this concept of infinity, even in the last paper, and how the concept of infinite is in looking at the infinity in the spine, the energy of this in the spine, that is said in Natya Shastra also, where the Karanas is infinite. It is not limited to just 108. The combination can be unlimited. So it's interesting when we look at in also through a dancer's body doing a different form altogether, when they're creating different forms, different aesthetics, chiseling the space and creating shapes, which is unlimited, infinite. The dynamic interplay between geometric precision and energy orchestrates a mesmerizing dance, where the utilization of energy and form breathes life, prana, to the performance piece and the space. The dancer becomes a conduit for the convergence of discipline and creativity, fusing the structured beauty of geometry with the fluidity of energy. This synergy not only enhances the aesthetic appeal of the dance, but also elevates it into a realm where the artist becomes a masterful weaver of visual stories. Next. We all grew up with patterns and geometry as part of our festivities in the form of alponas, rangolis, and mandalas, which are considered sacred in Indian folklore. This foretells that geometry can be a divine medium and, when explored through the body, can also be in a process of divination and an esoteric practice by itself. Next. In Sapphire, dancers were encouraged always to gracefully maneuver through the intricate tapestry of movement. Each gesture and pose resonate with the essence of life itself. Geometric props and shapes have been an area of investigation in Sapphire, where the moving and still body can add new geometric values to the pre-existing inanimate shapes and patterns. The precision of inanimate geometric patterns with the dynamic flow of movements of the dancer's body creates a harmonious spectacle that captivates both the performer and the spectator. In this symbiotic relationship between the dancer and the geometric props, a profound connection is forged, transcending the physical boundary of the performance space, both within the space of the body and without. Ultimately, dance emerges as a transcendent art form where the interplay of geometric discipline and energy dynamics transform the stage into a canvas of living art. It is within this dance of shapes, forms, and energies that the artists bring forth a celebration of life, a visual symphony that leaves an indelible mark on both the observer and the observed. We now present a short demonstration by one of my dancers, Abrar Saqib, looking into this understanding of geometry, where he tries to find the squares in the space where the body is in the center and trying to find the kinosphere or the circles beyond the square and the connection between the squares and circles and how he negotiates this geometry with his own body, creating multiple shapes. And he does this not only in different he does this also in different levels, not just in a standing position, but also in the floor. I will try to maneuver my camera so that he can be seen. Over to a short little demonstration by Abrar Saqib on this particular geometry of the body, space versus body. While the next is just the four corners. The four corners of the square. The core is activated. The energy from the navel as it's spreading to the four corners. Always trying to spread it out. Always spreads out, so the energy from the four corners assimilates into the central core of the body. That the core is completely activated. Okay. Thank you, Oprah. So, a little glimpse. I want to share that this exploration of geometry is something that I started nearly 24 years ago. And in my production post-mortem, where we have used props of geometric shapes, and it was in Sangeet Natak Akademi's festival that I performed as a young dancer choreographer in 2001 and later in 2002. And the second part of my presentation is interesting. When I am nearly after 22 years, I look back at Natya Shastra after meeting Pial, our conversations over 10 years. And I feel that each conversation itself can be a paper. But for me right now, I'm looking at a presentation of how I connect my dancers with only the 13 Nritta Hastas. Can I have a slide, Deep? So here I have to say that in today's time, somehow, next. In today's time, somehow, I feel that we are getting more and more isolated, disconnected, both as individuals, as artists, as dancers, as practitioners, isolated in our islands of tradition, non-tradition, contemporary, non-contemporary. And so when I proposed to use Natya Shastra and certain parts of it in my new production, Rasa Sutra, which was premiered in 2022, it was quite shocking for my contemporary dancers, for whom suddenly contemporary dance has become very, very westernized, and the central core idea is always from Western techniques. And somewhere in this idea, for me, I always feel that we need to bridge these two worlds because I belong to both the world. So I wanted to say, in this way, I've tried to give an insight to the dancers for whom learning the Hasta Mudras itself was an intricate journey to find a language in the arms, in the hands, and to use that idea to articulate the whole body. The concepts of Antarmukhi and Vishwaymukhi added an intriguing dimension to my exploration, creating a parallel between our connection to the external space and the internal space. The coexistence of Antarmukhi and Vishamukhi becomes particularly evident in the next part of our presentation when we explore the Hastakaranas. Each hand gesture becomes a conduit for both external and internal expressions. The hands, with the intricate movements, not only communicate with the audience and the external space, Vishwamukhi, but also convey the dancer's emotion and narrative from within, Antarmukhi. The Hastakaranas in this context become a harmonious blend of the dancer's engagement with the outer world and their innermost vibrations. Next. The exploration of contemporary dance for me become a profound journey sparked by the intersection of modernity and tradition. Emerging from a background steeped in traditional dances, I found the roots of my quest in the delicate interplay between the contemporary and the traditional. The quest gained clarity as I delved into the world of Nrittahastas, drawing inspiration from the 30 Nrittahastas of Natya Shastra. The Nrittahastas, with their intricate hand gestures, embody a universe of their own within the traditional dance forms. In my creative exploration of dance, I challenged my dancers to embody a dynamic fusion between the intricate articulation of the hastas and the fluidity of the body movement. This endeavor is not merely about replicating the external appearance of the hand gestures, but more profoundly about understanding the internal dynamics that propel them. I guide my dancers to simulate the articulation of the hastas as they transition from one to another, emphasizing the importance of identifying the triggers that seamlessly connect these gestures to the broader body movements. The process involves establishing a logical and organic flow where the transition from one hasta to the next becomes a narrative by itself. Importantly, this interplay between the hasta and the body movements may be overtly visible or subtly implied, allowing for a nuanced and layered performance or understanding. Next. Furthermore, I delve into the micro aspect of hand movements, encouraging my dancers to explore the intricacies of gestures on a smaller scale. This involves going beyond the surface, deep into the kinetics of the hands, the way it moves, seeking a gesture that transcends the entire movement. The focus shifts to a particular point, the origin of a ripple, where the smallest movement of the hand becomes the catalyst for a broader expression. As the dancers engage in this exploration, the small gestures are not confined to their immediate physicality. Rather, they extend to a profound space within the body. Contraction, extension, wrapping, and unwrapping become not only physical actions, but also vehicles for expressing the deeper nuances of emotion and storytelling. The dance evolves into a journey where the ripple of a small hand movement can transform the entire perception of space, both external and internal. Next. In essence, this approach underscores the transformative power of hastas, not just as isolated movements, but as architects of aesthetics that simulate and shape space. The dance becomes a conversation between the micro and macro. Their intricate hand gestures not only initiate but also guide the unfolding narrative. This exploration not only enriches the visual aesthetics of the performance but also depends the connection of the dancer, gestures, and space, creating a dance that resonates on multiple levels in multiple spaces, both intellectually, emotionally, artistically, and architecturally, and thus making a space which is performative and perhaps so sacramental or precious, where the vibration of movement kinetics flow with the dancer every moment. There is an exchange of energies. And this is what we'll see in a little short demo by Promita, where she uses some of the movements of the 13 Nrittahastas and starts with Hastakaranas. Over to Promita, our last short demonstration.
Aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam, aveshtitam, udveshtitam, vyavartitam, parivartitam, aveshtitam, udveshtitam, व्यावर्तितं परिवर्तितं आवेष्टितं उद्वेष्टितं व्यावर्तितं परिवर्तितं
Valito.
नलिनी पद्मा कोशकौ
Nalini Padma Koshaka.
ललितौ पक्ष वञ्चितकौ लतकौ तलामुख स्मितौ रेचितौ अर्ध रेचितौ ऊर्धा मंडा दिनौ Parsha Mandalino Nalini Padma Koshakau Uttana Vanchitau
I don't know whether it is making sense, but even for me, it is a very personal investigation. So, and it's still an investigation for many of my dancers who are looking their own practice of contemporary dance in a new lens. It is like wearing something new and looking at your pre-existing form and looking how you look at your own form through a different angle, through a different lens, and whether it works, whether there is any exchange or conversations. So that was it. I want to thank Sangeet Natak Academy and Chidakash Kalalay to give me this platform, to give me this forum as a contemporary dancer, contemporary dance practitioner, to share my practice and the possibilities of looking at Indian philosophy and transcendental art of Natya Shastra, and how the new generation is looking at it differently as contemporary modern dancers of India.
Can I ask
Yeah.
something?
Yes. Yes.
Sudarshan, in the traditional performances, the Hasta Mudra is a language. It communicates specific meanings. Each mudra has its own meanings, and with that mudras you tell something. So, do you care for that, or just take the shapes and give it to the kinetics of the body movement and the influx coming from inside the spontaneous flow to create a language? Do you keep the other thing, the meaning? And the second thing is also, he was speaking something, some sloka, something like that. So does it have any connection between the meaning of what he was saying? Has any connection with the movement or the mudra or whatever is it?
Yeah, there are two sides of the question. One is that when we have given the 13 Nritta, we have only taught the 13 Nritta Hastas because it was during the pandemic we have trained them in that. And we have trained them to look at only 30 Nritta Hastas as a new window for their existing practice of movement and what impulse that mudra gives them in terms of the kinetics. So we have not discussed much about how each mudra, there has been primarily like some kind of very basic discussion, but I want to keep it liberated from the existing context, historical context of what they know about the mudra. Because for me, even in the world of emotions, for me, I always knew in Bengali, in India, we show this. It shows means I'm not friendly with you. In Bengali, we say it kach kola. For symbol that no, it doesn't work. But now it seems that suddenly the new modern connotation of this is it's done, it's okay. So therefore, I wanted them to be liberated from any kind of historical context and use the Hastram kinetics of this part. If this is macro, how it connects with the whole body and whether there is a connection or not. And the second question was, can you just repeat?
The second part was she was speaking something. She was saying some sloka, she was speaking something. Does that has the meaning of what she was speaking has anything connected with the movement or?
Actually, she was saying the name of the hastas. So what we have done as a training part, that you have to remember the hastas in the chronological order, the way it is taught to you. And then you can use permutation combinations, but you have to know the order and say what, at least each hasta, you should know what you're saying and what you're doing. You may, there may be deviation in context, but you know the name and how and where it is coming from.
If I may add a bit to Sudarshan Da in the same regard, since we share this Nrityahasta training from the same master, I can vouch that or I can sense what he has done. He has taken the literal meaning to begin with. For example, Urdhva Mandali, I can see that he has taken the dancer's body down, and from there spiraling, I can come up. So when we also do in a traditional language, we do start from in front of the vaksha and then we move up. So you can see this movement in space is happening from bottom to the up. Okay, so it's a spiral movement. And he had decontextualized and reconstructed that into his own language. So last day, Puruji was mentioning about how vibhavas can create ripple in our mind, and the ripples come out as expressions. So this is how artistic creation pratibha can happen. Also during Chandradasanji's time, we were talking about how we perceive it. Or Manjulaji last day mentioned the time and space is there. Now, what do we contain in it, and how do we construct what is there? Artistic creation is how we perceive it. So I hope Sudarshan,
it's very
have
clear. It's very clear. I just wanted to have a clarification. That's all.
right.
I wanted to add 2 points, which is, I feel is important, that I feel that it is very intergenerational now when I'm teaching someone, and people perhaps in their 20s may not be in the same mind space, historically also, people in the 50s. So when I'm teaching something and telling them it's very ancient, you immediately at times may move away from it, and you say that it may not connect you with the real time of the contemporary world. So this time and space is also interesting for them to explore, that nothing is ancient. Everything is kind of there in the body itself. You just try to find it out. And secondly, what I want to say, Deep, that like you said, Uttha Mandali and everything, every gesture that you're doing, of your everything that you're doing, you're actually wrapping and holding. It's everything. There's a noun, it's kriya, and how the kriya is actually giving a momentum to an action which you recognize in contemporary dance. So the spiraling becomes the spiral of the body, and the body can also come to the floor and do a floor work, which is taken from contemporary. So how the kinetics of contemporary dance can be propelled from the small kinetics of the hand gestures. So this relationship we tried to build and gave a little, say, small window we have opened up for the dancers.
I'm Renu Sharma. I'm a disciple of Pandit Birju Maharaj. So I'm basically heavily rooted in Kathak and the classical. So one thing I liked was using the navel as a fulcrum in the ground, the floor work. That was beautiful, and it showed directions and all. That was very well done, especially when the navel was touching the ground, and then so that was excellent. Another thing you used was precious. The space is precious to us, so that's a very nice coinage. I liked it very much. That yes, it's precious. It can be precious in many different ways. Like in your case, it's precious in the contemporary way. For us, it's sacred in another way. So that's a very nice term to be used, especially in connection with contemporary. So that was excellent. Now, what my question was that you did mention another thing, interplay of subtle and the overly visible. So what I saw in your students was more overtly visible, probably because of the age they are in. So could you give me an example of how you would show the subtle part of any of these movements in your contemporary language, so to say?
Renuji very rightly said, to teach children nowadays, subtlety has become a big challenge. So I will show something that how Nalini Padma Koshakau becomes and I'm doing it. Actually, I'm doing it, but you can't see.
It's inside the body. I mean,
Yes.
your body is moving moving from inside.
I've kind of taken this entire thing,
Inside you.
crushed it and made it a rolling energy within me, which you can't see. There's a sense of that overtly kinetic movement, how you sense that, trace that within, in which just leaves a little trace, perhaps which cannot be seen from outside.
Because Kathak is famous for this, the subtlety. So that's why, that's what we believe in, extremely subtle movements. So another thing, the question was, when you describe the word to the student, is it the literal Hindi meaning? How do you describe it? Since you're not connecting them to the classical roots. So what do you exactly describe?
Yeah, Renuji, actually, this entire Natya Shastra, Nritya Shastra that they've learned from the senior student of P.L. Bhattacharya, Pinky Mondol. So Pinky have taught them exactly the way she knows it, without any deviation. It has not made it easier for contemporary dancers. Therefore, we have only chosen from the vastness of Natya Shastra only 30 Nritya Shastras. They were not taught anything else. So that they actually can only know the Nrityahastas, the order in which it is, and know the meaning, the way it is. And then take that impulse and create a language of their own. Because I feel that whenever we try to teach them something, we always try to teach them from the original source so they really know what it is. Even if they're teaching a small window, they know exactly what is the window. And then if someone is interested, they can move more, learn more, whatever. But I feel this also open little window also of their mind that this thing can happen. Because what I feel when I said of islands, somewhere I feel that we have also made, our gurus have made very isolated islands at times, where the tradition don't meet the non-tradition. And we are in their own world in a bubble. But I feel that it is important for dancers, and today's time in particular, when the exposure is so vast with mobile and internet, that all the dancers needs to be cued and should know things what are happening from the richness and tradition of the country, rather than just seek everything outside. At least that conversation opens up their mind. Some of them are very interested in doing this and are more invested. And we are trying to push them further to invest more in this and create a language.
Thank you so much. I add some music to it so that that complements your work. So that will be nice. If you add some music to the pieces.
Actually, ma'am, Renuji, we have a whole production called Rasa Sutra. I will try to share it with all the presenters. So, and in this also we have tried to do there, although they're doing this in a very subtle, interesting way, we have also in some, the time is short, we have had teachers doing contemporary, and the same phrase, they only change the hastas, and when they show it to their contemporary choreographer, the choreographer don't believe that they're their piece. So the liberty of the dancers to change something using the hastas, but using the contemporary dance phrase. And this piece that we have created is set to live electronic music. So at times the dancers are dancing to C-sharp tanpura strings, and at times to live electronic music. So at times in one world, at times in the other, and trying to find combinations. So we will share more when we have more time.
It's interesting work and an interesting thought process. Thank you so much.
So when Bharata Muni mentions about one particular thing, Uparupakas, he leaves room for newer creations. When all the creators will continue to add and will take the tradition forward and will also, of course, make newer streams in order to celebrate plurality. And just last thing to mention, where this so wonderfully Abhinav Gupta mentions two adjectives, that is alankriyate gatran, that your body becomes the ornament itself, that we could see how wonderfully Sudarshanda has interpreted, and sparsha tanmatra, the touch, the tactile feeling, as we can see, the dancer's body was moving through the floor and was exploring the spaces around, chiseling, as he says. So in that way, that bhavana, So wonderful transmitted. Thank you, Sudarshan. Now I would like to pass the baton of Sutradharitva to Sunil Sunkaraji. Sunilji, now over to you. And thank you everyone for such wonderful presentations. Sunilji.
Thank you so much, Deepji, for the wonderful way you've been conducting everything. I've been truly enjoying. I think it's a challenge to take up after you in this subject. And just now, this beautiful discussion that was happening between Sudarshan ji and Renu ji, who's our speaker upcoming in the further sessions which will happen. Really, it made me think of the aspect of Nama, Roop, and Kriya. The discussion which happened about even through Chandraji also about what it is and what is its action and in what form are we experiencing or presenting something. So and in a sense that connected me also to the next speaker when we think about the concept of time and what is absolute time. This has been a question that has always, forever, I think, since the beginning of when mankind started thinking, we think about what do we call time? And there are so many different ways and tangible classifications as well as intangible classifications of time that we have. For example, in one classification, it said that the number of moments it takes to pierce 100 petals of lotus, that becomes one shana. So that becomes a tangible yet intangible because the rate of piercing will differ from person to person. So this sense of time and mankind's desire to sort of standardize time for everyone on one side by having, like we all follow a clock, uh, which we are really not maintaining in this conference because we are taking our heart's content to speak beyond our allotted time. But at the same time, our desire to experience timelessness. So I think against that context, it's my great pleasure to invite Dr. Svetlana Rizikova, who is an ethnographer, a leading research fellow and professor in the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, Russian Academy of Science, Moscow. She is also a member of the Indian Anthropological Society, member of the European Association of Cultural Anthropologists. She teaches ethnography of South Asia and the history of Indian cultures and religion in a number of universities in Russia, as well as in a long list of Indian universities like Delhi University, Hyderabad, Calcutta University, Aligarh Muslim University, Vidyasagar University, Punjab University, Kannur University, the government of college at Kasargod, and the DHSK college at Dibrugarh. Apart from that, she's been an author of several books and has also been the curator and the conductor of a number of courses, as well as a supervisor and guide for a number of PhD scholars. Since 1996, she has been studying Kathak from Guru Rajendra Gangani. And that's very interesting for us too, as myself and also my Guru Renu Sharma ji, who's here, we've come from the field of Kathak. And she has been regularly visiting India for a couple of months every year since 1996. Since 1998, she has been pursuing extensive cultural anthropological fieldwork in various parts of India, with the main subjects of local and regional performance traditions. So against this entire backdrop, she has bringing forth her subject, time and space as actors, the concept of chronotope and its applications to Indian performing arts. We welcome you to give your discourse for today.
A very well welcome to all of my audience, and namaskar and pranam to all teachers, and of course my deep gratitude to PL Da, who is a very good friend of mine since time immemorial, and to Sangeet Natak Academi and to Deep Ghosh for such a wonderful communication and organization. Greeting from cold Moscow. We have -10 today. So interestingly that different times and different places could be connected, you know, in this way of online conference. The second thing, today I will be talking a little bit about the theory, but also about some case. And the case which I selected is related to Daivaradhane. So it's a traditional ritualistic performance of South Karnataka and North Kerala. So for that purpose, I should take your kind permission to start my presentation showing Chilambu, a wonderful Chilambu. And interestingly that sometimes the artifacts also can make time and space. So while the even the sound of Chilambu makes different time and space, and the performer, who is the medium himself, he's asking the permission for each and every one to perform, which makes, you know, a very interesting combined space, total space, so that my paper is not only made by me alone, but by you, all of you, because you're audience, so you percept what I'm talking, and that's why how it happens. So it's again a very interesting thing which I learned from studying of Daivaradhana tradition with Kola. So now I will share my screen. Is it visible? Can you see this slide? So let's start. It's easy to answer the question, what is the time? But it's the question, what is time, appeared to be a highly philosophical one, and maybe one of the most difficult to answer as such. There is a well-known saying that the best thing that which happen with you is to be in the right time and right space. And these two things are inseparable. Two fundamental concepts, time and space, constitute the basis for all our actions in the world. But it looks like it's difficult to think about the essence of very time and space, how to think about the time and space as such. And the study of concrete time periods, rhythms, or particular places, lotsi, or venues can help only partly to unfold the content of the reality of the time and space of the universe. How time and space really exist, and whether they exist at all. That is the multiple answers to this question, and each comes from the different points of view, different worldwide outlook. In this paper, I want to draw your attention to the idea of the close connections of space and time, as well as to their physical embodiment and causality in ongoing events. To make it short, I may say two things. So first, there is no time without and beyond the space, and each space exists in time. And second, we ourselves are certain manifestations of time and space. We took our birth and living. So duration and existence, two most evident functions of time and space, are not only preconditions, but also the essence of a particular life or ritual or theatrical presentation. To start this analysis, let us note that the time doesn't pass equally for everyone, and the phenomenon of speed here plays a very crucial role in that. Albert Einstein was the first among scholars who suggested that time is not something fixed like a ticking of clock, but sometimes and something more flexible like a rubber band. Carlo Rovelli, an Italian theoretical physicist, says that if we could travel near the light speed, it would be usual for us to go on the long trip at those speeds and come back to see that your young brother, now he is elder than you. What we need to understand is what makes time stretch uneven. There are several fields around us, electric field, magnetic field, but we don't feel them. Similarly, there is maybe also a certain time field, and Einstein called it the gravitation field. In this field, we are trapped in a large, so to say, jellyfish, which is time. Moreover, in Einstein theory, there is an entity, space-time. Mass distort this space-time, and the bigger the mass of the object, the more is distortion. There are places near black holes where time passes super fast. The same processes could be seen passing differently. If they account for quantum effect, space is a granular, not continuous and smooth. And the granular aspect of space is what we call time. So time is passing, jumping, and that became a basis for the theory of time steps. Now, one of the manifestation of this time step, time-space unit, we see in the concept of chronotope. This word was derived, of course, from the Greek chronos, which is time, and topos, place, formulated at the beginning of 20th century by Russian scholar, physicist, physiologist Alexei Ukhtomsky. So for Ukhtomsky, living organisms experience time and space variously, which defines how they perceive and act upon the environment. Ukhtomsky pointed that multiple timeness, heterochrony, is a condition for possible harmony of the world, linkage in time, in speed, in rhythm of the actions, and therefore in the timing of the implementation of individual elements forms a fundamentally defined center from spatially separated groups. However, the written materials of Ukhtomsky don't contain enough materials and information about his real understanding of the chronotope concept he invented. But his references to the works of Minkowski, Einstein, as well as to Sherrington are very interesting. Later on, the term chronotope was used by a famous Russian scholar, literary critic Mikhail Bakhtin, and his jobs actually were translated into English, so you can see them. So in his studies of medieval European carnival culture, and specifically in literary studies, Bakhtin developed this term in his 1937 essay, Forms of Time and of Chronotope in the novel. So he was applied it mostly to the fine literature. And he was used it as a central element for his theory of the meaning of language and literature. Fascinated by the advances in biology, Bakhtin was evidently deeply struck by Ukhtomsky's take on Einsteinian ideas of relativity as such. In Bakhtin's writings, chronotope is a unit of time and place which acts as a distinct force for the whole scenario of the narration. In literary theory and philosophy of language, the chronotope is how the configuration of time and space are represented in language and in discourse. So that is the time-space which makes the whole scenario, the whole narration. Additionally, there is a similarities between Ukhtomsky's idea of chronotope and Wechskull concept of Umwelt. So you can see it later on. In the social physiology and psychology, the chronotope denotes a particular typical communicative situation routinely happened in a particular time and place, such as school lesson or hospital, daily life, daily routine, or even today our event is also a chronotope. You see, we sit in a particular, mode, and we're doing the specific things. This is the chronotope we are existing in just right now. So the chronotope denotes the intrinsic connectedness of time and space, temporal and spatial relationships, inseparability of time and space. Time thickens, takes on flesh, becomes artistically visible. Likewise, space becomes charged and responsible to the movements of time, plot, and history. The chronotope in literature has an intrinsic genre structure, interestingly. So the genres also very much related to the chronotope. For example, it can be even said that it is precisely the chronotope that defines genre and genre distinctionness. For example, the same is true, for example, in the genres of Indian performing arts. Let's take Thumri. So when we say Thumri, this moment we can recollect the time, because Thumri is the evening performance, and immediately the place where Thumri should be done is also comes to our mind. Like, just remember the Shatranj Ke Khilari, wonderful film by Satyajit Ray, where this the Saswati Sen, she performed at Thumri, a particular place in a particular time. Unlike Immanuel Kant, who saw the time and space transcendental precondition of the experience, Mikhail Bakhtin view them as the forms of the most immediate reality. They are not mere mathematical abstractions, but they have a concrete and, depending on context, gravitatorily variable forms. So there is a huge variety of social activities that are defined by qualitatively different time-space fusion. Now let us observe the cases where this, what we say, time-space unit turns out to be not only conditions for the actions, but even they act themselves. So vast material could be drawn from the history of religion and art, and in particular ritualistic art, of course. Acting time is a core concept for the several religious and philosophical traditions, and maybe one of the best example could be Zurvanism. It's a modified form of Zoroastrianism that appeared in Persia during the Sasanian period. According to Zurvanism, time alone, limitless and eternal and uncreated, is the source of all things. Even they have, so to say, God of time in Zurvanism. The idea of acting time appeared, of course, in Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna unfolds himself as Vishnu, as eventually as a time, the only actor in the entire world. According to him, time has already created and destroyed all things and beings, so that each and every person is just the performer of his or her duties according to the given role and character. Indian performing arts are extremely chronotopic. Maybe the first things which comes into mind is the connections of raga, system of raga with a particular time period, prahars, so especially practiced in Hindustani tradition. But of course, this denotes the ritualistic roots of the music itself. But the proper ritualistic performances provide us with a rich material for the vision of this inseparability of time and space, and of time and Lotzi as actors of the enacted stories. So let us take an example of one tradition which I studied since 2014. That is the ritualistic theater, or even the rituals, you can say, of Tulunadu, known as Daivaradhane, with a kola, sacred performance, a certain meeting and clash of human and divine worlds. I studied it, last at almost 10 years, and there are several films done by me, so I can share the YouTube link so you can see the 8 chapters of the kolas, because I saw like 9 performances fully and recorded them. So, among the various ritualistic performing traditions of India, maybe the most spectacular is what we say Kola and Teyyam, both situated in the south coastal Karnataka and North Malabar and Kerala, roughly coming under the territory of Tulunadu, a historical region of Tulu-speaking people. Religious culture here is very specific. Alongside the temples of Puranic gods such as Shiva, Vishnu, Ganesha, Durga, there is a vast number of shrines in Tulunadu dedicated to local indigenous deities and heroes, deified heroes, generally called Bhuta, Daiva, Satyalu, etc. There are several denotations, and also Teyam. They become Teyam in the ritual itself. There is a belief that Puranic deities don't talk, they don't speak with the people. But the Daivas, Bhutas, they communicate with the people. Time-wise, both Daivas and Devas are worshipped regularly, but this is somehow different regularity, different systems, and different ritual cycles. So Brahmanic gods and goddesses are, so to say, global. The activity goes beyond the particular locus, but every village and every family, every Guttu of Tulu land has its own Daiva and Bhuta with a distinctive character. And Kola usually happens near this small village sthana, Bhuta sthana, and sometimes inside the house as well, inside the Guttu, the family, the manners. And of course, where the sacred symbols are installed and God's supposed to recite temporally. What is interesting, this is two very different, spaces and very different rhythms. So as you see, there is some kind of continuity between Yakshagana, which is the pan-Indian character. So they recite the stories comes from Ramayana and Mahabharata mostly. But when you see the appearance, the outlook, the costumes, you see a lot of similarities, a lot of ideas, which definitely comes from the local traditions here. So see that this is the map of Tulunadu. So in the development of the Tulu cults, the multiplicity and adjustment of the gods to a specific place are essential. There are hundreds of sacred entities, and each combines both concrete and abstract features. For instance, Panjurli originated from the swine, from the pig, who misbehaved in the celestial garden of Shiva, crushed trees and made the place dirty. So Shiva eventually condemned and sparred him, and he told him, "You go to earth and beg the grace from the humans. Let them worship you, and you will bless them." And you will bring them prosperity and fulfill their wish. But after the Panjurli came from the celestial abode, after he came to the Western Ghats first and then to the human life, immediately he multiplicized. So in the beginning, it was like 4 Panjurli. So the first one came from Annapa Panjurli. He came to Kuduma, the place where the Dharamsthala situated nowadays in South Karnataka. Then he appeared himself as a Tembikala Panjurli, as a Kuppetu Panjurli, Boladi Panjurli, etc. So what is very important that Panjurli, yes, there is a one character Panjurli, but you come, the moment you come to earth, he multiplicized, and the connections with the place, a particular place, is a crucial here, very important, and each case gives a little bit different shape for the hero. Kola, the worship, the way of worship of these, sometimes they being called demigods, but again, it's like a general description, difficult to say, because they want to stress that they are not Daiva, they are not Brahmanic deities, they are local deities. So the worship of these gods, Daivas, it's a major element of the whole religious institution of Tulunadu. And Kola, which is just the same as a Rupa in Sanskrit, so appearance, look, form, vision, sometimes something which originate everything from them is the center. So deities, they have biographies with a greater or less details, and this is open, broad possibility for interpretation. They are mostly transmitted orally, and in Tulu they are being called Parnhana. the stories of the deities, their adventures, miracles, struggles, love affairs, marriages, and so on. And Kola is often an overnight performance with many parts. It is a welcoming of the gods and, of course, impersonating of the gods through the bodies of mediums who belong to a particular caste, like Pambada, for instance. Here, the Dayananda Katalsar. Now, by the way, he's a secretary of the Tutulu Kendra in South Karnataka, in Mangalore. So he also performed different professions outside of the rituals. So all these people, they could be professional in different ways, but at the same time they must perform because of family traditions. So the spirits are very free in actions. They can address anyone and possess anyone, and they are able to perform miracles and have no particular and permanent image. Yes, the person can take them inside of their body. They can just show these deities, but at the same time, the same deity could be a mountain, a stone, a tree, an animal, a mask, some kind of paraphernalia, whatever. So they can establish a connection with any object or any person within the defined region under their control. And this particular localization is very important. So each deity has a particular area for this jurisdiction where they have the right to visit villagers and receive worship, and they have no business outside of the territory. But within the territory, everything is connected, everything is interrelated, whether the animated landscape, human body, love, death, all things and beings and happenings are connected and comes out from the deities somehow. So the collective character of the rituals is very essential. To begin the transformation, the performer asks permission from the audience, and each person who presents is to a certain extent responsible for the success or unsuccess of the whole event. Kola is the manifestation of various cultural and social ties. And for example, this paraphernalia, they're just being stored in the warehouse of the families in traditional Guttu in some corner. But they are just passive during the whole year. So they've been taken only during the rituals. And after the Kola, they again goes to this corner and wait until the next time it will be performed, like chilambu, sacred bracelets, and many other things. And then, of course, in case of any large kola, the joint efforts of all residents of the area class or cluster of village are required. And even doesn't matter whether they are Hindu or not. Christian, Muslim, all people take part, and maybe Ali Tayyam is the best known, element of this. Uh, these things happens even outside of a denomination, so to say, the organized religion. It's a very important local things. And in the worship of local deities of Tulunadu, I can conclude all elements of Kola's functions as the vehicle for the core element. And the core element here, this invocation and expectation and welcome, yet very controlled communication with the sacred reality. Because very true that Chandra Dasan mentioned that sometimes even they can kill if the activity will be too vigorous, you see. And for that purpose, always somebody following the medium, because yes, he can even lose his consciousness, he can do very strange things. So all people unite in a certain group. just to do all the things. And there are many things to say about Kola. I'm not going to deep into these narrations because it's a huge and very interesting institute. I will just show you several pictures. You see, music is also here. The band orchestra are being made specifically, and they also belong to a particular caste. And sometimes they are Christians, the people who only play music, or maybe the people who only make the flower garland sometimes. Or people, and there is a certain transmission of the spirit possession, because not a medium, but the priests who belong to the different castes, they've been possessed first. Then they transmitted this possession to the medium himself, and then the whole ritual started. And of course, each elements like fruits, for example, or supari, or whatever, they are also part of the same entity, of the same god. Same, for example, like Panjurli. This is also one kind of Panjurli. And sometimes some people who belong to Muslim castes, sometimes they only the lamp holder. They have no other deal to do. Only they stay all the night and just holding the lamp during the whole ritual. So deity is here, you see, and sometimes he has to take rest. So there are other people who helping him just to recollect. And then this is the climax of the whole performance, where the people from different castes come together, and they have, so to say, the the conference, the interviews, when the deity speak to the people, to the villagers. So I may add a little bit this example, saying that, and the time and place have a crucial role in this worship. Pola have their own venue, a structure, rules, and a circle on performance, who never adopted the profession of, for example, of Yakshagana artist, as I noticed, and they often doing some other job, but they are not actors of Yakshagana, as I was told by some of my informants. So especially noteworthy is the intimate connection of all elements involved in Kola in a particular time and place. When I asked one of my resource person to show me a few dancing steps typical for the movement of the characters and he present in Kola, he refused. According to him, not a single part could be presented outside of the ritual. And then, interestingly, in Udupi, there is a resource research center in Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, where a lot of work, ethnographical and cultural done, and they collect a lot of materials. They have a wonderful archive, folkloristic archive. So they wanted to make a book of the makeup, which would be denotation for the different characters used in Kola and Teyam. And then it was a protest from the traditional performers and mediums. They protested against the untimely and misplaced use of even just a makeup. So eventually that was done and the book was edited, but this makeup was done not on the faces of traditional performers, but on the faces of Yakshagana pupils, students, you see. So that kind of shift was done because they didn't want. Actually, it's not prohibited to take a photo. It's an open event. So you can go and you can shoot and you can, draw whatever the faces of the performers inside of the ritual, during the ritual, but not outside and not in the other time and other place. So the time and place played a crucial role. Even more, I will tell you one thing. So one person who, he was a very knowledgeable person, old person, who was a person who recited the one pardhan of Siri worship. So I asked him to just to tell me a little bit the story, because he's the most knowledgeable. He said, no, I don't know the story. The moment rituals comes, I'm coming to the place, I wear the attire, and I open my mouth, and the whole story is just coming out from me. So that is the deity who speaks, not me. So I don't know the story. The story happens itself only in a particular place and in a particular time. So that was, a good example that that both space and time makes Kola happens. Joint effort, a proper time, a proper place makes the whole story. So in a sense, in the ritualistic performance, time and space are not the venues, but the actors who establish and give birth to the other elements, all elements, including us. So it brings us to the very archaic idea of the anthropomorphism, of the season of years and the year as a certain personalities. So particular periods of time are persons, like guests who visit us, and we must be ready to accept them, to invite them into our house, to treat them properly. So restrictions and norms apply to all elements of the ritualistic performances of the local deities, shows this subtle interplay of time and space in the whole outlook of the tradition. So the place and time narrates the story, makes human being, make all things inside. So we may conclude now that the time always has a particular qualities. It's always time for something, whether to do something or to act or not to act. There is no time as such. There is time for something. So the time itself scheduled or it's selected, it chose us. So we must be equal to the time, proper to the time. Our chronotope, concrete time place, tells us who we are in the sense of our life or in the ritual or in the stage role today. So, and then I must just conclude with one sentence, one idea from Mahabharata, which is very nice and I always recollect it. Everything is being brought by time. Everything has been taken away by time. So Chakra, please don't be too proud to be a human today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A beautiful presentation, and time literally within the flesh, within the mask, within the makeup, how time is consolidated sort of tangibly. A very beautiful concept. Any questions or comments from anyone? Chandradasanji, would you like to share something?
So Clara, I would like to tell you that, since, as you said, for the music, so for each raga in Hindustani or Carnatic also, there's a time. So evening you sing this raga, morning you sing this raga. Just like that, these kolas, these pudas or kolas, as they call it in Karnataka, and Teyyam, which we call it in Kerala, the two, or Kasaragod and Kannur district. Even these kolas or these Teyyams have specific times. Certain Teyyams come in the morning, certain come in the midnight, certain comes daytime. So just like the raga has a specific time, so each kola has, each Teyyam has its own time of appearing. So it's there. And as you said, different castes of people has specific roles in making this thing happen. So all the subcaste of Hindu, who including Muslims and Christians, have specific roles. But I have noticed that the one community which is keeping away from this performance is the Brahmins. They somehow feel that these kolas are more dangerous and we have to keep away. So they may give money so that unless if they don't give the money, the kola or the Teyyam will be angry to them and do some revenge. So they'll give the money and keep themselves away from the performance site or the performance itself. That's another interesting thing. And as you said, there are rules like that. It's belonging to this caste only, and you have to do it only this time, only in the performance time. You can shoot, you can perform. So things are also changing with time. See, if some 20, 30 years before, it was not that much rigid. Now it has become more closed. There's one example that happened to myself. So I have been acting in a film as a Peruvanan, a Teyyam artist. I have to perform that role for a film. So when we had to shoot that scene, these performers came there and said, no, we cannot allow you to perform that. It cannot be shot here in this place. So then we said, okay, we are not doing it. We can shoot them when they perform in the temple. But they won't do it for the film also. It's just for the performance. You can go and shoot, no problem. And that shot has been taken, means the scene has been shot in a totally different district away from the actual place without the knowledge of these people. But there are people who help us also. So it's a very interesting thing. So I just want to tell that, no, the shift in time is also shifting the practice. For example, you might have noticed that no, all these Teyyams or Kolas, you said the Pudastan, the place of the Puda or the Kola. It's normally an open space under a tree or something like that. It's a cow. There's no building and nothing like that. But nowadays it has been more and more increased that no, they have started building walls around it, started building temples just like the other Vaishnava, Shaiva. So that also has been started recently, means for the last 24 years. So it's a very interesting form to study even the social relationships that's happening within the village or the town or the city or the country. So thank you. It was a very, you are very closely looking into the form. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Yes. Even more, I was feeling that it's not just happens in time. It is the time which brings us. You see, this concept we also find in Vedic time, in Rig Veda. You see, there is also idea that time itself makes us. So we are somehow the time. Yeah. It's interesting. Teyyam, in 2018, I saw one Teyyam in Bharat Rang Mahotsav. You see, it was done by Shashi Kumar B. But he told me later that the person who presented the main character, so he belonged to a proper caste, a particular caste, who plays Teyyam. So they didn't challenge at least the personality of the actor. But of course, it was done outside of the ritual and outside of the place. But again, why not? See, if you look into the content of the Teyyam, it's a local stories. You see, it's a local memory. It's a history. So why not? Like Odyssey, we take Odyssey, we take Medea mentioned by you. So why can't we show them little bit broadly? Okay, let's don't call it Teyyam. Let's call it differently. Let's call it let's create a different a name, you see, some kind of your own creation based on the Tulu folklore or whatever. But because the moment you select the term kola or term Teyyam, it's very challenging, because you see the association of the mediums and performers, they will protest. They will go and protest, in Mangalore, in the Kasargod, in Old Tulunadu. So it's a very social moment, a social question, and one should be very careful. The moment you bring something to the public, just should be careful. As an anthropologist, I face every moment with that moment. This is the issue. Otherwise, of course, you see, we are free. You are the theatrical director. Of course, you are free to use the subject, the stories, everything, and your approach to Medea was wonderful, very interesting, mentioned today. Thank you very much.
A lot of plays and performances has been created out of this. A number of plays are written in Malayalam, performed. Even Kavalam Narayana Pandikar, our great director, has done a play on Panchuruli Teyyam. On the same Teyyam which you are speaking about, Panchuruli, there is a play and has been performed. But it's not in the exact copy of the Teyyam performance. It's an adaptation.
Right.
And Macbeth, the story of Macbeth has been adapted into a film.
Yeah.
Also there.
Interesting.
Thank you so much, Chandradasan ji. Thank you, Shwetlana ji. And we'll move ahead. I would like to welcome Dr. Siddharth Singh to take forward to the next session. And when we are talking about time in the flesh form and listening to this discussion and a lot of scientific aspects that Shwetlana ji was introducing in, the thought that occurred to me was, we think of time in a larger scale, but every day the cells in our body keep changing and they keep becoming different. So actually, with the passage of time, we are no longer tangibly who we were because all the cells in our body has changed, but yet we are who we were. So this again, within the very aspect of our body itself hides this time and timelessness. But when we think of losing ourselves to timelessness, the one powerful weapon that all of humanity has always enjoyed is literature, a good story, or losing yourself into the world created by a wonderful author. And that is the direction that our next presenter is taking us towards, Professor Siddharth Singh, who has studied at the University of Allahabad, a postgraduate degree in English literature. And after that, he is dedicated to promote Indian knowledge systems within English academia. He has earned his doctorate in philosophy from the University of Allahabad in 2008. And his extensive research focused on the critical theories of Harold Bloom, encompassing contemporary theories, Jewish theology, Western philosophy, literary criticism, and he's also gone on to be an educator, teacher to many, as a former associate professor and head at MMPG College, Kalakankar Pratap Gad, UP. And he is currently teaching at Shri Jai Narayan Postgraduate College in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh again. Several papers to his credit, especially on the diasporic and Indian writing in English. And today, he's taking us back into a different time in our own Indian knowledge system literature, unraveling the Natya Shastra conventions in the works of Bhasa, Bhavabhuti, and Kalidasa, the temporal and spatial dynamics in Sanskrit drama. So I welcome you, Dr. Siddharth Singh, to take us into your discourse.
Thank you, Sunilji. Thank you, Pialda and SLA, for inviting me on this auspicious occasion and in this galaxy of stalwarts from all over the world. Since in the morning, Purush Sukh has been cited, one of the hymns, which was one of my point of departure, I will now begin with one couplet from Ramcharitmanas, which is about time and especially the dimensions of time. लव निमेश परमाणु जुग बरस कलप सरचंड भजस नमन तेहि राम कहूँ कालु जस को दंड. O my soul, why do you not worship Sri Ram, who has the indivisible time for his bow and the various divisions of time, such as atom, a twinkling, a moment, a year, an age, and a cycle for his fierce arrow? This couplet, I think, defines the Indian concept of time in a nutshell. Now, to begin with my paper, I will start from where Professor Bharat Gupta left in the morning, because there is a kind of comparison here. It's a comparative paper. Uh, uh, Actually, what Bharat sir was telling about the similarities between Indian theater and the Greek theater, and I agree with him that the similarity lies in the concept of catharsis and rasa nishpatti. But there is a great difference, and difference is not in the result. Difference is in the process of anukaran and imitation. For Aristotle, it is theater is an imitation of an action, and the story should run in a single day at a single place, what we know as unity of time space. But when we come to Natya Shastra or Indian system, as Bharat Muni codifies it, he says that it is an anukaran of the seven continents. See how the space is actually not limited to a single place here. And then he again tells that it is an anukirtan of emotional state bhava of the entire triple world. It is not confined to a single person or single place again. So, there are lots of shloks in Natya Shastra, and my basic uh, presentation today will focus on three stalwarts of Indian classical theatre, Bhas, Kalidas, and Bhavbhuti. So I shall begin here. The splendor of Indian classical plays and influential Natya Shastra suggests a sophisticated and self-contained aesthetic realm. Many critical endeavors to explore these plays align with Natya Shastra's theoretical foundations. While some attempts involve Western theories, post-independence focus on ancient culture and politics emphasizes innovation. Literary appreciation, however, remains largely unchanged. Most of the critics, even Western critics, have studied these plays within the confinement of the theories of Natya Shastra. Now, this necessitates a response to the dynamic life depicted in the Sanskrit plays through diverse critical lenses. Now, I would like to I would adhere to Bharat's theory, but I will examine these plays with the dimensions of space and time. I will begin with Bhas. Because Bhas is considered as pre-Bharat, he predates Bharat, it is considered. Bhas employed visionary dramatic devices, creating a comprehensive theatrical experience in his plays long before Bharat formalized the conventions of Natya in his Natya Shastra. Bhasa's visionary experiments not only likely influenced Bharat in developing his formulations, but also hold relevance in our own contemporary era. His plays skillfully intertwine elements of the present with refined characterizations and the elevation of ideas, embodying aspirations shared by civilizations. Bhas stands as the pioneer in achieving a harmonious balance of temporal and spatial dynamics in his plays, earning reverence from eminent Sanskrit playwrights like Kalidas, Bhabhuti, Harsh, and others who followed suit in embracing his innovative dramatic techniques. Bhas draws inspiration for his plays from both well-known epic traditions, both Ramayana and Mahabharata, and oral traditions. Some of the stories are purely from oral tradition. For example, what I am taking Swapnavasa Dattam, it is from oral tradition. As far as Karn Bharam has been mentioned there, it was from Mahabharata. Abhishek Natak is from Ramayana. In a revolutionary manner, he seamlessly exploits these two sources, presenting an alternative perspective on space, time, and accepted values grounded in humanistic principles and basic human emotions. Swapnavasa Dattam, among the 13 notable plays by Bhas, takes center stage due to its refined sentiments and exalted ideals. It holds significance for two key reasons. Firstly, its adept use of dramatic devices that transcend time and space, which are relevant not only in the context of theatrical performances, but they also anticipate today's cinematic presentations. And secondly, its innovative use of stage space to freely challenge the constraints of time and space. Bhas's approach anticipates Bharat's later elaboration on methods to perform the sharp difference in localities and the change of space and time through the division of the stage, what he says the kaksha or the zonal division of a stage into different portions and use them strictly and carefully to enact the different scenes. Engaging in such an approach, while allows the freedom to traverse time and space without constraints, blending suitable dramatic elements perfectly to evoke the desired emotional experience. This sharply differs from the principles of Greek theatre and the Aristotelian concept of three unities that should be adhered to in drama. The most striking experiment in this play, in Swapna Vasodattam, occurs during the momentary vision of Vasodatta, who is a character of remarkable delicacy, Vasodatta. This occurs when Udyan awakens from a dream of her, adding a layer of depth and intrigue to the narrative. Vasudetta emerges as a character compelled to surrender not just her physical space in the adverse times of her life, but also to reshape her identity by assuming the role of a royal maid to her husband's prospective wife. This selfless act stems from her profound love and unwavering devotion to him, driven by the understanding that this new marriage is crucial for his political security following the loss of his kingdom. See, we can come to the Act 1 if we go to the Act wise. In the Act 1, Vasudatta conforms to the Yogandrayan's plan, who without seeking her permission places her under Padmavati's protection. In Act 2nd, she praises Udyan in the presence of Padmavati, which is actually a painful acknowledgement for her, as she is coerced into marrying him to Padmavati. Again, her delicate nature is evident here. Now, in the next and a very important episode, in the next act, uh, this she uses she has to give in flowers to weave garland for Padmavati's instant marriage with Udyan. Here she uses the flower lords and ladies. It is known as lords and ladies, which is an antidote to widowhood. She weaves that flower in the garland, but she leaves out another flower, old wives' bane. Now she is symbolizing a potential to accept her as a co-wife, but there should be no harm to both of them. Here again, one thing is important from the point of view of space and time. How properties, theatrical properties like flower, can be used to shed light on the interior space of a character. How she is using these flowers here. Now, in the Act 4, Vasudetta finds her emotions stirred in the presence of Udyan, as she listens to his words of admiration. To her, this recognition feels like a reward for all the suffering she has endured in the past. In the Act 5, during Udayana's dream, the famous Sapnavasadatam scene, while this brings her pleasure, she maintains strict control over her emotions, understanding the significance of adhering to the elaborate scheme orchestrated by the noble Yoganarayan. She recognizes that the success of this plan would be in jeopardy if someone were to discover her in Udyan's bed. Therefore, she remains composed, fully aware that the success of Yogandrayan's scheme would be compromised if her presence in his bed is revealed. In her awareness, Vasudetta recognizes the sacrifice she makes in controlling the present to reshape the past, aiming for a more favorable future. Here, past, present, and future are interwoven. She understands the gravity of her actions and the transformative power they hold over the lives of those around her.
I believe it's his network connection.
I think we can await him to return back, or should we go to the next paper?
Just a few seconds. Let me just text him once.
Sure.
I think he's not answering.
He's back. He's back.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome
Very
back,
nice.
Dr. Singh.
Yeah, I'm back. There was some technical glitch here, actually, the electric cut. I was on the last act, I think. In her awareness, Vasudetta recognizes the sacrifice she makes in controlling the present. I think I completed this. This conscious effort to alter the past reflects her commitment to a greater purpose, emphasizing the importance of role in influencing the unfolding narrative for a better outcome in the days to come. Vasudetta achieves success according to Yogandrayan's plan and willingly accepts the sharing of her personal space as a wife. This act of sharing becomes a crucial element in her strategy to reverse the past. By embracing this arrangement, she plays a pivotal role in shaping the events to come. Vas indeed achieves remarkable success in crafting a play with a political theme that highlights the central role of a female character. This story's popularity in his time suggests that Bhas had a keen understanding of the timeless interest that humans have in intricate relationships within family life, especially when intertwined with political elements. The visionary poet appears to have anticipated Bharat's later codifications of dramatic principles as Bhas predates him. In doing so, Bhas not only contributes to the dramatic landscape of his era, but also lays a foundation for future generations to construct enduring poetic monuments that transcend the constraints of time. His ability to capture the nuances of human psychology in complex family dynamics and political contexts reflect a deep insight into the perennial themes that resonate across different epochs. Bhass skillfully exploits every temporal and spatial dynamic to weave a tightly structured narrative without sacrificing any theatrical impact. The story of Sapnavasa Dattam unfolds from a pivotal departure point in Udyan's life, marked by the loss of his kingdom. The plot intricately navigates through a series of events, deftly managing time and space, and culminates in the regaining of the kingdom through the sacrificial actions of Vasudata. Bhasa's ability to craft a cohesive and engaging storytelling utilizing temporal and spatial elements judiciously enhances the dramatic tension and ensures a powerful theatrical impact. Now I am coming to Abhijan Shakuntalam, which stands as a prime illustration of uh, sophisticated stylization of drama. Uh, a lot have been written about Abhijan Shakuntalam, and again I am writing using this time and space dynamics. The spatial here, more than time, space is important in this play. The spatial dimensions take center stage in Abhigyan Shakuntalam, where a profound connection exists between the behavior and interactions of characters within diverse environments. Notably, time appears to await the opportunate moment, choosing the proper place to reveal what it holds within its womb. In the beginning scene in Act 1, the king, engaged in a hunting expedition, promptly drops his weapon upon a hermit's caution regarding the sacredness of the deer's habitat. This marks a sudden and striking reversal of behavior, underscoring the transformative impact of the change in the spatial context. The transformative impact of space seamlessly intertwines with the dimension of time, which intricately weaves present with future. The futuristic dimension of time controls the action in the drama. In that very act, within the peaceful hermitage, as the Sahirda observes the pulsating right arm of the king, anticipation of future actions unfolds, and he, an heirless king, he has no issue actually, though he is the husband of several queens. He encounters Shakuntala, who would be the future mother of his yet to be born son. Now, uh, Bharat would be actually the emperor of the seven continents, as the words of the hermits can be trusted here. This appropriation echoes Bharat's assertion that nothing in this world will be an imitation of the seven continents. Kalidas skillfully employs the future dimension of time into various facets of the narrative. The hermit's blessings, earnestly seeking a son for the king, embody this temporal element. Moreover, the news of Karna journeying to Somatirtha to mitigate Shakuntala's ill fate and the out of season blooming of the Madhavi creeper, symbolizing Shakuntala's marriage, underscore the nuanced utilization of time within the storytelling. A notable aspect emerges in the confident assertion of place identity, vividly illustrated by the deer fawn within the hermitage. Even in the presence of an outsider, the young deer exudes a sense of assurance, highlighting the distinctive character and sanctity of its habitat. Between the Act 2 and 3, while overt actions remain subdued, the ambience of the setting subtly saturates time with the appropriate rasa. Notably, the Vishkambhak, the interlude in Act 3, unfolds over a significant stretch for the love-lorn Shakuntala. Though objectively brief, this period undergoes a profound transformation subjectively as Shakuntala surrenders her heart to King Dushyanta. Temporal progression deaccelerates, ushering in an avasthana kirtan of a state of Sambhoga Shringar. This thematic pattern persists throughout the act, marked by confessions and earnest attempts at expressing love. It signifies a pivotal shift in the internalization of emotions, where time, seen through the eyes of love-stricken hearts, seems to fleeting past. Yet within this apparent brevity, the narrative unfolds with rich and profound emotions and rasas. In the Act 4, the pinnacle of poetic expression is reached, and says Durvasa's sudden intervention becomes a dramatic fulcrum. Within this juncture, a sublime tapestry unfolds, depicting the elevation of Shakuntala's love. What was once mere physical passion in the preceding act now transcends, evolving into a love that is both celestial and morally profound. Now, here again, we see that Shakuntala's transformation from a girl into a pregnant woman, and he actually in the Vishkambhak, Kalidas masterfully expresses the philosophy of time also. When the people of Kam expounds on the law of nature in the context of moon setting and the sun's rising. This imagery symbolizes the disciplined order governing the world, reflecting the rise and fall in life and foreshadowing the sorrow that awaits Shakuntala. Now, in the fifth act, there is a special deviation, and every setting takes place in Dushyant's palace, where he actually fails to remember her, and he is surrounded by his kingly duties. Now, in the poignant scene where Shakuntala arrives in the palace, accompanied by Peoples and Gautami, to be handed over to Dushyanta, a notable shift in the narrative occurs. In the lavish setting of the palace, engrossed in his regal responsibilities, the king fails to recognize her, and the moments spent together are overshadowed by forgetfulness. The passage of time creates a significant gap, causing those cherished moments to be lost in the expanse of time. The same monarch who was hailed as Rajarshi in the first act now finds himself labeled as a man intoxicated with power. As Shakuntala, in great anger, speaks of him as a naval man distorted by an ignoble heart, the significance of the place underscores the thematic depth of this act. Again, in the sixth act, what we find that how the love of Shakuntala is triggered in his heart after he saw that picture, and he wants to fill the gap of time. And the Act 7 brings the final resolution, we can say. And here again, the what was told in the first act comes to in the seventh act. Now I am moving to Uttaram Charit, where again I am moving from spatial to temporal dynamic in this Uttaram Charitam. Temporal dynamics takes center stage in Bhavuti's Uttaram Charit, where he employs. Am I audible, Sunilji? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just to finish within 5 minutes. Temporal dynamics takes center stage in Bhavuti's Uttaram Charit, where he employs a distinctive kaleidoscopic narrative technique, interweaving
In case anyone
action
comes into
with the
mind now, because dad and brother are coming, I thought, I don't know, maybe I must have messed.
Shall I begin?
Yes, sorry for the interruption. You may continue, please.
Okay. Where I was. Temporal dynamics takes center stage in Bhavuti's Uttaram Charit, where he employs a distinctive kaleidoscopic narrative technique, interweaving actions with the simultaneous multidimensional thread, intricately weaving past with an interplay of memory in the Act 1 and future, ironically, which is present in the beginning speeches. So he weaves past and future into the present. The play unfolds as an intricate dance between the epos and realms, blending an advanced civilization against the primal mythic backdrop. The narrative, rooted in temporal and spatial dynamics, introduces an extraordinary interplay of mythical epos, immaculately intercrossing the creative threads of Valmiki and Bharat, pioneering poet and dramatist, respectively, in the Indian tradition. Temporal progression is subverted, giving way to an artistry of recapitulation and reflection. Act 1, the picture gallery, set within the regal confines of Ayodhya's palace, transforms into a piercing tableau of bygone experiences. The characters and audience alike are enveloped in the haunting ambience of the woodland backdrop, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that permeates the entire play. The visual tapestry of the past transports the characters into the recesses of their inner realms, with both Ram and Sita seemingly surrendering their immediate present to all encompassing embrace of history. This unfolds a microcosmic narrative of Rama's journey through a fluid state of consciousness. Bhavbhuti's adept exploration of each character's psychology facilitates the authentic expression of fundamental emotions. Remarkably, in the picture gallery scene, Ram, Sita, and even Lakshman consciously avoid reminders of past pain, choosing instead to embrace moments that underscore their love and respect. In Act 2, titled Dandak Revisited, which is set in distant time and space, a mirroring of the pattern established in the first act is evident. The Vishkambak not only spans a 12 years gap, as informed by Atreyu and Vasanti, perfectly connecting events from Sita's abandonment to the Shambhuk sacrifice, but also offers glimpses into future occurrences. The narrative gracefully unfolds a skillful um, intertwining past, present, and future through Bhabhuti's celebrated dramatic irony, propelling the characters along an inexorable trajectory. At third, the shadow, Chayang, this is called, building on the foundation laid in Act 2, adds potent intimations of the future, amplifying the dramatic tension. The Vishkambak in this act becomes more directly entwined with impending events as they are informed by the rivers Tamsa and Murla. The act immaculately telescopes past, present, and future into a unified continuum in the minds of the main characters. Placed on different planes of reality, Ram and Sita in a form of shadow, that's why it is called shadow, Chayang, repeatedly lose themselves in the overwhelming currents of past memories and forbidding visions of the future. The drama, veering into the states of stupor, speechless despair, and shattering mental agony, transcends conventional engagement in action, immersing itself in deep psychological interiorization that transcends ordinary divisions of time. Here, Karun Ras is employed, or you can say it is full of the entire act is full of Karun Ras. This act employs one of the most innovative theatrical devices, showcasing a different dimension of time and space. Sita, rendered invisible due to the boon of Bhagirathi, plays a role equally crucial to that of Ram. She exists outside conventional space, yet her presence fills the theatrical space. She transcends the boundaries of time, yet time feels incomplete without her. This artistic portrayal adds depth to the narrative, exploring the complexities of existence beyond the traditional constraints of time and space. Now, in the Act 3, we find the scene of Janak, Kaushalya, and Arundhati. Again, there is a lot of flashback, and then there is a love kush scene, and there is a kind of duel between Love and Chandraketu. The story unfolds past, and then again there is a hint of future. There is a lot of anticipation. I would like to come to the Garbhang, the final act, which is a fitting counterpart to Act 1. Here, the dramatic device of play within play is employed. The play within play takes center stage, replacing the earlier picture gallery. Here, Sutradhar skillfully transport the audience through the poetic tapestry of time, recounting how Valmiki, the sea poet, orchestrates a cosmic witnessing of prophetic creation. As the story of Sita unfolds after her abandonment, portrayed on the stage through goddess Bhagirathi and Prithvi, a profound moment emerges. Ram, overwhelmed with grief, loses consciousness while witnessing how Sita, in her sorrow, plunges into the Ganga and bears her twins. Now, this act is actually here what we find this exploration of temporality, amalgamating three dimensions of time into a unique order, manifested through the embodiment of poetic vision in this play within the play. Now, I am coming to one concept of Bergson's, the process of Dury, wherein objective, the mechanistic time of science, and the subjective, what we actually experience is the lived time, which we call the real duration. Here in Uttar Ramcharitam, that can be explained through this Bernaysian's theory of Dury, the process of Dury. And even if we try to find how Einstein's theory of relative time can be employed here in this play also. The spatial dimensions in the narrative vividly materialize through the natural fusion of fantasy, seamlessly blending human and divine elements. Ram and Sita, embodying both realms, navigate a theatrical landscape where nature transcends conventional limits. Elements like earth, air, water, and fire take tangible forms, actively participating in the unfolding story. And even we find the weapons taking human forms. I am concluding now. The plays masterfully employed the concept of time and space, aligning with the profound Indian perspective that perceives time as rooted in eternity, which is cyclic in nature. Here, the emphasis lies not on objective time, merely a collection of objects, but rather on the intricate relationships among events. This approach harmonizes what we can say with Einstein's later revelation that time is relative. Its passage depends on one's frame of reference. Classical Indian theatre delves into the profound cyclic rhythm of time. Within this theatrical time and space, every nuance of emotion undergoes a transformative process known as sadharanikaran, where the individual and specific nuances evolve into universal and commonplace experiences. The dramatic action, which aims at generating rasa in Sanskrit drama, revels in the liberating ability to transcend the constraints of time and space. These theatrical masterpieces intricately navigate through multifaceted dimensions of space, skillfully juxtaposing the subjective and objective realms. Both dimensions adhere to the profound equation of rasa nishpatti. And one more thing I would like to add, it's very remarkable fact which is incorporated in all the plays. This is of astronomy, which is rooted in Surya Siddhant. This celestial element, with its capacity to foresee the unfolding of future time, seamlessly weaves into the narrative, emphasizing its integral and its indispensable role in the storytelling. As a result, classical Indian theatre emerges as a rich tapestry where the exploration of time, space, and cosmic influences elevate the theatrical experiences to a level of unparalleled depth and sophistication. So that was all my presentation. And one thing I remember, previous year we were part of a production, Bhagavad Ajukam, and it was very surprising to see how the spirit is transformed on stage from one person to another person. This can also happen in Sanskrit drama. So thank you. I'm eagerly waiting for your observations and comments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siddharth Singh. And we had a few disturbances in the time and space, but you brought us back into your space each time with this beautiful subject. And any questions from anyone before we go ahead? Would anyone like to ask? Or I would like to ask, sir, that especially these stories, when we think of they being Nitya as well as Puratan, they belong to a different time, yet there is a freshness. I mean, they're relevant in today's time also. So this idea of as someone who comes from a background of literature, what do you feel are the tenets of writing something that is timeless in creating something? Because there are many different creators from different fields here, and in art, not just in literature, but in other art, there's always a desire to create something timeless that goes beyond our time to maybe some other time, 100 years later. How is this art relevant? So, would you like to comment on that, sir?
It is all the emotions and the delineation of characters. What I feel, being a student of literature, that the greatest artistic achievement lies in the creation of characters who can present every emotions of our life. I remember my guru's words, Professor Amar Singh, University of Allahabad, when we used to compare Shakespeare and Tulsidas. He would like to say that Shakespeare was life like, but Tulsidas was life creating. If you can create a life, you can guide people. Because when we talk about in the context of Natya Shastra, the entire Shastras has to be uh, passed to those common people who can't understand Shastras. So creation is actually to show those movements of life which are universal to each and every person. And those values of life which sustain civilization. That's why when I started with Bhas, his Swapna Dattam, how tender Vasodatta is. Still, we would like to get such wives who are so delicate, who are so tender. And when we talk about the fourth act of Kalidas, Abhiyan Shakuntalam, the pure wisdom is there. So the greatest authors always took literature to the level of philosophy with the simplest presentations. This is what I think. Uh, Even in Karnabharam, one movement of his life is explored. Or when we talk about Duryodhan, his another reality is explored there. So yes, somebody has asked the concept of Anukirtan. Will you please read what he's asking?
Yes, Chandradasan sir, who was present here in the morning and now also he's here. The concept of Anukirtana in Indian theatre instead of Anukarana in the Western theatre is important. Anukirtana is a glorious retelling with an element of magnification, the daily becoming extra daily. That is his comment that he has given. And even in the Natya Shastra, we
That's why
have
it
the
is
term
Bhavanukirtanam. Bhava is important. Yes, Bhavanukirtanam, and later on, Anand Vardhan has explored this concept so beautifully. So I have also written a paper on this theory of imitation and Anukirtan, comparative paper on this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for this beautiful subject. And I would like to now invite the next speakers, which are a duo, much like the Lavakusha in the Ramayana. They are taking us together on a combined effort. And we have Nagaraju Pejjai and Jolly Puttuseri with us. Welcome. Dr. Nagaraju Pejjai.
Is there.
Yes,
thank you all for the patient listening. We are talking about time without a real time. so we cut across a lot of time. So we will try to finish it off. in time. If
Sure,
we are
sir.
extending, please let me know. So
Sure.
Dr.
I'll just take a
Nagaraj,
moment to introduce both of you to
yeah,
all
Dr.
our
Nagaraj, yeah,
online as
thank you
well
so
as
much.
live audience.
Sorry,
So
taken onto the wheel. Sorry. Yeah.
that's totally fine. So we now heard Dr. Jolly Puttuseri, who is an associate professor, Center for Folk Studies, University of Hyderabad, and has an experience of 27 years of teaching, guiding, and mentoring theatre and folklore courses and projects. Received the Fulbright Fellowship in Theatre Education at Illinois State University during September 2004 to March 2005, and the Junior Research Fellowship from the Department of Culture, HRD Ministry, Government of India, 2000-2002. And he has worked in Hollywood and UK-based film productions, as well as directed more than 16 major plays and worked in 60 theatre productions. Accompanying him is Dr. Nagaraju Pejai, who is a highly accomplished academic and seasoned theatre practitioner, boasting a diverse and enriching background. His academic journey has culminated in the Doctor of Philosophy in Theatre Arts from the University of Hyderabad, where he completed his PhD concentrating on Draupadi Tirunallu, a study of the scenographic elements in the performances. And his career has been marked by significant contributions to theatre in education, folk and religious theatre, scenography, and technical theatre. And his profound insights are evident in the published book chapter, Performing Self-Sacrifice of Ilavata in Dharmaraja's Festival, and essays on performing arts, as well as numerous other festivals. And today, both of them are presenting a subject that is very interesting, the dynamics of Veedi Natakamu, exploring a Mahabharata-based folk theatre of Andhra Pradesh. And I'm very excited personally to listen to both of them because this is a new subject entirely for me too. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Nagaraj will present it. He will be, because he's the master of that particular subject. So, first of all, I would like to thank you, both of you, Deep and, patiently sitting man for a long time. Okay, we stepped out and in. So, thank you so much for your patient listening. And the talks are very engrossing, It's so tiresome. So many theories, so many areas. So, anyway, Nagaraj, please.
Yeah, so am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm so privileged to be part of this seminar. So we are talking about Veedi Natakamu. So let me give you introduction of Veedi Natakamu. So most of Indian theatrical traditions often trace their roots to the Mahabharata. Veedi Natakamu is one of them. Veedi Natakamu, a form prominent in Andhra Pradesh, India, vibrantly visible in Draupadi Festival of Chitturu district. So the Draupadi festival, also known as Dharmaraja festival, seamlessly blends worship and celebration, rooted in the history and culture of vernacular Kshatriyas. So the festival presents temple rituals, narrative performances, and theatrical acts. The festival is organized for an 18 to 30 day celebration from March to August. So Veedi Natakamu is a combination of two words. Veedi means street and Natakamu means theatre. Beyond Draupadi festival, Veedi Natakamu performed on various occasions, death anniversaries, childbirth celebrations, and village deity festivals. The performances incorporate dance, song, music, improvisation, dialogue, and exaggerated acting. Veedi Natakamu, with its costumes and props, creates a captivating spectacle. Despite being a religious offering at Draupadi festival, Veedi Natakamu is dominated by entertainment, holding spectators for extended periods. Veedi Natakamu establishes a strong bond between performers and spectators in the festival. So this is the sample video of Veedi Natakamu. It is just a few seconds. So that was the introduction of Dhritarashtra and Gandhari in the Mahabharata. So let me explain about few spatial dynamics in Vidhi Natakamu. Vidhi Natakamu performances demonstrate adaptability and flexibility taking place in diverse locations such as village corners, streets, temple courtyards, and farm fields. Vidhi Natakamu performances typically didn't require a formal stage, but in Draupadi festival feature an outdoor fixed stage known as Bharatam Mitta. So historically, performances occurred in open spaces, necessitating raised floors, sometimes achieved by putting a soil if spectators' level was lacking. So temporary stages were constructed by adding soil to the ground. Nowadays, permanent structure in Draupadi temple courtyards serve as both the performance space and the green room. The open area in front of the stage, approximately the field of football field, serves as a spectator space. So we can divide Vidhi Natakamu performances in two categories based on the performance space. One is performed on the small stage, another one is performed in outdoors. So let me give you a chronological time in Vidhi Natakamu performances. So each performance of Vidhi Natakamu is presented for 6 to 10 hours in a night. The 18 parvas of Mahabharata are used to perform 18 days during the Draupadi festival. The performance text is flexible, allowing for the extension or reduction of the length of the performance. The duration can be extended by adding scenes or reduced by deducting scenes. So the sequence of the scenes follow a pattern of songs and improvisations. The sequential arrangement assists devotees in following the performance even if they miss few scenes. So let me give you the list of the plays performed in 18 days of Draupadi festival. First one is Lakka Gruha Dahanam, the house of Lakka, Bakasura Vada, Bakasura's death, Draupadi Swayamvaram, Draupadi participating in the ceremony of choosing a husband, Draupadi Kalyanam, Draupadi's wedding, Salahini Charita, history of Salahini, Draupadi Purva Janma Vruttantam, story of Draupadi's previous incarnation, Arjuna Tirtha Yatra, pilgrimage of Arjuna, Subhadra Kalyanam, Subhadra's marriage, Rajasuya Yogam, Draupadi Vastrabaranam, the disrobing of Draupadi, Aranya Parvam, the forest episode, Yaksha Prasna, the riddle of the Yaksha, Virata Parva, Virata's episode, Kichaka Vada, the slaying of Kichaka, Uttara Gograhanam, seizing of the cattle in the north, Sri Krishna Rayabaram, Lord Krishna's message, Kurukshetra Yuddham, Kurukshetra war. So some of these plays were repeated in open area with the rituals of Draupadi temple. So these outdoor performances are Bakasura Vada, killing of Bakasura, Arjuna Tapasu, Arjuna Penance, Arjuna Gograhanam, seizing of the cattle in the north, Ilavanta Bali, sacrifice of Ilavanta, Duryodhana Vada, assassination of Duryodhana. The same, we have another name also for this play, Duryodhana Gada Yuddham, mace combat between Bhima and Duryodhana. So these are the outdoor performances they perform in Vidhi Natakamu. So let me explain to you about spatial dynamics of Vidhi Natakamu, stage and spectator space. So when you look at into the Vidhi Natakamu performances, the stage and spectator space plays a significant role here. This is the stage building. So it is not very rich performance space as you observe in proscenium theater. It is just a shed kind of stuff. So the building was divided into two parts. First one is the green room and second one is the acting area. In the acting area you can see there is a space for musicians and a bench at the upstage that is used as a prop in the play. So let me show you the spectator space. It is like a huge football field for the spectators. They can lie down, they can sleep for some time, take rest and watch the play, chew the tobacco or smoke the cigarette or whatever it is while they are watching the play. Okay, so the stage structure and dimension, let me explain to you very clearly. The permanent stage has a foundation of nearly square shape divided into two equal parts for performance and green room. So performance space is raised and the space is approximately 12 feet by 18 feet, accommodate actors and musicians. Stone bench and curtain serves as a prop and a painted curtain with a generalized setting acts as a backdrop. So spectators sit on a mats and bed sheets in a vast open area in front of the stage. Seating arrangements are not fixed and spectators bring their own mats. Spectators occupy three sides of the stage, allowing for a communal experience and sharing reactions during the performance. Some venues may have a barricade separating men and women in the spectator space. So this is the spectator space. You can see a small stage in the spectator space. Some of the spectators are sleeping, some of them are watching. So the photo is taken at the midnight during the performance. So this is the performance space extended into the audience space. So let me show you a small video here. So this is the scene where Bhima and Duryodhana fight happens. So the audience, they spontaneously give the space for the actors to perform in their spectator space. So this is the entire ground plan. I have taken this photograph from Google Maps. The temple and the stage. The small yellow color square is the erected stage building, and there is a blue line oval shape that's called temple courtyard, used for spectators. It accommodates for various performances also. For example, the outdoor performances. The extreme right side, there is a white circle. It is a farm field, a paddy field used for Uttara Gurugrahanamu performance. So from the temple, they travel to this performance space with the actors and the spectators together as a procession, and then they perform here. They erect a geometry here at the center of the paddy field and perform Uttara Gurugrahanamu. So these are the backstage space where the actors are taking rest when they are not performing. This is the headgear which was adapted from films for this Vidinatagamu performance. So this is a costume. Costume purely represents the contemporary Indian woman for Draupadi character. So this is the shoulder stripe. This is the hip band. The costumes, the makeup. Before they apply makeup, they pray, and they pray to the material and they apply the makeup. So these are the props. So this is a very interesting prop. The present 21st century material in classical performances. That's a very interesting here. The beer bottle. Okay, so Vidinatagamu at outdoors, these are the performances I already explained to you. I will skip this slide. Now, these are the homage paid to the actor. So they write, the spectator write the number of the amount they pay to the actor, and they give amount and they slip to the actors. During the performance, they stop the performance and they announce this spectator's name, the amount they paid for the performance. Okay, so now these are the visual elements, significant visual elements in outdoor performance Bakasura Vada. So they use a sacred bullock cart which travels around the village, and they follow the procession, and the processional enactments are there. So this is visual elements dominates in Tapasmanu, and this is erected the sacred pole, devotees arrival, procession from temple, fight between Arjuna and Shiva, climbing the pole, throwing the prasadam in the air, purity engagement, horizontal space to the vertical, set props, connects the celestial world. So look at this. This is the Arjuna Tapasu performance. They perform in the temple courtyard, which I shown you previous slide. So here they erect this huge pole before the day of the performance, and they organize rituals, and they on the day of performance again they organize some rituals and they perform. The spectators surround this pole and stand and watch. The Arjuna climbs each step and narrate a poem. So this is a character in the play. So Arjuna, when he reaches this pole, top of the pole, the spectators are collecting the prasadam from Arjuna. So this is the ground plan of the performance, Arjuna Tapasu. So this is Uttara Grograhanamu performed in the paddy field. This is a gemmy tree erected during the performance. So to reach the performance space, they go in a procession, right? This is a tractor they use for the procession. So the performance. So performance space and installation at Ilavanta Bali. So at Ilavanta Bali, you can see a statue, a prop they prepared here, and they in front of that they perform. This is the sculpture. They stand to represent a character. So Ulupi, mother of Ilavanta, she's weeping for the sacrifice, for the death of her son. So this is Duryodhana Vada. You see, they erect such a huge, they prepare such a huge inclined sculpture with mud to perform Duryodhana Vada. So the character itself stands on the sculpture to perform the Duryodhana scene. So this is a Duryodhana Vada. So this is the last video I will play after some time. Let me give space for Jolly Putisari sir to speak. Sir, Jolly sir, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear. Continue, please.
Yeah, this is the last video, sir. I need to play once you conclude. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, please do.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
This is a scene of Draupadi disrobing. So on the bench, Duryodhana is sitting. This is Dusyasana. That's it, Jolly sir.
Yeah.
Could you conclude?
Yeah, this is something very simple. We will just conclude. As you all know, South Asian especially the South Indian uh, traditional theater forms carry certain kind of generalized, conventional norms to convey and communicate. So this is, one way we can easily say that it's a version or it's a deep variations from the Tirukuttu tradition of Tamil Nadu, and it's in the bordering towns of Andhra Pradesh. And once it cut across the border, it adapt and internalize certain things. So it's absolutely, from the morning we are hearing the word like chronotope and all. It's an interesting chronotope in that kind of a sense. Then you all know that, interestingly, here it is the time has, quite a lot of blurring of time happens. One way you can say it's a mythical space or temporality. In that mythical spatio-temporality, a fiction has been created, and the friction is not created with kind of an utopia. It is in a Foucauldian sense, it's heterotopia, because the costume itself, from the actor's point of view, costume itself carry certain kind of illusory meanings, but it never sustain to certain things. And it is definitely, it gives a space and a place and a place, a meaning, the meaning attached to memory, and the memory makes. And interestingly, most of the audience, whoever is, as Nagaraj said, lying down or smoking or going up, they all know the story. So it is the prekshaka who is already knows what happens in this mytho temporal space with that fictionality of things. So they all know that it's happening 18 into 18 and it is cyclical, and the narrative comes in, and when the performers feel that audience is getting bored, they can themselves edit it. That's the wonderful idea. So there is a fluidity of time, 6 hours to 8 hours. They can even stop at six hours. They can drag it to 8 hours chiller. So it's something like, so that kind of a fluidity cuts across. And interestingly, here the dramatic or theatrical space and the physical space and the physical time has very interestingly maneuvered by the so-called performers. As you see now in the Draupadi Vastrabharanam scene itself, you can see the characters, non-characters, the prekshaka, everybody is on the stage. So there is no strict boundaries comes in. The boundaries are broken off. So here the artifacts and the mentifacts and everything known to everybody. So that is what makes them believe that Duryodhana is lying in the Padugalam, as it in Tamil Nadu, or in that, in the Andhra Pradesh, in that particular fashion. And the actor of Duryodhana, who is standing upon the Duryodhana effigy, which is made with the mud, made with the mud, makes you believe that the breaking of the thighs happens in reality. So it's blur the reality and illusion and utopia. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a beautiful heterotopian idea. If you really say it's a pure heterotopia in that sense. So interestingly, we are not extending it. Interestingly, we wanted to really say that there is a kind of three partition for spatio-temporality in this particular performance. One is, you can see the fixed stages, fixed time durations. You can see the floating stages where things happens, episodes happens at different places, and it goes on floating along with the audience. Then you can see the fluid spaces. Nargaraj interestingly shown you a tractor, a bullock cart, a procession, etc. Along with the audience, it floats. It's a fluid space. The space travel across from one place to the other. People gather, people do certain things. Exactly. So interestingly, it is the spatio-temporality is being cut into pieces. The boundaries are broken with its freedom. That is what is folk theatre. Thank you so much.
Julie, can you tell how long this has been being performed? how many years that this form is
Yeah,
being performed?
it's been performed for a long, long time, sir. I don't know. Maybe Nagaraj may be knowing it, but historicity, it doesn't matter. But it's been performed for a long, long time. It is aging equal to Terukutu because it is
Yes.
nothing but I said, nah, it's a variation, or you can say it's an Andhra-ish version of Terukutu. Nagu may be able to say, yeah.
Maybe it is started, during this Bhakti movement. It's a long back history. Maybe we can trace to 15th, 16th century onwards in Tamil Nadu. So yeah.
But
Thank
one
you
thing
so
is,
much.
it's very interesting. It is very interesting. If somebody will have the time of 18 days, it is a wonderful time. Otherwise, there are a couple of documentaries, interesting documentaries made by, I don't remember his name, but it's also funded by SMA, I think.
Shashi
That's a
Kumar.
beautiful
Bharati.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, it's a beautiful documentary. So that documentary give you the feel of it. Thank you, Deep.
First of all,
It was.
yes, just a few quick
Yes, please
questions.
go ahead, Deepji.
Thank you. First of all, as promised, I could see that they were really succinct. However, I would like you to take back, Nagarajaji, when you are showing the division of spaces in case of the stage, I could see there was one square space particularly mentioned right beside the actor space, and there was another on the right-hand side. I would like to know what are the peculiarities of those two.
Let me go to that so that I can
But
explain.
the cement construction later happened. It was
Are
the
you talking
temporary
about this one?
construction. This one, right?
It's a
This is
temporary
the
one.
bench
Are you
for. This
talking
is a
about this?
usual bench for the Terukutu style of performance. You keep
Yes.
seeing
Yeah,
a
this.
bench where the Bhagavathas. Here, what happens now? In the Yakshagana tradition, the Bhagavatar sits in the stage right.
Okay.
You can see in the Bhagavata Mela, Yakshagana, Kuchipudi Yakshagana, wherever it is. So it's the thing. But interestingly, here what happens, like in the Sangeet Natak tradition, the harmonium comes here. The harmonium comes in. So it's a kind of a balanced kind of a square place. You have seen some way or the other, there was somebody or someone else come in and pull in a plastic chair and make the thing square, balanced. So that is very interesting. But they made in the templization started coming in, smaller places become temples, and they constructed a space for this Vidhinaraga. In that smaller places, they also constructed, instead of a bench, a cement, permanency. So that's what I'm saying. Now the fixed becomes more and more fixed in that sense.
Yeah.
It seems that no, there is an influence of the proscenium stage, not just in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
design,
yeah.
in the acting
Yeah,
style, everything is there. That's why I asked whether it has been, what is the age of like that after the Western theater or the Victorian theater came in.
yeah.
I
You
think they
sir,
show
you
a
are.
lot of
Yeah.
similarities from Natshastra performances, the circular movement on the stage, the acting, and the separation for the green room. So the entry of the actors and exit of the actors. Many things, there are many similarities from Sanskrit theater tradition. I don't think they is imitated proscenium theater, but I can say they might have borrowed from Sanskrit theater tradition about this.
Yeah, but
Actually,
but
yeah.
proscenium theater conventions came in. It is something like it has happened to even Teyyam and Bhutakola. Now now Bhutakola has been replaced in the name of Kantara. So that is the emergency. It's like traditions are getting emergent. It's keep on evolving and becoming emergent. So it might have happened, but one cannot trace it. Interestingly, what happens, many of our traditions never follow a documentation pattern or a conservation pattern. So we don't know exactly when it might have come, unlike in the European chronicles or medieval theater or etc., etc., etc. So, but it is true, Nagaraj, it is there because the linear correspondence of players and playgoers happens means nothing but proscenium, But it fluidly cut across proscenium with the processions with actors coming amidst the audience, with the audience going along with the actors, etc., etc., etc. But the Arjuna Tapasu or the Arjuna thing, where there's a pole, the beautiful use of a vertical space. Now, the vertical space is used. So that's very beautiful.
Yes, yes, this one. Yeah. So
Not
any other?
forcefully drawing the comparison, but there used to be, as Nagarajji's mentioned, there used to be one Sanskrit Nataka style, okay, which is called Vithi. And it is also believed by a lot of Sanskrit scholars that Vithis were used to be performed on the street. And the moment you mentioned Vidhi Natakam, Vidhi as this street, that same thing resonated. However, also in this same case, we do not know much about Vithi because except Ramapani Vada's Leelavati Vithi that is available from Kerala, we do not have much of the samples. And of course, earlier when Bharat Gupta ji mentioned that when a tradition gets lost, we only have text in hand, we really do not know. But however, we can, or maybe some faint ideas we can have that how these things were really, it stayed close to one another. So, and this, classification of this is Shastra, this is folk, arrived much, much later. So there was a constant dialogue and one influencing the other in an enriching way, of course. And so that's what I really liked about it. Thank you so much for your paper.
Thank you, all of you. At least you're staying back. It is an engrossing day. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Deep, for for that lovely discussion. And Jolly sir and Nagaraju sir, I would like to propose that maybe and a call to action can be all of us make a trip with you sometime. Whoever is interested, and along with you, we can enjoy this live. Maybe not for 18 days, but some few days. An immersive trip can be made. It was truly beautiful watching the videos, and especially the idea that you put across, in the sense we see it in most Katha traditions, but where you said how space and time is breaking because there's no distinct space and time for the observer and the doer. This is exactly the same how it is in the Ayodhya Kathak traditions that I was presenting yesterday, where the stage actually just dissolves. It's people sit wherever they have to, and the actor creates the space as the actor is moving. And from creating space, when we think of space time and transformation of space time, wherever you're sitting, the voice of a singer can transform that space. And so I take this opportunity to welcome Saroja ji into our midst, who is the next speaker, the penultimate speaker of the day. Dr. Saroja hails from an artistic background and has undergone her music training under the illustrious Acharya Sahitya Kalanidhi Shriman Nalla Chakravartula Krishnamacharya Lugaru. And she holds a master's degree in mathematics. Often music and mathematics is said to go together, and she's a living example of that. She is a lecturer in the International Institute of Information Technology at Hyderabad, as well as a faculty at the University of Silicon Andhra in California. And along with her sister, Dr. Sujatam, they are known as TK sisters, a sort of the duo. She is known for her lecture demonstrations, performances, special thematic concerts. She's also been receiving training under Pandit Satish Kashikarji, and she has this receptiveness to all genres of music, adaptive to the modern changing times. Her penchant is in creating music for patriotic songs, folk songs, light music, children's songs, especially documentary films, ad films, so on and so forth. And today she's going to speak on a comprehensive study of the multidimensionality of Rag as a basis for its construction. So from a journey of the space-time, we come to you where just the intangible rarefactions and compressions of space become the transformative of sound. Sarojaji, over to you.
Namaste, everyone. First of all, I thank Sangeet Natak Akademi, Chidakash, Kalalay, for organizing such a thought-provoking seminar. And today, actually, more than what I am going to present, it has been a wonderful learning, listening to all the experts. And it's so interesting that I could relate raga in each of those presentations. So that takes us to the notion that art is one, but just the mode and medium of executions are different. So yeah, I'll just share my screen. Hope it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So today my topic is a comprehensive study of the multidimensionality of raga as basis for its construction. So it has two elements in it. One is the magnificent personality of the raga that we call it as multidimensional entity. And then the construction of raga. Usually the term used here is the raga generation, but the reason that I chose the word construction is it gives me a very easy approach to visualize that as a structure. So the construction is immediately relatable to a structure. So as all of us know, raga by definition is an aesthetic melodic structure, and swaras and their patterns are the building blocks to that structure. So when we try to understand the concept of space within this realm of music, many perceptions come into observation. One thing is that the self space created by each of these entities like swaras and then the ragas, because the translation for swara would not be a musical note, as in, because the definition of swara says it is like swato ranjayati, it's a self-entertaining entity. And we often, like, we describe swara not as a fixed point, but as an interval. So the moment we say that's an interval, it creates a space for itself within which it moves and it presents, or it tries to function. Then with such swaras, which are intervals which have the space of their own, when the ragas are formed, then they again create a huge space of their own. And there are so many rules and restrictions in terms of how a raga is formulated. So we can call that comfortably as the structure of the raga, framework of the raga. So it looks like there are so many restrictions whenever we call uh, that a raga has to abide by. But rather, within the framework, this raga actually gives space for the swaras to explore the depth of the maximum possible interactions within themselves. So there are so many specifications of what swaras come into which raga. But in spite of all those restrictions in terms of the behavior of the notes, the prominence of the notes, and the presence of the notes, the swaras have a lot of depth that they can explore within its framework. And another intrinsic aspect of raga is ornamentation, what we call as gamaka. And the word gamaka also takes its roots from gamana, movement. So it is said that when a note moves from its position, moves out of its position to generate beauty or emotions, then that is called gamaka. So there is a sense of movement and the space, like it is moving from its position to some other space. So there are varieties of perceptions of space, and like how we can also say like how great composers visualized these things. So this might be considered as a cognitive space. So Tyagaraja, one of the greatest composers, he mentions Shobhillu Saptaswara Sundarula Bhajimpu. He considers each of the seven notes as some physical entities called Sundaras. So he connects it to a story. We are not getting into that. So there is a manifestation of the Saptaswaras as seven celestial sages or entities. Then in another composition, Tyagaraja says, స్వరములారు నొక గంటలు వరరాగము కోదండము. He says that if raga is like a bow, so all the 7 swaras are like the bells that are like hanging to that bow. So there are varieties of visualizations which also kind of occupy different mental space or cognitive space. Even Muthuswami Dikshitar, one of the greatest composers, talks in one of his compositions, Vatapi Ganapatim. He says that sound is nothing but Ganapati, and the trunk of Ganapati is the Omkara. Pranava Swarupa Vakratundam. And then the Pranava is related to Saptaswaras because it's believed that Saptaswaras emanated from the Pranava, which Tyagaraja again says in many of his compositions. Pranavanadamu Saptaswaramulai Parage. So there is so much of interpretation of various dimensions of space in this kind of a temporal fluid moving structure called raga. And then, so the main focus of this particular paper is to study like how this raga is constructed. There is a notion saying that anantavai ragas are infinite in number. So how can there be infinite ragas? It's because the combinations, permutations and combinations are so many, infinite. But though there are so many possibilities, one thing that has to be constantly kept in mind is that Dhvani Visheshastu Swaravarna Vibhushita Ranjako Jana Chittanam. Finally, what is decided as that combination should have that Ranjakata. So then what comes into this structure called ragas is like, we know, like though Arohana and Avarohana, what we call as Aroha Avaroha, is only a scale which doesn't talk everything about the raga, but it is definitely something that takes us into the raga. From there, the journey into the raga can start. So Aroha and Avaroha also specifies the order of the notes. And there are so many things like gamakas, the ornamentations, characteristic phrases. Though characteristic phrase cannot be translated as pakad, but it is relevant to the word called pakad. Then the relevance of Vadi and Samvadi notes, the first important note, second important note, then the segments into which the scale is divided as first part and second part. Some ragas present their aesthetics with more repetitive aspects in the first part of the raga. That's how they acquire their character, in fact. So the idea of bhashang in Carnatic music says that when there is a presence of a foreign note into the raga, which can create a magic and contribute to the character of raga, that is called a bhashanga note, a foreign note. And octave, there are so many ragas in Carnatic music which are based on only one octave: Nishadantya raga, Daivatantya raga, Panchamantya raga. So their scale is only restricted to one octave. So now the idea of this paper is all these features that we call as raga lakshanas. We already have raga lakshanas in the musical treatises, raga trayodasa lakshanas, raga lakshanas. But all these things that we can decipher as the points that I have just mentioned, they become the tools to even construct or generate the ragas. Because, see, in one of the essays that my guru authored, N.C.H. Krishnamacharya, the essay is Raga Srishti, in which he says that there is a mention of 4 melas in the Lakshana Granthas. Shuddha Mela takes the notes of the Saman scale, which we can try to equate with the Karahara Priya Raga or Karahara Priya scale rather, which is equivalent to the Kafi thoughts. Then when you change the Gandhara from the Shuddha Mela, it is named as Santara Mela because the Gandhara has been changed to Antara Gandhara. Then in the Shuddha Mela, if Nishada is altered, that Kaisik Nishada, if it is changed to Kakali Nishada, then that Mela is named as Kakali Kalita, which is the raga Gauri Manohari. Santara Mela is the Kamaj Thaat or the Hari Kambhoji raga of Carnatic music. Then when the Santara Mela and Kakali Kalita parts, the first part of Santara Mela, second part of Kakali Kalita are combined together, it gives us Shankara Bharana raga, the Bilawal Thaat scale, or what we call as the major scale. So that gives us the clue that altering the swaras in a given setup gives rise to new ragas. So this alteration of the swara variety, not swara variety, like whether it is a minor variety of the note or the major variety of the note. So this alteration can be one method of raga generation. Then in the raga lakshanas, there is a mention of Audava, Shadava. Audava means 5, Shadava means 6. So that takes us to the point that the deletion of swaras from a framework or inclusion of swaras from framework allows us to generate more ragas. Then Bhashanga, given a framework, if we are aesthetic enough to include a foreign note in such a way that it builds the whole character to the raga, then that inclusion of a Bhashanga swara can also be a tool to generate new ragas. Then we have the 72 Melakarta system in Carnatic music, which actually opened the gates for a new set of ragas called Vivadi ragas. In Vivadi ragas, the 12 swarasthanas are expanded to 16 swarasthanas just by perceiving 4 swarasthanas, by sharing the 4 swarasthanas with different names. So this opened the gates for new set of ragas called Vivadi ragas. And then the sense of Vadi Samvadi. If you make one note as the Vadi and center the raga around that, then that can also be a tool to generate new ragas. Then Purvanga Pradhan, Uttaranga Pradhan, as we already discussed. Then there is another beautiful method called Graha Bheda, which we call as shift of tonic. So in a given scale, if we shift the tonic, the present day's music centers around Shadja as the tonic note. Previously, there was no such system where Shadja was not a tonic note at all. But now we are all so accustomed to the system where Shadja, we are in Shadja-based music only. So we relate everything based on Shadja. So if we move that idea of Shadja from a note to some other note in the raga, that changes the space relationship of the notes and gives rise to another raga. So Grahaveda has always been an effective method to kind of perceive or generate new ragas. Then, as we all know, characteristic phrases form the backbone of the ragas. So we often relate many ragas to the folk traditions. So how can some tune of folk music become a raga is that from that folk tune, we identify some characteristic phrase which becomes the backbone of the raga, around which a structure can be created and converted into a raga and given the framework of a raga. So these characteristic phrases become tools to construct the ragas. Then along with all these things, there have been some beautiful experiments that I tried, not with the intention of generating ragas, but something led to this. So there is some paper presented by one of the IIIT students, which is about the timber space model of classical Indian music, in which the author used the theory of dissonance, and it has been adapted to Indian classical music. I am not getting into the technical aspects, the scientific aspects of the theory, but the resultant of that experiment was that it generated so many hundreds and hundreds of phrases of 4 notes, 5 notes, 6 notes, 7 notes, which are all treated as consonant phrases. So what do we mean by consonant phrases? They can be considered as characteristic phrases which might give rise to ragas. So when I observed all those hundreds of phrases, many of them are already characteristic phrases of existing ragas. So then when I tried one of the phrases, which was like, I mentioned it here, Pamari Gada was a phrase in that list. So I thought, can something be done to make this phrase as a raga? So, Sariga Pada Sa Sada Pamari Sa. So this Arohaura structure was constructed around this characteristic phrase. Pamari Gada. So if I try to sing that, Gapada Sada Pamari Rigada Pada Mari Riga Pamari Sariga Pada. So it becomes a raga by its own. I just named it Navjyoti because it was a new light in my journey of music. And then if we apply the previous methods into it, so methods within methods. So if you alter the swara notes in this same raga, pa, ma, ri, ga, da, then sa, ri, ga, pa, da, sa, da pa mari. It becomes a new raga. Pa pa da pa mari. Ga pa mari sari ga da mari. Ga pa mari ga. You can shift your nyasa from ga to ma, which is a beautiful interplay. And then if you apply one of the previous methods called graha bheda into it, so if you shift your tonic to rishabha in this same Navajyoti scale, there is a very interesting combination. Sa re ma pa ni sa ni pa ma ga sa, which is not an existing raga actually. So if you can experiment with that, if it is comfortable to sing it and like compose compositions in it, that again becomes a new raga. So these are like methods within methods and within methods. So and there was interestingly another thing, like I designed a game called Music in Your Name. So the attempt was to map the letters of the language to the saptaswaras. So it could not be a random mapping. So what I thought was, let the phonetics be the basis for this mapping. So from where the letters come, so we take the phonetics as the basis for the mapping. So then I started singing the names of all the people I know. I kept singing. So every name turns out to be a musical tune. So in that, when I started singing my mother's name, Chudamani, Sada Mani. So I thought, if this becomes a characteristic phrase, what would be the raga? It could be something like Mani da sa, Sada Mani da ma sa, Samani da masani da masani da. So that can become a raga by itself. So then it's like I can just come to the conclusion of it. So, considering this idea called raga construction actually helps us to understand the raga more and more, because all the experts, musicians, musicologists, composers keep saying that the journey of life is just to understand what raga is all about. So, in this journey, all these methods of raga construction might help us to be on the path easily and just go close and close to the idea called understanding raga. So, and another thing is, irrespective of whether there is a necessity to explore new ragas or not, this is again, I come back to the same point that it's just a journey to understand the concept called raga. And this also brings me to the understanding that there is an inherent sense of space and time in everything. So these exercises make me clear with how the space and time interact in everything and everywhere. And finally, yeah, any idea can be a potential idea to come up with some new innovation, provided we know how to connect it with relevant concepts. So this is something that I tried as my project. So this is where I try to understand raga as a multi-dimensional structure. There are so many other things that come into the observation, but for now I limit my paper and my presentation to these aspects. So once again, I thank each and everyone who has given me this precious opportunity and to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Saroja ji. I would say the precious opportunities for all of us for this very engaging lecture. And as they say, in South India, especially, we have the Sadhya Chapad, where after eating a lot, then the payasam comes and we eat that too. And then we feel very happy about it. So your presentation is something like that. At the end of the day, you have rejuvenated us again to be ready to listen to a lot more of you. It was truly succinct, truly beautiful. I am actually personally very curious. How would you make my name into a raga?
So Sunil ji, it would be Sanida. Very simple, but Sanida, Sanida. The three letters, because
How
my mapping
beautiful.
goes with Sa, Ni, and La to the Da.
That is beautiful. I, in fact, recently had met another performer, Tarun Nair, from Canada, who is a disciple of Zakirji. And in the lockdown, what he started doing is listening to what he creates is the music of plants, he says, plants and mushrooms. So what he started doing is connecting electrodes to the plants and mushrooms, and through the synth, transforming the amplitude, the bioenergy amplitude, into musical notes. And just like how you have used your, I would say, viveka over here to convert what is just a chanda.
I
Seems
believe
there's a
Sunilji has lost
connectivity
connectivity.
problem. Yeah.
But just to carry on with his words, also how each frequency pertains a character almost, and I really loved the way you mentioned, because um, also in northern India they say that Vivadi Swar brings in the Ranjakatva. So, and in the for introducing foreign notes to create this structure. So that was really wonderful and captivating. Thank you, Saroja ji. If anybody would like to add anything, that would be nice. I know we are, in order to discuss time and space, we are moving out of time almost. But I think that's all right. We can all share as we want. Yes, Sunil ji is back. Over to you.
I
My
think
apologies,
everybody has a
we lost
space for
power.
that.
And
Yes.
any other questions from anyone else? Nagaraju sir,
Thank you.
would you like to ask something or discuss something?
No,
Saroja ji,
sir.
I was
Thank you.
also
No.
I'm not at all an expert on music at all. I come from the field of dance. But I was curious, did you have opposition on the usage of the term rag itself for this thought of yours from other maestros if and when you presented your work? Because typically they talk of rag and raginis being multiple possibilities, and the rag being a little more difficult to consolidate. So,
No.
is this something you would like to address? Because I found this very interesting, but it also gives us endless possibilities of creating new things.
No, this is taken from the very concept of raga mentioned in all the treatises, starting from where it was conceived. The Brihadesi Matanga, he explains raga as like yosau dhvani visheshastu swaravarna vibhushitaha ranjako jana chittanam sa raga kadaubudahi. So taking that, everything is a raga by itself. Like all these structures are raga. So it's not about that raga ragini specific classification.
Beautiful, very interesting. A universality of this idea. And I'm sure after seeing this online, you're going to get many requests, just like my request, that people would want to know what is the raga of their name. I think.
Naga, what she tries to say is the samanya, is the common term that you use in case of
Exactly.
the combination of swaras. Just the way veena, which later on, as time continued, we referred to any string instrument as veena later on. So
Yes.
it became in Sanskrit, we call it samanya. So that's what has
Samanya.
become.
Perfect.
Yes. That's what I want. Yes, beautifully answered, Deepji, because I was wondering, because there's a lot of always debate on form and name in the Namarupa Kriya, like
Of
the word
course.
Tandav in our dance. When we go to Natyashastra, Tandava means all dance, but then in later medieval ages, there is segregation of the Uddhata and the Sukumara as Tandava and Lasya. So the word itself, sometimes there's a lot of debate about. So thank you for that answer. And thank you so much, Saroja ji. You have elevated us towards the
Thank
end, and
you.
I think
Thank you.
you have we say that the music is if music is sort of one foundation, then the other foundation are instruments, rhythms, and dances that sort of go along with it. So it's very nice to have a musical conclusion going with you, and again traveling back to Manipur. We did that this morning with the beautiful presentation by Bimbavati Devi, and now I invite Dr. Yumlebam Vidyananda for his presentation, which would be the last presentation of the day. Welcome. I apologize in advance if I make any errors in pronunciations. currently working as an assistant professor in Manipur International University. He's received training in Manipuri dance under the guidance of Guru Nong Maithim Memcha Devi, and later completed his degrees from Vishwabharati Shanti Niketan with special guidance from Professor Yaikhom Hemanta Kumar and Professor Kongjebam Sunita Devi. He further went on for advanced training in Manipuri dance under Sangeet Natak Akademi Guru Nongthobam Amusana Dev. He has a doctorate in Manipuri dance and has received a number of scholarships, and also the recipient of the Young Artist Scholarship from the Ministry of Culture. A Doordarshan graded artist who has performed in numerous festivals. He has also been awarded with the Kala Jiva Pushkar Award, Viz Gold Award, Nalanda Nritya Nipun Award, Nritya Ratna, among many others. And today he is presenting a very apt topic to conclude this end, as the topic deals with union, and he talks about the union of spirituality and social aspects through the dances of Amaibi. I welcome you, Yumlevan Vidayanda Singh.
Thank you very much, Sunilji. It's been my pleasure to be here with you all, with all the eminent gurus. I would like to thank this Piyal Bhattacharya for this opportunity, and the chairman, Sangeet, and everyone here present here. I'm kind of like quite nervous with all the learned gurus and everyone present here. So, but I would like to present a few words that I have learned from my teachers and all. I will mostly focus on my performative side. So, I just started sharing my slide. Okay. So I'll be talking on the topic, the union of spirituality and the social aspect through the dances of Amaibi. So as Manipur itself, it's quite known with various names since the early times in like the Koire, Mayai Koire Namthak Sarongpung, or like Sakok Lang in the books like Sakok Lang name, or like Tili Kokton Ahanba. So various names were given with Manipuri here before. But when it came to like the art and culture, it has been very much rich with lots of festivals which are happening, and moreover, we go on with the dances here. So we can say like we celebrate with dances, we go on, we go through our evolution with the dances here. So technically coming to the topic here, I'll be talking about the festival or the Lai Harauba, where the Amaibis, which are usually considered as the priests or the priestesses, who will be guiding our whole evolution in a festival with him. So if we see through the festivals of Lai Harauba, we have classified into four, which are widely classified, commonly classified, I should say. The Kanglai Harauba, which we usually focus on the valley area. The Moirang Harauba, which we focus on the Moirang side of Manipur. Then the Chakpa Harauba, which are usually followed in the places like Andro, Paying, Chakpa, etc. And lastly, which has come out of the Chakpa Harauba, is the Kaching Harauba, which is we can usually see in the area of the Kaching Harauba. So on a daily basis of every Lai Harauba, we celebrate through the dances of like Ikova, which we start with the phone or a watery body here. I should just go for a slide clip here so that everyone can take out and I can go brief with this. So this is the procession where everyone comes with their line and two, where the line and the Livendi are lined in two lines are god and goddesses. So the main with the god and goddesses who are carrying the torch of earthen poles will be taken by the Almighty, and these poles will be connected with the watery body here down by the Almighty. So this is the starting processes which we will be seeing. So this is how they connect, and with this connection, it's kind of like we are using this extra space here. We are connecting this. Then here we see there are kind of like the Amaibi will be dancing in the four directions here. So the four directions here. So I will come up with the sorry. Four directions that will be the southwest, the northeast, the southeast, and the northwest. So she or he will be dancing on these four directional spaces here. So in every steps or the every dances that the Amaibi takes, it's worshipping the first the Hangjing, then the second the Lord Marjing, then Wangbren and Kawu respectively. So, and then I have given the names of the dances here. The dances are very much simple, but it's about the connectivity of the Lord and the human nature here. And with these, every connection, all the directions are quite important when we start. And the last after this, there will be fifth concluding dance where the connection will go with the watery body and the lane here. So it's kind of like it's the evolution that we are kind of like speaking about, and we will be talking about the evolution of humankind through their dances here. So once again, back to the so after they finish, they will come up with like she will come to the land, and from that watery body to the Laibung, the holy place where the whole festival will be celebrated, they will dance in three different parts there. So, and that three different parts, it's very much important for like, say in few so in few books, it is said like this. So ibungo ibe maanimag ishing tarang da layrambadagi kangpanda karak lihao. So I'll just translate it. So the gods and goddesses has come up to the lane, and they are happily joining us, joining hands. They are like with near shoulder to shoulder. They are very much near. They are very much happily coming. So they are some gestures that they have seen, and with that gestures, they dance in three different parts there. So there are three different parts. It's being said like it's for the three gurus or the three supreme lords that everyone say in our Manipuri, in our Meitei tradition. We say the three gurus are the Mangang Luang Kuman, so which is like the morning, daytime, and the nighttime, which again comes with the space or the timing here. So with the three spaces that they use will be the three different gurus or the three different timings that we have devotions or we have this festivals are celebrated during that period of procession here from the watery body to the Laibung, the holy place. Then again, when it comes to the Laibung, we have this picture here with this picture here. It is there's the lotus leaf, with the tip of the lotus leaf. So the tip of the lotus leaf will be like, we'll be using 3 different tips of the lotus leaf, and the 3 layers are same as we have said with the 3 gurus, or like we can say like Lairemba, Lairembi, the god and goddess, and then the supreme god here. So with that different layers here, it will be brought from the inside of the temple and brought to the main area here at the Laibung. So this will be the main area, or the epicenter, where we say like it's the supreme lord, and the whole dances of the Laibung Jagor, everything will be done here. So now when it comes to the Laibung, it has like started with as the sun in the middle and the whole universe rotating and the anti-clockwise. The whole dance processes will start with that. Before starting it, to make it like to evoke or to awaken the gods from the inside to the middle of the platform area, the Laibung. Then again, now the Lighting Jagor will be danced there. The Lighting Jagor is light, means the god in our language. Chingba means to pull out. So it's a kind of like to awaken or to pull out the god through the dances here. So when once they call out the god in the middle with the Laibola here, it's we can say like Lai Pao. Lai Pao means like Lai, it's god, and the Pao, it's the wordings of the god, or like the news. So we can say it's the we are going through with the connections of the spirituality here, and then again we are going through with the rotational movement, the circular movement here. So before so this is the coming of the lighting Jagor. So Laibagla is kept there in the middle, and the Amaidi, they are dancing there along with the Senatic. The end of from the end, then now we will be rotating Laibagla. So from here, with this every process, the evolution of human nature will come with here. So when I say the evolution here, the priests or the priestesses, they became preacher, or like they became the teacher of movement, like they will starting with the Hakjang Chaba, Nung Nau Jagoi. So with every corner they will be turning here. I'll just go on with the clip for now. So every with the Hangjing side they have turned. Then from here they have started with the evolution with the how the human nature. We have with the navel area where we started. Then it comes with the Koki Tower. This is the kind of like explaining the body movement. when the dance starts with the rotational movement here, we'll be explaining about the whole process of evolutions here. So the whole evolution here start with the Hakchang Chaba, that is the making of the body here. So each and every body part will be explained through the body movement, and then comes with the Nongnao Jagoy. Nongnao Jagoy is the teachings of how human give birth to. So the human giving birth to at the earlier times are being explained there in the Nongnao Jagoy. Then again the Yumsarol Jagoy, where the housing, how the housing of our Meitei cultures were made with the Yumjao Papal and all. And then again the Panthobi Jagoy, Pamyalon Jagoy. So these are the dances where we explain. So Panthobi Jagoy, after the Panthobi Jagoy, the Pamyalon Jagoy, it's the explanation of the Jung cultivation here in Manipur. So the cultivation system that we have started, where the usually there was waterly land before, so most of the cultivation start with the June cultivation here, as if from the hillside. So the Pamyalan explains all this, and then the main occupation of our culture here is the Pisarol here. So that's the weavings here. So all the weavings of the clothes are explained in this Pisarol, Longponba. So these are some of the dances. So with all these dances, with each and every rotation, they are explaining the thing. So they are the one who have retained our culture, not in a written text, apart from, but for the Meitei culture, Maibis or the Amaibis, they were the one who retained the whole culture in a very complex way, in the ritual processes. So the whole norms or the whole social norms of Meitei culture can be seen through its and every part of this dance form. So I'll just sum up with the demonstration of these four of these dances, which are commonly seen in the Lai Harauba or the dances of Lai Harauba here, which will come up with the meanings of this dance form. So in the Kurumba is like the prayer or the observations that we are doing, we are offering here. So at that bowl, we tend to like bow to the Prithvi or the earth here. So with the whole body, with that, we bow to that Prithvi. And then secondly, when we start with the dances, we bow with the both hands, when one cap at the navel area, one cap at the navel area, and then other one with three from the ground to the navel area here. That's how we explain about the bow to the our mother, the mother who have given birth to. So we have given bow to the Prithvi or the land, or to the mother with that gesture. And then again with that second Champra Opi or the Champra Hekti. With the Champra Hekti, it's the literal meaning with the plucking of the lemon here. But the real meaning inside we have with the blessings from the God, the sky God to us. So with that blessings, we are dancing it along. Then again come with the Chumsa Jagoy. Chumsa Jagoy, as we say, it's the dances with both these hands here. It will be rotating one another here like this. So in that, it's a dance of the female, male and the female here. So the male and the female here. It's the Chumsa Jagoy here. With that, we explained the Chumcha Jagoy. And the last, the Kujeng Levi, the twisting of our wrist here. The twisting of our wrist is the end of every dance form that we usually use in the Lai Harauba when we start or when we end the session. So these, when we say it's a union or it's a meeting here. So here again, it's the whole 8 processes and the whole spirituality. It's all connected through the dances, and with each movement, we are not only like connecting to the God, we are taking with every spaces that we use, we are connecting the people to the origin that we have came up from. So with that, I'll just end my paper in a short. So thank you very much. I'm not sure. I'm just running it in a very fast mode.
It was wonderful. You were concise, and yet it was very well presented. Thank you so much. So I actually think, because it's the end of the day and we have come into this end, if everybody would like to turn on their videos, let's have something fun. And Yumnibam, I request you to take us. Let's do an activity first, and then we'll end with questions. So we are going to have you make us all do some hand actions so everybody can follow you. And since it's going live, let us have some fun and have some action, and then we'll go to Shwetlana ji's question, if that's okay. Chandradasi ji, you should join us too.
So the main three dances that we say, like, so one is like the Champra Hekti. The Champra Hekti is very much simple. It's like we pluck a lemon. When we want to pluck a fruit, we have to twist our wrist here. Then we keep it down at the basket at the side here. So this is how we do it. So it's very simple when you say like, it's we pluck it, then we keep it at the side here. So we just make a simple gesture which we do into a dance form like this, then we turn it into this. So this is how we do it. Then again, the Chumsa Zagoy. Chumsa, so Champra Hekti can be done with the both hands. So the Chumsa, when we say Chumsa, it will be like from the right side, then we skip it into the left side. So it's like we pick a thing from the right side and then place it on the left side. So this is the normal thing we do. From this, taking a like a thing from the right to the left, and when we go with the twist, we slowly go with this, we pick up, then we turn it into this, places in the side. So these are some main dances, and again this twisting of the Huzeng lady. So these are very much common with other dance forms as well, but the whole thing is. So it's been a pleasure dancing with it all here.
Thank you so much. And that was a lovely conclusion. And now to Shwetlana ji's question.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting presentation. I enjoyed very much. I also did some study of, Laihara Obam and met Ashobi, Madam, a senior, most senior, might be even. I can show you one photo I have. I think she was 90, more than 90 years old. Like 5 years before, 7 years before. My question is about the changes. So what kind of changes do you observe in the tradition of Laihara Oba since you're watching it? Okay, I'm sure you're watching it since your childhood, but maybe you consciously studied quite recently. Yeah, I don't know how many years you analyze this tradition as a scholar, young scholar. So what kind of changes you feel could be? That is the first question. And the second question is, for example, I have my very dear friend, Sharon Lowen, who is also was one of the very nice dancers of Manipuri dancers. So she came to Manipur in late 60s, you see, specifically to study Manipuri dance. So, and then later on she went to Odissi, to Mayurbhanj Chowd. That was a little bit later on. But what was your feeling? It's a quite interesting phenomena when the foreigners, especially ladies who come to India to study any style, and for example like Manipuri style, which includes like
I think we lost Shwetlanaji's connection.
So
Okay.
I'll just explain with the first question that she said, like, so the changes that I have seen. So if someone has noticed with the videos that I have shown and with the videos that Bimbadi saw in the morning session, morning time, because in the both the videos, there were the performances of the Lai Harawa, but the one she showed was the old videos or from the archives one. So the music were mostly based on the traditional pena music there. But when you see my videos there, it was the recently taken videos here. One was within the Corona time, and one was recently this year, not this year, last year, before the our civil war came up here in our state here. So before the disturbance here, it was taken at that time. With those music, nowadays we use with the bands here. With the bands, we use the music. But every music that there might be or the one who is performing, there cannot be, we cannot have a, like if I am performing there as a Maibi or as a follower for the Maibi there, if I am performing there, my dance forms are very rigid now with the use of lattice bands and all, and we cannot express the whole thing. And that when like a pena music, when there is a so this music, when it came like, so our body movement can go with the slow and that movement. But that now when it came with the band, with the saxophones and all, which came with the so we tend to move in a bit faster mode, and it's kind of like breaking our own forms here. So these are the changes that I have seen. And one thing that we ourselves have kind of like destroyed in our own traditions is that we have kept the Maibi dances of Amaibi in a ritual form for a long time. So we have captured it because we fear that our tradition will be demolished or like it will be over if we not like preserve it. It was the main thing that we started, but because the main rituals of the Lai Harawa has doesn't include the Hakchang Saba Nong Nau Jagoi Pamyalon that I have explained there. The weaving thing, Jung cultivation, these were not the actual rituals there. These were not the actual, these were just added so that we preserve our culture. So they are the teachers for the long time. But nowadays, what happens that we kind of like turn into something that's like enjoyment, like entertainment thing. So once we do with the like when we come with the chumsa, they are kind of like meeting it, then they meeting it, then again they came with the union. So these were the concepts that they kept before, but now there were unions before, then it comes with the then again the blessing from the Lord. Yeah, there were some changes which came with the musical picture. So these are some of the things that we find very much shocking, but with the changes in time, and once we are kind of like we don't understand that we have been preserving it. So we just see, or the spectators or the audience, they just see as some kind of like dances of Amaibi here, not connected with the people here. And we are losing the connections here again. So these are the things that I've seen in our drawback as our culture here. And what was your second question, sir?
My second question was about the foreigners. You see, even not only foreigners, even the some people from other state of India, like Darshana Javeri and the Javeri sisters of Gujarat. So they came to Manipur to study, to learn dance. So they created little bit their own style. You see, of Manipuri, but that was based on Ras Leela mostly. So, but even Laharaoba, so it goes to stage nowadays. So, how can you comment it? So, what is your feeling? Is it a continuity of tradition or some little bit maybe different traditions? So somehow, the vision, the different, I would say different facets of the Laharaoba existence in today's performing world.
Well, see, if I have to see the changes between the main Manipuri and the outsiders, if I have to see, well, the main thing that we miss out is our body movement or the torso movement within. That's the body movement that we do. When we say like we express through our body, it's not the hand gestures. We see with the hand gestures. Like someone see when we say like chumcha or like this, we see with just chumcha and then we dance it like this. The main thing is it's not the hand. We can keep the hand like this and we can rotate our body like this. If this is the movement, or like these are the movements where it's our body movement comes in. So it's a body movement which we usually have it here. So the inner sense of the deeper meaning or the deeper movement that we have, and it's very much delicate, and it's not very quite like someone can catch it very easily or so. We have a lot of practice through it. So even in Meitei culture, so nowadays with the people here, they don't have follow with the 8 movements within our body here. So we usually dance with the hand gestures like this or like this. So they go with the hand gestures and bottom and the foot movements here. So the main torso movement from our chest to the belly area, these movements, there are some intricate movements here which have been lacking here. So with those movements, so the outsiders, not only outsiders, I would say, even the youths are not coming up with these movements nowadays. So these are the drawbacks which Manipuri dance is facing, and we have a like connection through whole from top to the toe. So these are some things that we say, and there's a continuity that we always follow here. So like the Bimbali said about the Papal with the dragon gods here. So that continuity you can see in our own dance form. Like when we dance with the right, we'll be starting with the left, and we finish, then again we'll have a other leg, which will be something which looks like we are going to continue again. So these are the systems that we follow. So we are kind of like when we have to turn with the left side, we turn it from the right to then we move it from straight like this. So again, when move with this, so these are the movements that we usually use. So these movements without the hands also, we have this gestures there. So I just take it out. So if we say like these movements here, so if instead of stressing with this one, we use this one to stress here. So it's a kind of like, I'm not sure if I'm able to show the whole thing, but it's a very delicate movement here. So these movements are important nowadays, but we're kind of like lacking with the performers who can move with these small gestures. So these are the main things.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful discussion, and I think it goes towards the idea of spandan, pulsation, the sthul and the sukshma, as you were talking about the movement that is seen and the movement that pulsates within. I think that was a beautiful way to end the second day on the space and time, the temporal and the spatial. Thank you to everyone who has been with us all day and those who have joined online on YouTube. Thank you to Deep for, as I mentioned even yesterday, being the Janak of this Janak Sabha. Because it's said that there has to be one person who is constant. So he is our constant as all of us keep coming in and out of the seminar. Thank you, Deep. Thank you once again to P.L. Bhattacharya ji and Chidakash, Kalalay, as well as the Sangeet Natak Akademi, who have really, I think this is the first time in history that the Tagore Scholarship process has brought forth this kind of seminar and this kind of work. And I believe that these more than 50 speakers who have gathered over these 3-4 days, it's truly a landmark, and later this will lead to many more such sessions, as the advantage of I would say the COVID Deshkala became that we all became okay with this new format where we can connect to each other from our own homes. And I think that has led to real true connections, which sometimes is difficult in the real space and time. So thank you once again to everyone. We will see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. as this Charsha continues with Mandakini Trivedi, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, and many more eminent speakers throughout the day. Thank you so much. Good evening.